it's loading. And it's live! Ah, there, we did it. Hey, everybody, what's going on? Let's get the intro. Okay, there's the intro. Let me show the screen, and boom, it's playing the intro.
Welcome to the Walky Talky
There we go.
Podcast.
I didn't hear what you said. You like lagged for me.
Oh, well, that makes it even better.
To ask us our hot takes.
I think my internet like had a I don't know.
Goodness.
And stay tuned
Oh,
for
you know
it's
what?
fine,
I'm
though.
going to
antics. And of
open
course,
the stream
subscribe
on
for
my
more of
phone
Debate Lord Oodie
because it's logged
proving
into a different
why
account, so it'll
he
give me
is
an
so
extra view.
objectively correct. This podcast is not yet sponsored, so please pay for our walking hotspots so we don't have to.
And there's the intro done. All right. Oh gosh, there's my phone. Okay, it's loud. And we already have somebody in here. KK, when will Trippy do the thug shaper? Trippy, you want to answer that question for our fellow loyal fan?
I'll do it when I do a face review.
I don't even have a clue what they're talking about. I'm guessing you don't either.
It's like a dance.
Oh. Well, okay then. Ooh, you know what? Let me also at Swifty, because he always likes when I do that. So for those curious, Kamui's kicked off the podcast forever, so that's why he's not here. You'll never see him again. Actually, he died. So our condolences. But no, he'll be here in like 13 minutes or so. We'll see.
Yeah, he'll be here in a little bit. Oh my god, I've been having issues with my voice for like the past week. I think it's allergies or something.
Oof. Yeah, I know you said that your voice went out, or I forget exactly what you said. But you said your voice is like gone, so I was like, did you want to stream tonight? And like, thankfully, I have like a lot to technically say, because so the last time we went live was literally like less than an hour before the spoilers dropped, which was like like 5 hours before the leaked chapters dropped on OP scans. So, like, the morning we woke up, everything was just already out. Like, people had chapter reviews out by the time I woke up the next day. Just crazy, considering we ended the pod not knowing anything on the next chapter, let alone expecting it to be out, like, 3 days later instead of, like, an hour later. So, it's also been, like, a week and a half, or I don't know how long it's been, but, like, it feels like it's been long enough to where we've all already reviewed the chapter, but instead they just haven't heard any of our takes at all, basically, unless it's been on our own channels. But yeah.
Pretty much.
So, I guess we'll wait for Kamui to do chapter reviews, but in the meantime, I'll say, I don't know what you gave the chapter, but Daemon was in this chapter, so it automatically gets not only a 10 out of 10, but a divine 10 out of 10.
It gets a I saw you post something on this channel of like what was the chapter, and I voted divine 10 out of 10.
Yes. Yeah, the latest.
I thought the chapter was really good.
Yes, it was, absolutely. And Ringo Bird agrees. He says a massive W in all caps. So there you go. So when you hit 5K, Trippy, when are we hitting 5K?
Hopefully like tonight or something. That'd be cool.
That would be cool. I'm not gonna lie. I was saying before the pod, so obviously none of you heard it, but we might have a guest, but probably not Momoshiki the janitor. So I just found this guy literally yesterday, but he's cool videos, and hopefully he'll be on to like talk to us about some of this stuff. But we'll see. And same for Kamui. But yeah. I did write down a lot of topics specifically that we can do tonight. If you go to podcast topics on the Discord.
Yeah.
Oh, let me also delete these two because we went over them last week, and I just didn't delete last week's podcast topics, I guess. But that's fine. Okay, so the first one we can go over. If Sarada is a good character, and oh boy, oh sui mama, let me tell you, oof. Oof. Okay, so yeah, so this is awkward. Pretty sure I got blocked by this person.
No.
But do you see these tweets, or did they just delete them? Slash privatize them to followers.
I could check on my Twitter.
Yeah.
What's the who is it? Hang on, let me go to Twitter.
Sarada is a good character is in the podcast topic. Here, I'll even at you in the thing if you aren't.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Wait, no, that's Reddit. Hang on, where is it?
There you go. Yeah, it's up a little bit. I added you.
There it is. Oh, open that.
Hilarious. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's all here for me.
Unbelievable. Okay, so bro just blocked me. That's fine then, I guess. I'm busy. I can't.
Let me see.
Anyways. Okay, there we go.
Is this just going over manga, Sarada?
Yeah. Can you share your screen? On the
Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, okay. A lot to say on the manga Sarada. So this wasn't specific to this.
Oh wait, why is it black?
Chapter, but it just
okay.
in
Hold
general.
up.
So the biggest.
I guess I could just share my entire screen here.
That works. The biggest thing I can say on why people don't like this is people just don't understand Sarada's character, and I realized that as soon as I read this whole twit thing. Is how I'm gonna refer to it, I guess. See if I can full screen. Would be very nice if I could. Oh, there we. Okay. I don't know. Looks good enough, I guess. Okay. Hopefully, stream won't freak out at my not knowing. Okay, there we go. It's full screen. Yeah. So this is someone on Twitter who made this whole post on Sarada, and I sent them screenwriting things. If you click on like one of the things, does it show my comments out of curiosity?
Let me see. Oh wait.
Drats. I hope. Oh, come on! Tell me it. Come on! Don't tell me he blocked me in terms of not being able to see my stuff. Oh my gosh, he totally did. If you go like the bottom one, I'm sure the bottom one.
Very bottom.
Yeah. Oh, I'm annoyed, but whatever.
Where's the little bar? Whatever. Just keep scrolling. Like down.
Yeah, I don't think that worked. Can you control F and then OOD? And that might, or actually just OO, because I think my Twitter name is Oodie.
So wait. Okay.
Yeah, control F.
Control F.
O. And yeah. No matches. Okay, so it just doesn't. Okay, that sucks. Bro, straight up blocked me.
Yeah.
You should comment something along the lines of unblock Ood. Just
yeah.
Yes.
And he's gonna block me now.
I apologize in advance. But anyways, okay. So this guy who apparently, if you scroll up a little bit,
okay.
This guy who apparently read Boruto had some opinions on Sarada, the shonen heroine. So he has a lot of theory, comments, and everything. So the main thing about Sarada, this is specifically about her desire to become Hokage, because that is her character motivation throughout Boruto.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
he wants to know, like, why, and he thinks that there just isn't enough good reason, or that there's not enough progression towards this goal and stuff. He says he likes Sarada, but then he criticizes her, and you know my take on people who criticize anything related to Naruto. So
Yeah.
I went, to be honest, I didn't even go harsh. Instead, so he made like this, okay, for context. Okay, I was completely normal in this interaction because this is some stranger or whatever, so I don't be me. So he made this like 50 long thing, and I was like, all right, I'll reply to some of these that I think deserve it, and I'll just reply like objective. I'm not even gonna be like mad or anything. I'll just reply normal. So I send like 13 comments, and he's like, bro, you sent like 13 hate comments. I ain't reading all of that. I'm like, okay, what? You made like this 50-page long Twitter thing, and you're getting at me for writing like a fifth of your comment things on replies? I'm mad. It's ridiculous. But I guess I'm gonna have to do this live once again. Severe stress, you tag the care, blah blah blah. Isn't about writing. It is about writing because he doesn't understand the writing. Focusing on manga content, that's fine. So no novels or anime. Let's get started. So first, let's discuss the trap of the female. Blah blah blah. As we're seeing, again, Sarada exists. Character who responds and reacts to actions of the main male characters. So immediately, this isn't a problem. Sarada isn't a main character. That's what characters do. Is they react to the main characters. So in fact, the antagonists, as I've mentioned earlier, are the ones that drive the stories, and the protagonists are the one that have to react, at least until like at least the midway point, the midpoint of a story, which is like halfway through, obviously, or the point of no return, or the low point. That's when the main character in Act 3 usually is the one that now has to be proactive instead of reactive in order to overcome the antagonist based on everything they've learned throughout the first half or first 2/3 of the story. So not only is this not a problem specifically to Sarada, but it's not a problem in general. She's not even a main character. She's just a character. So throughout her story, her growth is not driven by her own goals. It is, you don't even know what her goals are, but the goals and actions of others, and her concerns is centered around characters rather than goals. Okay, so this is just not true. So we see, specifically in the Sheen arc, which is where Sarada is a protagonist. I'm not going to say main character. I'm going to say protagonist because there is a difference between those two. But she's the protagonist of that arc, similar to how in the Code arc, Kawaki is the protagonist of the Code arc. And Code's the antagonist of the Code arc. But antagonist is the one who drives the story. They like, I don't want to say it's the one the story's about, but it's like, it's their story in a sense. So, for example, Rick is the main character of The Walking Dead, but the protagonist can change from season to season based on who the story is about. For example, in season 5, Beth would be considered the protagonist rather than Rick, even though he's the main character. So, yeah. And that's at the same time. So this would only apply for those who actually understand season 5 of The Walking Dead in the first place, but that's besides the point. I use The Walking Dead as a lot of writing examples, but it's fine. So let me think of another example. Okay, so another example. In Avatar: The Last Airbender, Aang is the main character, but in episodes like Zuko Alone, Zuko would be the protagonist. Or like in season 3, when they went to when like Sokka and Zuko went to the prison to free his dad or something, I don't remember, but I think it was Sokka was the main not the main, but the protagonist of that, even though Aang is the main character of the series. So anyways, jumping back into Boruto, Sarada's the main character of the Sheen arc, and her goal is just familial connection. So again, not only is she the protagonist of this arc, but this is like her true introduction as a character. And so this is important because when you introduce a character, you're setting up an overarching goal for the character. So Sakura's overarching goal was basically to get with Sasuke. People have opinions on that, but it's fine. So whereas she has goals in each specific arc, like in the Kazekaze rescue arc, her goal isn't to get with Sasuke in that arc, obviously, but she still makes progress towards that goal just by becoming stronger or whatever. Like, she wants to be a valued member of Team 7, and she also wants to take Sasuke back, and one way to do this would just be to overcome an Akatsuki member so that she has the physical strength in order to do that. And obviously her actual goal, her tangible goal in that arc would be to rescue Gaara. And so anyway, so Sakura's goal is in the Shin arc would just be familial connections. That's her whole character arc. So it's her overarching goal rather than the goal of that specific arc. The goal of that specific arc would just be to defeat Shin / rescue Sakura at the midpoint. But yeah, and goals can change as well. So that's what drives her. It's the reason she wants to become Hokage. So the reason she wants to become Hokage is because she lacks those familial connections. As we see in the Shin arc, and we can get into this, but she awakens her Sharingan based on her desire to see her father. So her father's not in her life. Naruto's in her life. Naruto is a father figure. And again, we'll definitely get to that with the awakening of the Mangekyou. But 8 o'clock, so hopefully Kamui can join in pretty soon.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, that was something I talked about on my video too. Naruto was kind of a father figure. We'll get into it more, but yeah.
I did see that video also. So the way that Sarada sees Naruto is as a Hokage. The reason she wants to be Hokage in the first place is because of Naruto and Naruto's past. So Naruto was alone, and when he became Hokage, he treated the whole family as, he treated the whole village as a family. Sarada knows this. And so Sarada realizes that if she becomes Hokage, then the whole village is now her family. She gets those familial connections that she's been lacking throughout not only the Shin arc, but the entire story. That's what she's been chasing this entire time. So when we talk about characters have a want and a need. And usually these two things are obviously connected, so the want leads to the need, and usually the characters only subconsciously know their need. They don't even necessarily know it themselves. So like if you ask Sarada what she wants to become Hokage. She's not going to say that she wants family connections or anything like that, even though that's her need. It's her intrinsic desire. There we go, I said the word intrinsic desire. So it is what always will lead the character, no matter whether she's in an emotional state or not. It's so just like Sakura. She wanted Sasuke back, but she needed to be with Sasuke, based on her intrinsic desires. But anyways, we have a comment. What is the show chat? Oh, never mind. That was old. What was I saying? Okay, so going back to Sarada here. So she doesn't know that she needs connections, or she might. It's fine if she does. But again, character wants lead to their need. So also this goes back to like plot versus story. So what they want is something in the plot. So if I give you an example, say you have a sick family member. Let's just say a sick dog, just because everyone loves dogs. So you have a sick dog and you need the money, you don't have the money, and you see that there's a race coming up. And the only way for you to get the money is to win the race. So you compete in the race. Your motivation to win the race is the money. You want the money, the physical object. But the money isn't the end result. You don't care about the money. You don't care about the physical green piece of paper. It does nothing for you. It's what the money can give you. The safety of your dog, saving your dog's life that you need. That is your intrinsic desire in that case. You can't hold the safety of your dog in your hand. You can hold money in your hand. Money leads to the end result, which is your need. So you want the money. You need your dog safety. There you go. So same with Sarada. She can physically become Hokage. She can't physically gain familial connections. In fact, I'm sure she'll probably have a moment where she realizes this, similar to when Itachi told Naruto in the War arc that it's not when you become Hokage when others respect you or whatever. It's when you respect others that you know what I'm trying to say. It's that quote.
Yeah, I get what you.
She'll probably get a similar thing to where, oh, you don't have to be Hokage for the whole village to be your family. When your whole village is your family is when you'll be Hokage or something. I don't know. In the future, she might not even need to become Hokage or want to become Hokage. Bro, person he is going off in the chat. To get to your point, bro, I will just kill the dog. Jesus Christ. Anyways. Okay, so that's all to say to all of that. So moving on to more things he said. And something we see time and time again with Sarada is that she's responding to the circumstances. The plot should be driven by consequences of their actions rather than being acted upon by external forces. So that's just not true at all. Again, he's making an objective claim about story here, not about Sarada or about Boruto or his like or dislike of a series. And again, I don't care if someone likes or dislikes things because everyone's different, but if you make an objective claim that something is good or bad, it turns from a subjective opinion to an objective claim again. So you can't just call something good or bad and you need evidence, because this is screenwriting, which is a science, so it follows formulas. So it has qualities that are measurable. You can tell me if something is good or bad, and he's just not doing a good job of that. So anyways, so it's not that it's bad, it's that he dislikes it. And something we see time and time again in Sarada is that she responds to circumstances rather than creating them herself. Again, that's not a problem, especially in the first half of the story, and the fact that she's not a main character, which is one of the things that inhibits her from feeling like a full character who is driving the story. She's not supposed to be driving the story, as I've said like 3 or 4 times. So there are 2 characteristics we discover about Sarada throughout the manga. She wants to be Hokage one day, and she cares about Boruto. However, her behavior, for the most part, only corresponds with one of those goals. And so he goes into a big rant, I'll say, about her just wanting to be Hokage. But she doesn't really... Yeah, but she doesn't progress towards that goal. In fact, the only goal that she actually cares about, he says, is her desire to care for Boruto. So this is actually completely fine. This goes back to the want versus the need. So she wants to become Hokage, so she's going to keep saying that. But just like Naruto wanted to become Hokage, but actually needed the respect of the villagers because he was alone, that was his wound, was the fact that he was alone. That's why he needed the respect of the villagers, is because Naruto was alone. So Sarada's wound is that she lacked familial connections. She didn't have those familial connections. So now she needs those familial connections in order to satisfy that wound, the mask that she received before the story even started. So that's why she wants to become Hokage here. So for example, let me just say, if Sasuke was in her life before the story started, she would not want to become Hokage because she wouldn't have a need that would lead to her wanting to become Hokage, unless it was written differently, just coincidentally. But that's fine.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So her first introduction was punching a bear, yada yada. So why does she want to become Hokage? I've already explained it. The best explanation of it we get in the manga is that she wants to be different from her dad. Okay, buddy. So that's not even what Boruto says there. If you click on the thing, is become a shinobi like your dad, and then if you click on the left arrow, or either way, you know, and then I'm choosing a different path than dad and becoming Hokage. That's not even necessarily directly what she says, but whatever. In fact, the feeling that she abandoned by her father and which, yeah, so this is exactly what I was getting at. She wants Naruto's attention because Naruto has a full family. Naruto's family with as many people as possible, the entire village, and like it's a true family. Desired father figure. I don't see what she. Can you click on the picture? Yeah.
This one?
Yeah. And dad has not forgotten that he's my father first, even more than Boruto's teacher. Yeah, so she just cares about familial connections. If anything, she's kind of jealous of Boruto in this case. But anyways, so going back to why I was saying her desire for Boruto matters, it's her need because she wants familial connections. Boruto is a member of the village, so just like Naruto is family with everyone in the village, Sarada wants to be family with Boruto the same way she does with everyone else in the village. So her need is the same with Boruto as it is with literally any other random citizen. The reason that this is fine is because she just has more of a bond with Boruto, so she would just care about Boruto more. But satisfying her need would come from Boruto the same equal amount as it would come from literally anyone else in the entire village. Yeah. So her interest in Naruto doesn't seem to be one of admiration, but one of desire. She seeks less to emulate him than she longs for his attention. So from what I understand, Sarada isn't a yandere. She isn't desiring Naruto's attention at like any point in the story. Rather, she wants what Naruto has. She wants the end result of what Naruto has. So like if you enter a race, you aren't going yandere for the people who have the money. You just want the money. So there you go. It's not even that you're going to steal it necessarily, but you want to earn it. You fair and square. Yeah. You're the protagonist. You're a good character. Unless you're a bad character and you're still the protagonist, then you would steal the money. But that's beside the point. That's a different thing. It's a different topic for another day.
This doesn't really make sense. I never thought she'd... I don't know. This just doesn't make sense what he said here at all.
Let's see. We have...
It does seem more of admiration.
How do I see who's in the audience? We got a second person in the audience. I just want to make sure it's not Kamui.
Oh, it's Ducks.
Oh, okay, good. Okay, cool. Let's see. How do I full screen again? Darn it. Right there. Okay, cool.
But yeah, this doesn't really make sense. It never really seemed like she was longing for his attention in any way.
Yeah, if anything, it's the opposite of that. She does see him in an admirable way.
Yeah, that's, I don't know, it's weird.
In fact, actually, go, because this is actually not the inciting incident for when we realize it, because she realized it in the past, but this is when she verbally explains it. So this is what I was going over earlier. I think the first picture is the top right. I think it's the top right. Well, if you just click the right arrow, I think, all the way. That's
this one?
The most recent one. Yeah. But you see, to Lord Seventh, everyone in the village is family. So that's what she wants. Literally, just replace that to, but you see, my future as Sarada Hokage is what I want, is everyone in the village is family. So that's what she wants. What she needs, rather. So that's who he is. And you just feel safe in his presence, utterly safe. I guess you could argue she also wants to be safe, but that would just be more specifically talking about Naruto. But she also wants the strength in order to become Hokage. In fact, she says that later in this twit thread thing, that she needs strength in order to become Hokage. I think she says it when she fights Boro. So that's just one of the requirements she has to become Hokage, is in order to protect the villagers, in order to protect her family, the people that she would consider her family. She would need to keep them safe, obviously, for her need to stay satisfied. Otherwise, if everyone in the village died, she wouldn't any longer have that need. Everyone would be dead. So she would need the strength to become Hokage in the first place in order to protect her family. So yeah. So next, if you want to click off that.
Yeah.
The one time we see Sarada stepping up and trying to emulate Naruto was during his walk with Kawaki after having seen how the Hokage treated him. And one could say this moment continues to inspire more flaws when underestimating Kawaki's behavior. Can I just say, on one hand, so towards the end, I did start trolling him because he was really annoyed at my quote-unquote hate comments or whatever. That the fact that I sent him 13 replies, God forbid, on his 50-long twit thread. I forgot what I was saying. I just started ranting.
You're saying something about towards, I don't know.
Oh yeah, so towards the end, something he was saying, trying to emulate a certain. I forgot. Whatever.
We'll probably get to it.
Yeah, something he said towards the end. I forget. We'll probably see it towards the end. Oh yeah. So her goal is to become Hokage. So just this is the important part. So if you ever need anything, just ask because I'll back you up. And so he's quote unquote contradicting that in the next scene where she's not backing up Kawaki, but Kawaki is just going against her need in this next example. This is when Kawaki decides training as a ninja is dumb and he just wants to fight instead to train. Yeah. So, oh man, I wonder why Sarada wouldn't back up Kawaki in this instance when Kawaki is actively hindering her need. So, actually, if you scroll up again really quick. So,
This one?
yeah, that one. So, reading this backwards, in essence, she will back him up if he ever needs anything, just like Lord Seventh, who is Hokage. So, Kawaki doing this would just go against the Hokage's actions, the Hokage's desires. So this is not protecting everyone in the village or whatever, is what Kawaki's doing in the next panel. So it's actually consistent with her character when she's trying to point it out as a contradiction. But yeah.
All right.
You can go down now.
Yeah.
So beyond those
On this one.
examples, though, we don't see Sarada. Oh, right. So what I was saying earlier, so the reason I brought up the earlier thing that I forgot, because he has so many typos or whatever in this, he says that, oh, he spent so long going through all these pictures, getting all this stuff. He said later when I replied, oh, I don't know why you sent me 13 replies. I did this all over like an hour lunch break. Bleh. So clearly, with all the typos, I'm gonna believe him, or he didn't put that much effort into this, and it's just a random rant he came up with. But oh, he put in so much effort. He's the one contradicting himself here.
Yeah.
But anyways, we don't see Sarada pursuing her goal. So literally, anytime she gets stronger is her pursuing her goal because she needs strength in order to protect everyone. That's what she says in the Boro fight.
Yeah.
In fact, her overcoming a Kara member would be a huge stepping stone. He says it doesn't count at all. I don't understand it at all.
That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. So I guess. Oh, I mentioned Naruto. So Naruto's goal of capturing Sasuke, even though defeating Kakuzu had nothing at all physically to do with that, which is his whole point. In the story, Naruto became stronger. Kakuzu was literally seen directly in the story as a stepping stone to capturing Sasuke.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's kind of the same thing with Boro.
Yeah, exactly. So it's literally just the exact same thing happening here, and he just refused to see that / read my comment because it was 13 comments, which was too much for him to read apparently.
Too much.
For example, let's take a look at what she does leading up to the tuning exams. She watches Boruto for multiple days. This is not the same studious Sarada we get in the anime. Whoa, by the way, let's not forget the fact at the beginning he said he's not including novels or anime, but whatever. Her focus is on tracking the progress of the MC, not following her own progress. So she would just be training off screen, which is completely fine. So,
yeah, this doesn't necessarily mean she's not training just because she's watching Boruto train for a little bit. Like,
but look at her. She's sitting there and she's saying, "Wow, I can't believe she did the trash character. Oh, it's awful. I can't believe Kishimoto doesn't know how to write woman." Anyways. So next, her reasoning of wanting to become Hokage comes into play when she's trying to justify her actions, which is what she was doing earlier with the Kawaki thing. She was justifying her actions, which Kawaki was going against her actions of becoming Hokage in that instance in the story reasoning. But we don't see her taking steps towards that goal. Okay, so I guess defeating Boro isn't taking a step towards becoming Hokage. I guess becoming stronger isn't a step towards becoming Hokage. I guess protecting the villagers by defeating Boro isn't a step towards becoming Hokage.
yeah. Or helping save the current Hokage is not a step towards.
Other than being oh yeah, so I guess okay, I guess he says other than, so he does count being nominated as team captain as becoming a step towards becoming Hokage. So sure, I'll give him that. I agree with him there. Yeah.
Yeah.
He only says it as the only thing as a stepping stone that she's ever done.
I guess it's the only thing.
Yeah. So I guess her graduating the academy all the way back then, she just made zero progress. Even graduating the academy doesn't count as becoming Hokage progress.
Graduating from the academy, in the anime she becomes a chunin, like
Exactly.
all this stuff is not a
Only
stepping
one,
stone whatsoever.
So now let's pause here because I already know the comment section. Oh, she was the only one. In fact, Shikadai was the only one. Okay, but she was the only other one.
Yeah.
I don't think she actually became. I don't remember if she became Chunin.
Did she?
No, I think she was.
I thought she did.
The last one.
Or was
to
she
be
considered?
rejected. No. What it was Naruto was going to promote her tuning, and then Sasuke comes in. Don't do that. I want her to grow more or something. I forget, but yeah, something like that.
Oh, okay.
Which would, if anything,
I don't know. I just
help
remembered her
become
becoming
Hokage
tuning.
in the future more, in a way. But,
True.
yeah. In fact, I think in the current story she might be a tuning, but I don't remember. I don't think she is.
That would make sense. I mean,
Naruto's
dude, she was the team. I don't know.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, exactly.
So now let's pause here for a moment for you to say, Sheer, which is his username. Wasn't Naruto's entire quest to be Hokage littered with chasing Sasuke? Yes, totally it was. However, oh, by the way, that's not true in the first place, so no, it wasn't. However, Naruto had a reason to want to become Hokage. Respect. That's true. Yes, absolutely. That's what I was saying earlier. His want and his need correlate. So, and his actions were driving the plot. Okay, so no, Naruto's actions were pretty much never driving the plot. So let's just go through this one by one. Zabuza drove the plot in the Land of Waves. Gaara drove the plot, and Orochimaru drove the plot, and the tuning exams, and if you want to count the second arc of the tuning, the Konoha Crush. So respectively, Gaara and then Orochimaru. Okay, let's go search for Tsunade. Again, Orochimaru drove that. You could argue Naruto learned the Rasengan and beat Kabuto, who was already beat by Shizune. Anyways, so Naruto learned the Rasengan. Sure, let's say that's driving the story to some degree, but not the main driver. Sasuke retrieval. Sasuke drove that arc. Okay, so then we get to Kaze Rescue. The Akatsuki drove that arc, specifically Sasori and Deidara. I'd say more so Sasori, but
yeah.
Next arc, not the Kanabi Bridge. That's the one where Obito died. What bridge? Tenchi Bridge. Orochimaru drove that as well. Orochimaru's driving like half these arcs so far. Let's see what happens next. Hidan and Kakuzu arc. That's literally what it's called. It's literally called the Hidan and Kakuzu arc. They
literally them driving the arc.
You can wonder who drove that arc. Oh, by the way, even though Naruto's the main character there, Shikamaru is the protagonist of that arc, so it's more evidence. Character and protagonist are two different things. Pain arc. Pain drove that arc.
100%. Pain drove that arc.
Oh man, remember when Naruto drove the story in the 5 Kage Summit arc? Man, remember when Naruto invaded the 5 Kage Summit arc and when Naruto fought Danzo and all these other fights he had? Oh man, crazy.
And when Naruto declared the 4th Ninja War and when
Okay, so Naruto didn't drive that one. Okay, so we get to the war arc. The final. So I think we're at a track record of Naruto has drove 0 arcs so far.
So the war arc was like Obito and Madara.
Yeah. Okay. So
yeah.
Let's get to so you get to the third part of the war arc. Kaguya drove that, and then you get to the post-war, if you want to consider that its own arc. Sasuke. So there you go.
Yeah. Naruto has never driven in a single arc in the entire series.
Okay, so I'm glad that we meticulously went through one by one just to prove him wrong there. And his actions were driving the plot. Okay, when?
Yeah.
Let's see, so
that's funny.
So, oh god, the screen blimp. Okay, it's cutting in and out.
Oh, is it?
It's good. Oh, Kamui's here. Man, I want
Kamui, join.
Yeah. Invite to speak. What if he's been here the past like 20 minutes? This should be good. Kamui, you're invited to speak. Join through the thing somehow. You'll figure it out. Oh, by the way, his entire quest of becoming Hokage littered with chasing Sasuke. That's, again, I said it's not true. I didn't say why. I should probably say why. So not only after the Sasuke fight in part 1 does Naruto say to Jiraiya that he'll be a fool the rest of his life, and that speech, that's important for this. But in the very next arc, he reinforces this by saying he can't become Hokage if he can't even save a single friend. So his first step towards becoming Hokage in this instance would be saving Sasuke. So not only are they linked, but they're different goals. So he establishes their different goals after the Sasuke fight, and then he links them in the next arc. So it's like reinforced twice. It's not just chasing Sasuke is his goal of becoming Hokage. There are two different goals that are just linked.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. Anyways.
Oh, Kamui doesn't know how to join on his phone.
Wait, did I figure it out?
Oh, he's here. There he is.
It was the other hand. Oh my god. I was tagging a hand and it wasn't doing it. I accidentally, I meant to tag you guys in chat and I said at Kamui. So
Yeah, he tagged himself.
Off to a great start there.
Let me make sure I'm still right. Okay, yeah.
So fill me in. And I also realized I'm an idiot. The whole reason I wanted to eat first was because I thought there was going to be other people here, but nobody was here. So I could have just done that. But, that's besides the point.
Well,
catch me out.
We do have Schrodinger's guest joining later.
Who is that? Well, I know who
Momoshiki
Schrodinger is,
janitor.
but who is the guest? Is that his name? Schrodinger's guest?
No, it's Momoshiki the janitor.
Okay.
I don't think he's gonna join, but we'll see. Anyway.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna be walking in the pitch black right now, in honor of the Walky Talky podcast, and then I'm gonna do this at the store. That's gonna be funny because I am going to, if I get into it, I'm going to continue to stay into it, no matter how many people are around me, and
Yeah.
I think that'll be funny.
Sir, would you
So
like...
I actually can't wait to go to the store later.
Sir, would you like your milk in a bag? Oh yeah, so Naruto in the Sarada arc, it's gonna be funny. Anyways.
Yeah, I heard none of that, so maybe this doesn't work very well. That was
That's fair. I mean, it is raining. Oh wait, no, it's not raining where you're just walking. It's raining where I'm at though, which is why I'm not walking right now. Also because
it's not raining where I am.
Yeah.
But can you repeat what you said a minute ago?
How many? I've said a lot of things. I'm not gonna lie.
You know what? Just catch me up. What have you been talking about?
So Kamui, why is Sarada the worst character ever? Apparently.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, but Twitter did.
Well, can you give me the specifics of what Twitter said?
So Twitter's saying that Sarada sucks because she wants to beat Hokage and that she doesn't drive the story and that she likes Boruto. Man, I can't believe it. Terrible trash.
Can you actually hold on. Can I see like some screenshots of things on Twitter? Like specific things.
Hold up if you want to look at my stream.
Yeah.
Or like the
on Discord.
Well, it's just really
streaming in the
tiny. How do I make it
Discord.
Wait, maybe if I turn my phone sideways. Okay, that's a little bit better. But now this is big. Okay.
Yeah,
Is
so
it-
we've just been going over this dude's Twitter thread.
Oh yeah. By the way, this
let
guy
me
blocked
just-
me.
Yeah, he blocked me. Yeah, look at my comment.
Biggest disclaimer: I adore Sarah. Blah blah blah. Okay, whatever.
Actually, Trippy, if you want to catch him up really quick, I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
All right,
Yeah, summarize it. You got it.
let me see.
Sarah exists. The character responds.
Hang on, let me go to where he actually starts talking.
Okay. My eyes apparently just got watery, so I can't read it.
Here we go. So throughout the story, her growth is not driven by her own goals, but the goals and the actions of others that can blah.
That doesn't make sense. Her
No, it doesn't.
has own her like it's very blatant what her own goal to be Hokage. To protect Naruto. I mean, those are her two main goals right there. They're pretty blatant.
He talks about how she doesn't like drive the story whatsoever, but she's not really supposed to. Like Naruto doesn't really drive the story in Naruto.
Is not Sasuke's counterpart. That's cool.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, she is. I mean, a lot of people hate it, but she's more like Sakura. That's just reality. She is a side character. Like she's not really that much of a main. People want her to be a main. I'd like to see her and Mitsuki in both more. I mean, they're just that. Like the biggest critique I'd say is like their lack of relevance. Yeah, but like that doesn't have to do with what he's saying there. What else do you say?
Let me see. So he talks about that. Blah blah blah. Oh, here we go. Why does she want to be the Hokage? The explanation that we get in the manga is that she wants to be different from her dad. I mean, so Oodie went into this whole thing where it's like a want versus a need, and she wants to be the Hokage, but she like needs like familial connections with her family, which is why she unlocks her Sharingan in the beginning due to just like going to meet her father. And she wants to be the Hokage, similar to Naruto, because the entire village is like Naruto's family, so she wants to be like that figure as well.
Well, I mean, like honestly though, like Sarada's. I don't think before Naruto Gaiden, I don't think Sarada has any like Hokage aspirations. But like her conversations with Naruto is the whole reason she wants to be Hokage. She just saw like how much of a bright figure Naruto was. She felt like this is. He could be my dad. Like he's so warm and comforting. Like I want to be that type of person for everyone else. It's very simple. Like
exactly.
She wants to be like Naruto for everyone else. Whereas Boruto saw how Sasuke. I mean, his is more just about coolness to start at least. But like he's like, oh, well, you know what? I want to be like Sasuke, who's just behind the scenes doing the stuff that helps the village. Like it's pretty simple. Like it's not complicated. Like why they want to be what they want to be.
And then he also has this weird point where he brings up that when she said like, oh, she'll have Kawaki's back because she wants to be like Naruto or whatever. And then she like goes against that when Kawaki wants to train differently. And it was just a weird point.
Yeah, I can't believe that Sarada didn't back up Kawaki when he tried to kill Boruto. I can't believe it. Man, when Kawaki went rogue, I mean, like Sarada have his back.
So it makes no sense.
Pretty obvious. Like, I mean, I get what he's getting at, but like she's saying that as in like Kawaki, like you're part of the village. I got your back. But like that doesn't mean that if Kawaki does something completely that goes against Sarada's ideology, that she's gonna like just change her mind on things.
Like, oh, there was this one time that I said I'd back up Kawaki. So
it's not. Like Sarada's a little bit different than Conan, where Conan was just like, I believe in Nagato, but I think Nagato knows what he's doing. I'm gonna trust him, kind of thing. It's not the same for Sarada. Sarada has more of her own, like, no, this is what I want to do type of opinion in life. Like, that's actually hilarious that he said that.
What else was brought up? Oh, there was also a point that when he said Sarada's made zero progress to becoming the Hokage, which
and one instance he linked to this was when she's watching Boruto train one time.
Yeah.
She's sitting in a tree. She says, wow, oh man, I can't believe how trash her character is. How could she do that?
Yeah, like, oh, she's just watching Boruto train. She's not training. Like, okay, she watched Boruto train one time. It means she's not training.
Wasn't this during the tuning exams, like when he was learning the Rasengan?
Yeah.
Man,
makes no sense.
Remember that one time when Sakura watched Naruto train? Man, I can't believe Sakura never progressed from the academy.
Dude, hold on. Actually, is there a scene of Sasuke like watching? Actually, there's a scene of when Naruto was trying to learn the Chidori and Sasuke was watching. He never progressed.
Wait, what?
I'll just have to take you at your word there.
It's a gag scene. But
okay.
When like Sasuke tells Sakura.
Oh no, I remember what. Yeah. I remember.
And Naruto's like trying to have Kakashi teach him Chidori, and it's like not getting anywhere. Yeah, Sasuke was watching.
I do remember that.
He never made progress.
Yeah, I do. I forgot about that whole scene until you just brought it up right now.
But like, I mean, like, it's kind of stupid. She obviously trained off screen, on screen in the anime. But like, she learned Chidori. She kind of makes it obvious that she trained it. It was her first time. Like, she's like, well, hopefully I do it right. Like,
yeah. We also said like, oh, she took down a Kara inner. Like, I guess she made zero progress towards becoming the Hokage.
I mean, like, and also like Naruto didn't really. It's like progress here is like subjective. Like if he means like, oh, she didn't rank up to Jonin or something, it's like, well, no shit, dude. She's still 12. Not everyone's Kakashi and already a Jonin. Like, like that's kind of a rare situation. And I mean, in the anime, she's a Chunin anyway, so she is making progress in that sense. But it's more like, I mean, I wouldn't say it's as much as Naruto, where the sense of like he went from being completely hated to having a lot of friends. Like that's a big progress jump. But like in Sarada's case, she's not at rock bottom to begin with, really. So like I can see how relative to Naruto, maybe it's not as much, but I mean like literally all she has to do is learn one jutsu. Technically she made progress, so
yeah, or even like Ood said earlier, like she graduated from the academy. That's progress. Like he said that she made zero progress. So.
Yeah, she went from academy student to Chunin / Genin, depending on manga. I mean, I know they don't discuss it in the manga, but like she is a Chunin technically. Like they made it in the anime, so she's a Chunin. Like I'm not gonna say that she's only a Genin in the manga. I think they just don't care to tell us. Because they do discuss that she's the leader of the team. So it's like... So anyway, like, let's pause for a second. It wasn't Naruto's entire quest to be Hokage littered with chasing Sasuke. So yes, totally it was. So did a reason become... Don't get me wrong. We don't... they don't need the character growth.
I never mentioned his entire quest. So are we just discounting the entirety of part 1 where Sasuke wasn't leaving the village yet? Was none of that his quest to be Hokage?
It littered? He said littered with chasing Sasuke. So depending on what he's trying to get at is like, I mean, he might be saying it was interrupted by chasing Sasuke. It depends on what he means by littered, but
well, he did write this in an hour on his lunch break, so who knows?
Yeah, I mean, like he said, wasn't it his entire quest littered with chasing Sasuke? Like, it's kind of a weird choice of words, but like, if he means interrupted, I mean, that would be true. He was interrupted. He said, I can't be Hokage until I save a friend, basically. So until he saves Sasuke, he wouldn't be Hokage. It's like a pause. But I don't know what he means by littered, like, necessarily. Just like it was filled on the path, like, I don't know. But anyway.
The same guy that
what does that matter, anyway?
The post not being biased, so.
I don't even understand what that point has to do with anything, but... he says, unlike Boruto and Kawaki's fights, her victories don't move the story. It's cool things for her to do, but they don't lead the character growth.
Didn't move the story.
Well, he says, well, the big part is it doesn't lead to character growth. Like, I think her, like, scene with Chidori is a character growth moment. Like she gained confidence in herself. Like,
absolutely.
That's growth. I mean, like, it's like that. Everything has to go from like you like Sasuke when he learns the truth about Itachi, and he completely does a 180 on his character mindset. Like, not every character growth scene needs to be that.
Yeah, it could literally just be as simple as learning a new jutsu. That's character growth. Like,
yeah. Hold on, keep scrolling down.
Oh, by the way, you're caught up. This is where we left off.
Oh yeah, this is where we left off. Yeah.
So let's keep reading it.
Largely, Sarada gets acted upon in the plot, and she serves as a character driving the MC's story, not her own. It's not her story.
Oh my god, it's almost like she's still a main character.
God, this was called Sarada Naruto Next Generation.
Gee whiz, yeah. I forgot it was called Sarada Kawaki Next Generation. Sarada Kawaki and Mitsuki Next Generation, not Boruto Next Generation. But during Momoshiki's attack, she ends up being saved by Sasuke, protected by Boruto and Naruto. Okay.
Yeah.
And almost like Boruto was the same thing.
It's almost like
it's not like Boruto really did anything here either.
Remember when hold on. Remember when the Demon Brothers were attacking Team 7 and Naruto got saved by Sasuke? And then, Kakashi stepped in and saved everyone? Or when they fought Zabuza, and he's like, you know what, guys? I'm just going to take over. Oh, no. Like, Why didn't Sakura defeat Zabuza? Like,
If anything, Boruto did the opposite of protect Sarada here. Boruto actively harmed Sarada by giving Momoshiki more chakra, and Momoshiki won this exchange.
Yeah, that's true.
well, he didn't mean to help, but it was an.
Oh, but man,
Anyway.
look at
But he
Boruto's
did.
one shadow clone. Wow, that's really protecting Sarada.
It keeps scrolling down. I'm interested now. I'm waiting for him to get to the Mangekyou part because I know he's gonna shit on that.
I don't remember.
The aftermath of Naruto saving the village would have been excellent change for her to reflect on what it would mean to be Hokage, but Mitsuki is actually the one who brings up Naruto's sacrifice.
Okay, Mitsuki is smart.
I don't think this is a good point, but it's also I don't think it's a bad point. It's just a talking point. It's almost like filler. Twitter.
Yeah,
Well, I
it
mean,
doesn't
like,
matter too much.
Is he trying to like? Does he want her to say like, oh, so this is what it means to be Hokage? Because I feel like Sarada already knows that. I mean, like, I agree. It's like a medium point. I don't think it really like hurts or helps. Like it's like, okay, they could have had a monologue about her saying like, you know, I guess this is what it means to be Hokage. Do I really want to do this? You know what? Yes, I do. Like, or whatever. They could have done that, but like, whatever. I don't know.
In fact,
Yeah.
really quickly, for a meme, I'm gonna fix what this guy wants with the panel. But you guys can go on to the next panel.
All right, let's see.
Can you scroll up slightly because of mine? I can't read the text. There you go.
Oh, there you go.
One of the
One of the
side
side
effects. When Boruto says, when they be Hokage, it'll be a right hand man. We know that Boruto has trained and taught and fought with Sasuke to come to that conclusion, while she hasn't been given the same opportunity to plot. I mean, yes, she has not trained with Naruto. However, what is the point there, though? Just that she hasn't trained with Naruto?
I guess.
I mean, I can understand why people want that. The problem is mainly just that Kawaki took that place for that. Like, I mean, Sarah does suffer from being in Kawaki's shadow. Like I said, she's closer to Sakura than she is Sasuke in terms of comparable type of character.
Yeah.
I mean, that just you can't. I mean, like, imagine if they had two. Like, Sarada's role wouldn't be befitting of her to be like the villainy anti-hero main character. Like, everyone would be like, what the fuck? Sarada's like the one trying to kill Boruto? Like, I don't know. Like, it would just be very weird. And the only way that would work, though, is if they just didn't introduce Kawaki. It's like having both Sarada and Kawaki team up on Boruto. Like, that's just weird, I feel like. You know, it doesn't... It's good having only, like, Kawaki be by himself. It's like Sasuke. He was by himself. He was the only one who wanted vengeance on the Leaf at one point. He's the only one who's obsessed with that shit. Kawaki's the only one obsessed with killing Boruto. Well, before the role reversal, anyway. It would be very odd if Kawaki had Sarada right on his side. Like, and yeah, I mean, like, these points are kind of, some of these points anyway, are kind of like, okay, I get your point. But it's like, Sarada's just not that character.
By the way, I'd like to direct both of you to #art.
Okay. Is it your meme?
Yeah. I fixed it.
How do I... There you go. Oh. That nice simple change there. That's all we needed.
Fix the scene.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Now she's
Anyway.
a great character.
Yeah, she's a great character. In the manga, we don't see a point at which he's grappling with the horror of Boruto becoming Momoshiki or a threat. Oh, no, I can't read it.
Becoming the horror of Boruto becoming Momoshiki as a threat to the village. What does he bring up? Hang on. What's going on with Boruto's body?
She literally just doesn't know. here.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
I was
she
gonna- I was
literally just
saying,
asked
what is-
what's going on.
She's kind of clueless to what's going on. She doesn't know. Mitsuki is more perceptive and observant than Sarada is. So he's like, okay, like he's talking to Sasuke. He's already kind of figured out what's going on. He's like, okay, I think Momoshiki might be taking over Boruto's body. And Sasuke's like, yeah, I got the same vibe about Jigen and some other Otsutsuki. And like they're kind of like on the same page. Sarada wasn't part of that conversation. Mitsuki just kept it from her because he didn't want to worry her and he wanted to confirm with Sasuke first. And then when it comes to like Boruto dies, what does Boruto say? He says, well, Code killed me. Mitsuki doesn't believe it, but Sarada's just like, oh, whatever, at least you're safe. Like, she doesn't really care. She's more so just concerned with Boruto being safe. Like, it's just what it boils down to. And she doesn't know all the details. Could she have asked? I mean, I guess, yeah. They could have more scenes of her pressing Boruto on it because she's worried. They'd be like, yo, I'm worried. Like, tell me what's going on. But, like, again, it's like, she's barely in the manga. I mean, like, some of these things, like, they're minor. Like, could it maybe improve her character if she was doing that? Maybe, sure. But it's not like it's like 0 to 100 over this. We're talking like,
Yeah. It's
if you
not
think,
super
let's just say
necessary.
Sarada was a 5 out of 10, let's just say. It's the difference of being a 5 or a 6, or a 5 or a 5.5, or in Oodie's case, that's probably the difference between a 10 and a 10.5. Like, like, you know what I mean? Like, these are very like I like
10
I
or
don't
a
necessarily
divine 10.
disagree. Yeah. I don't necessarily disagree with this point, but it's also like not that great of a point.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this point is, oh man, I can't believe Naruto didn't care about Sasuke leaving until Shikamaru came to his apartment in the morning and told him. Why didn't Naruto just care before then?
Yeah, he didn't know. Like, oh, he should have known. He should have just sensed it.
Okay.
I think this is where he talks about the Mangekyou.
All right, here we go. All right, can you scroll up so I can read it? Just
Oh,
barely
like
up.
right
Other way.
there?
Yep. When we see a result that gets stronger or act, it's always paired with something happening to Boruto, okay? When we see Naruto's result that gets stronger or act, it's always paired with something happening to Sasuke. And vice versa. Okay? You know,
It's not a reaction to the
whenever we see Kawaki get stronger, you know what it's always paired with? Something happening to Naruto. It's almost like the characters are driven by things happening to people they care about. Hey, remember when Naruto learned Sage Mode? Oh, it's almost like something happened to Jiraiya. Remember when like gee whiz, dude. Remember when Naruto learned the Rasengan? Huh, it's almost like Sasuke learned the Chidori before that, and he wanted something cool too. Literally everything. It's the same fucking thing, dude. It's just like, what? Okay. Wait, what? Why would she want to get stronger otherwise? What? She needs a reason to get stronger. Otherwise, she doesn't care.
Yeah,
That's the whole point,
true.
having conflict and threat in the story. It gives them a reason to improve or grow or get stronger or whatever. Like, that's the whole point of conflict.
Also, the Ada picture he linked, I don't think that has to do with Boruto really at all. Like, Sarada's immune to Ada, who just so happens to be where Boruto is at. Like that
Yeah, that has nothing to do.
with Boruto specifically. Plot point revolving around her.
What other point does he make? Good to, well, it's good to have for relationship development. I suppose we're not having layers added onto her character. In fact, from the first issue to the from the first issue to the manga until the most recent ones. Okay. I just skimmed through all of them over lunch. All right.
The main character development we have in Sarada is going from I can't see
my
anymore. Becoming less antagonistic towards Boruto and worrying about him more.
That's her character arc. Jesus.
She wasn't really that antagonistic towards Boruto. Like,
Yeah.
like, what do you mean? Like, antagonistic is an odd choice of words. Like, I never sat there and said, "Wow, Sarada's the antagonist of Boruto's character." Like, like, even in the damn Academy arc of the anime, it's like they're like rivals, but it's like obvious that they kind of like each other. They talk about how they grew up together and shit. It's like just like a little rivalry thing. Like they're not antagonistic. Like really.
Yeah, it's literally a rivalry thing. They're the children of the two strongest people in the village.
Throughout the story haven't been driven by Sarada herself, but by the set of circumstances laid out by the plot. It sounds almost like that's how a story works.
Exactly.
It's just by the plot. What do you mean? It's a story. It has a plot, and it causes things to happen to characters. So this point is basically like, dude, Sarada's a terrible character because she's in a story.
Yeah, so I listed 2 examples earlier, The Walking Dead and Avatar: The Last Airbender, in like a different point, but I'll just bring them back up here. Man, I can't believe Rick woke up in the apocalypse. Why didn't he just start it himself? Or, man, I can't believe Aang left the air nomads, letting the Fire Nation kill everyone over 100. Why didn't Aang just kill all the air nomads?
This next question is very stupid. Why is she not affected by Ada? It's not because of anything she's personally done, but it serves the plot. You really can't use that point when we don't know why she's affected yet.
Exactly.
Yeah,
You can't. If
it's such a blank point, and
like if they give a bullshit reason, it's like, okay, you can make that point. It's a bullshit reason, but until we know the reason, you can't like complain about it. Like it's a mystery that we want resolved. Yeah. But, like, that's not a very good point. Like,
she becomes team captain, but she never ends up being in charge of her team members? Yes, she does.
Except for
she's in charge of them.
After she becomes team captain.
I think what he means is that nobody listens to her. Like, that might be what he means. Like, I mean, she is in charge of them. They just don't follow authority very well.
I mean, wasn't it her entire plan to get rid of Boro? Like,
yes.
Like, they quite literally. I don't know. It's weird.
The point is like when the whole Kawaki her point is like it's from chapter 58. Kawaki says fuck this shit and wants to do his own thing, and then Sarada wants to get involved, and Boruto says, nah, dude, I know what, I'm gonna fight him instead. And then Mitsuki's like, I don't care. And then here, the other part they're showing is there might be I'm trying to read what they have going on.
Characters have their their own minds.
Like she just listens to Boruto and says no, and then Mitsuki doesn't listen to her because he's so pissed off, and he just goes after Boruto. Like, I mean, it's not like Naruto and Sasuke listen to Kakashi about the whole hate each other to the death.
I forgot that Sasuke left the village and Kakashi.
Yeah, he didn't listen to Kakashi about the whole don't chase vengeance. Oh my god, Kakashi's a terrible character.
I forgot. Kakashi told him to leave.
Sasuke betrayed Orochimaru. Oh my goodness, dude, Orochimaru is a horrible character. His student didn't even do what he wanted.
Man, remember when Sasuke's entire character was driven by the plot? I can't believe Sasuke killed the entire Uchiha clan.
Yeah, I can't believe that like Itachi massacring the Uchiha clan affected Sasuke. Why didn't he just want to kill Itachi just because? He glitched. Like, didn't he have a reason related to the plot? Why did Naruto just want to kill Pain before he killed Jiraiya? Like, why did that even affect his opinion of Pain? That's kind of weird, isn't it? Like, why would the plot affect it? I don't understand.
Is this just him replying to people now?
Yeah, but that's everything.
The funny part is, the one thing I expected from the get-go on this, he didn't even make. Which was that, I thought he was just going to say he didn't like Sarada's Mangekyou Awakening compared to the other ones. Like, I thought he was going to shit on it, and that's literally the only thing he didn't do.
We can get into that really quick, though, because that's a huge topic.
Yeah, I did get into that.
Yeah, that's a good little segue into this topic.
Before that, really quickly, Kamui, what did you think of the chapter? Give it a rating.
Well, it honestly is going to depend. If the time skip happens next chapter, then it's my least favorite chapter in the entire series. If it doesn't happen next chapter, it will entirely depend on what happens to that. I cannot tell you until I know what happens next.
All right.
Because, like, to give I'll just assume the time skip happens. Well, then I say Momoshiki's prophecy was the most disappointing thing in the entire series. And it just, I don't like it whatsoever anymore. It completely just ruined everything for me. And also, I find it odd that they would just, like, skip over so many loose ends. Like, the last panel of Boruto's future vision, I guess it just doesn't exist anymore. That vision was wrong. Himbawari, we don't need to see how she feels about this. Amato, we don't need to see if he's immune. Some random Otsutsuki that might be watching this, to give us some mysterious things. We don't need that. Boruto's Jogan, dude, fuck it, we don't even need to put it in the manga. Mitsuki, he's after Boruto, but we're just gonna assume he's still looking for Boruto for 3 years and still hasn't found him. We're gonna, you know what I mean? Like, I find that all those, like, I could go on and on. It's just like, it's very odd. Like, yes. I feel like that, like, this will be another segment probably, the whole is this the time skip or not? It's like, if you look at that last page, it gives off that vibe, like, yeah, it's the time skip. It's kind of like, in certain aspects, it felt similar to Naruto's time skip. Like Sarada looking up, saying, be careful, Boruto and Dad. It's kind of like, reminds me of, like, Hinata watching Naruto and Jiraiya leave. Code saying, he wants to get revenge on Boruto. Kind of similar to either Orochimaru or the Akatsuki, depending on how you want to look at it. Boruto and Kawaki's thing in particular felt like a good ending. Like if you remove all context that we feel like should happen, like that last page feels like it's a time skip. Like Kawaki's like, yeah, it doesn't matter what you do, I'm gonna kill you. And then Boruto's just like, I'm gonna train. My name's Boruto Uzumaki, damn it. Like, I don't know, it felt like an ending. I do get that, but like, there's so many loose ends that it's just like, I don't know. Another point though, I feel like I'm gonna be making mostly an anti-time skip point because I don't want that time skip to happen. So I'll admit I'm biased against it. But, you can have a training arc without a time skip. Like, Boruto training with Sasuke could be on screen. That's allowed. Yeah. We don't, like, if you look at the entire Boruto series, I think Boruto only has, in the manga anyway, only has one training arc on screen. And that's the very beginning when he learned the Rasengan. Like, I don't think he just learns the Thunderclap arrow randomly. Like, we don't see it happen. He gets power-ups just on the fly. Like, when Naruto awakened the One-Tails cloak for the first time during the Final Valley fight, he just randomly awakens this true essence form when Code starts talking about it. Kawaki just, boom, got the Karma Seal back, already in the maximum stage with the horn. Mitsuki, you don't see it, he just randomly pops out stage mode finally in the manga. Sarada, she just, boom, awakens the Mangekyou Sharingan. It's like, we don't actually see... The only training arc is the training montage of Kawaki. This is like a different example here. So Kawaki training with Naruto, that one chapter, it's like we know it's happening over some stretch of time. It's like a montage type of thing. He's fixing the base and he goes trains, comes back, fixes the base, so on. So like Kawaki, when he reveals he learned the Shadow Clone, it's like, it wasn't like some random thing. It's like, okay, we saw Kawaki was clearly training with Naruto. The idea that he learned the Shadow Clone and it has a cool dramatic reveal, like, I really like that. Boruto learning the Thunderclap arrow, on the other hand, is just kind of like a random, like, oh, he learned that. It's not like a training arc. In this case, it's like they could just do it on screen. Naruto had several training arcs. So, like for example, the Chunin exams learns the summoning jutsu very much on panel. When he learns the Rasengan, very much on panel. Two good examples of training arcs for Naruto. Boruto doesn't really have that. So, like, I know I've kind of compared, like, the Code arc to the Search for Tsunade arc, mostly given that I thought this arc would be different than it was. But that being said, Boruto can just stretch out longer for part one. Like, Boruto training with Sasuke now could be like Naruto learning the Rasengan. Like, that could be now. We might still have a Search for Tsunade like arc and a Sasuke retrieval like arc. Like, those might still happen. Boruto honestly might have a rematch with Kawaki. That scene on the Hokage monument might have been like the rooftop scene. It was the first quick fight. It ended when people showed up. They never had their full-on fight where nobody interrupts. That might still happen. That might have to do with that Kawaki panel that we haven't seen yet. Like, there's a lot that like could easily happen. And if the time skip happens now, I feel like that's forced. It would make you hate this chapter. Very long-winded answer to your question. How do you guys feel about it?
I thought it was pretty good, but I do kind of agree with what you said.
I agree with pretty much like everything you said. In fact, I said pretty much, but I can't think of anything specifically that I disagree with.
Yeah.
So my favorite thing that you've said is that, well, if the prophecy just doesn't happen, then Momoshiki was just wrong. And I agree, that is the worst possible thing. But
yeah, it's like,
let's take this
it's
a
like,
step
okay,
further.
yeah, he can be wrong, but it's like, okay, does that really meet your hype for this prophecy? If Momoshiki does it wrong, it's like, okay, that's a terrible. It's just like, I can't think of a good. Let me try to think of a good example. Like, so what's something in Naruto that was built up? Like, I don't want to say like Itachi being a good guy is a completely different situation. Like, Sasuke was wrong about Itachi, but that's completely different.
Yeah.
Well, like, trying to think of something that would be like, I would almost say like if the Toad Sage's prophecy about Naruto was just wrong, but like, I don't know how to like compare it in a way that, I don't know, it just would be bad.
Well, also, by the way, really quick, Sasuke being wrong about Itachi was the midpoint of the entire Naruto series. So the Naruto manga, I'll say. It happened around midpoint of the Naruto manga.
It also wouldn't be like the end of the arc.
It also radically shifted the story into a new direction. From that point forward, Obito/Toby/the Masked Man became the villain. Everything we knew before was like a lie. We're also like the worst point, even though we thought we had won by defeating Itachi, the like quote unquote in-series bad guy. He actually wasn't the in-series bad guy at all. In fact, now that Itachi's dead, we're quote unquote further away from ever from actually getting it. We thought he's again going to destroy the village now. So it's completely shifted everything at the midpoint, exactly what it was supposed to be.
Yeah, it raised the stake in a different, in a unique way. Now Sasuke is kind of like the threat because of what happened. Where in this case, though, it just means that like the threat never existed. Like it'd be like, or instead of Itachi dying and learning the truth, it would be like Itachi just saying like, telling Sasuke like, actually, by the way, I'm not even evil. Like the Uchiha clan, they're right here. And then, like, it's just like, oh, okay. Well, I don't care anymore. Like, it'd be like that. I feel like that'd be, like, the best comparison. And it's just like, what?
So, I actually like Sorry, go ahead.
No. Say what I was going to get on a different point that'd be positive, but you keep going.
Yeah.
I want to hear what you were about to say.
I like what you were saying about... Darn it, now I forgot. I'll just say what I was going to say earlier. So Itachi was a good guy or whatever. So the midpoint of the story, not only for Naruto, but for Sasuke's character. So if you go back, actually, the inciting incident of Sasuke's character arc, not his story, but his character arc, is when, right after the tuning exams, when Itachi comes and he says, you don't have enough hatred to Sasuke. From that moment forward, Sasuke was, I want to say, destined in terms of, like, the narrative to leave the story, to leave the village. That's the thing that really set off his character, drove him into one direction from that point forward. Before, he was just getting stronger with Naruto and everything, but his character wasn't really passionately driven, motivated towards his goal of killing Itachi, even though that was, like, his goal. It wasn't his need.
He wasn't as... Like, he was, like, just say 70% focused on it, but now he's 100% focused on it. Like, exactly. That is the only thing he's focused on now.
So
like, kind of thing.
So, keeping in mind that happens right before the Sasuke retrieval arc, or sorry, not the Sasuke, that too, but also specifically the search for Tsunade arc, where Sasuke's out of the story before he's in it for the big climactic finale. I think we could have a setup similar to that here. So Kawaki just got his Sasuke moment a few chapters ago, to where Kawaki's now completely driven kill Boruto, Naruto stowed away. At the end, he'll release Naruto and kill himself. So that'd be like the end goal of like killing Itachi. So that's his new goal. So that's where we are in terms of the story, in my opinion. I don't know for a fact, but now if we're following the character arc, the arcs in general for Naruto, now we're gonna go into the search for Tsunade arc, like you were saying.
Yeah, it just means that we were wrong about when the search for Tsunade arc was. Like, now would be the point. Versus what we thought was before, it's just like, nah, it's just like an extended tutored exams. Like, the one way of looking at it. It's just like the part one can be longer.
Yeah, in a way you could say it looked like we were gonna go into a time skip right before Itachi showed up. Obviously that didn't happen. So what I'm saying here is that if you compare then, if you parallel it to now with Boruto, Kawaki's gonna be out of the story. He's gonna be having his motivation training off screen or whatever. Next time we see him is when we're gonna get the last arc, the final climactic finale. So I think we might potentially have 2 more arcs going into the next arc of Boruto, where we're just gonna focus on Boruto training with Sasuke, some new technique or something, and then we'll come back for the finale with Kawaki at the end of Boruto Part 1.
Yeah, I think that'd be the best way to do it.
Yeah,
I agree. And another aspect of this is like, this might not be a perfect example, but we can just roll with it for now. So like, when Orochimaru came to the village, like he said he wanted like to take Sasuke. He didn't really like try super hard to take him then. He like waited for Sasuke to come, but he didn't like give up on Sasuke just because he didn't have it right then. So for Momoshiki, like he wants to take over Boruto, but like imagine how trash of an ability it'd be if he just gave up. Like, oh damn it, he didn't give in. Like, so that gives room for Momoshiki though to try harder and say, I that didn't work. How can I make this kid despair? And so before like this would come back to like Momoshiki pulling the shenanigans. Like before I was against it because the whole prophecy was that Momoshiki didn't really have to do anything. It would just happen. But since that didn't work, I mean, this gives room for Momoshiki to be like, hey, he's going to go on his revenge arc. He's going to try to pull something. And if the time skip happens now, and he just like gives up for like, it's so ass. Like, I don't know. Like, I do not like that.
So specifically, I can comment on a potential reason why you don't like it, other than like the obvious Kurama parallel of, oh, Momoshiki shouldn't just be his buddy, that would just be following what Naruto did, because that's what everyone says. So the reason,
well, I don't mind that. Like,
that's fine. Well,
honestly, I don't mind the idea.
But my like more unique idea of why this would just be trash and terrible, just like you said, of Momoshiki just being wrong here, is that the whole point of Boruto, like raising the stakes, Momoshiki is a god. Unlike how Orochimaru was seen as a god back in the day, but then as the stakes raised, he became honestly more like a clown than anything, especially like at the end of Naruto Shippuden. Literally like comedic moments. But right now,
yeah, dude, okay. I know that shit at the end of the anime was hilarious with him during like the little like novel adaptations, and he's just running around like running from Shido's bugs. That was so funny. But
so we have the Otsutsuki clan, these literal godly beings who are able to come from different dimensions, transcend reality, use divine jutsu, use omnipotence, literally omnipotence, and even they have celestial decrees. So all these like these are all divine godly terms. There's clearly a precedent being set here for something bigger than we can possibly imagine or expect. So that's not that's actually a good thing. Again, it's raising the stakes in an appropriate way, while also capping off a ceiling by having Shibai not in the story and having Ada's like limited omnipotence being the ceiling currently. Anyways, so if Momoshiki's wrong, the celestial degree is, so then Toneri can be wrong. Future Otsutsuki can just be wrong. And Boruto's literally like pranking Momoshiki this chapter is what it basically feels like. He's like, haha, I'll overcome it. Take that. I forget exactly what he says, but he like basically starts calling Momoshiki names like a little child.
Yeah, it's just like, wow, like it's kind of funny, but it's like Momoshiki needs to like come back from this somewhat.
Goes
like
entirely
or like as another example, imagine if like Code like just didn't alright, he lost to Daemon. Imagine if he just gave up. He didn't like start building his 10 Tails army to come back. It's just like, well, I can't beat Daemon. You know what? Screw it. I just give up. Like and then be like, what?
Yeah. Terrible.
So like, I like the idea of like, and also I find this odd though. Like, did Momoshiki not consider like the rest of his vision? Like, I know he says it wasn't supposed to go like this, but like, he's got more to the vision that he like. Yeah. Honestly, though, as a quick side note,
he saw it clearly. He saw Boruto's fate, his future. He saw whatever bad thing was gonna happen. He saw it clearly.
I know, and I'm like, so like, if Momoshiki, like I said, he saw like, let's just say, you know, that future visions like has time jumps. Let's just say he saw 20 specific moments. Let's just say he gets 20 images, and whereas Boruto only got to see like 5. Okay, let's just say hypothetically here. And if Momoshiki, like, well, we haven't gone to the last one that Boruto saw, so there's at least one more image that Momoshiki saw. I don't know why he's like not like thinking about like. He doesn't know why he said in chapter 67, he doesn't know why his spectacle happened. Okay, so that means he obviously doesn't see everything, right? So, like, I don't know why he doesn't just consider, like, oh, maybe he just guessed. Like, obviously he didn't see Boruto despair, because it seems like the difference with, the despairing versus the losing everything is, it seems like Momoshiki saw Boruto lose everything, but he didn't see him despair. He kind of assumed he would despair, and he tried to force that to happen. Yeah, that's why he keeps telling him, like, hey, you're going to despair. So I'm like, why doesn't he just think, like, okay, well, I was wrong about that, but there's still hope. Like,
so it was like setting up a doomsday, something that is inevitable, something that will happen. In fact, that's Momoshiki's words. He's saying it will happen. He says, you are going to do this. He's not saying, well, something will happen that might lead you to despair. You probably should despair. I think you will. No, he's saying, I know you will, because I saw it clearly. By the way, man, I wonder what Sarron thinks about all this.
Do you say, I don't know.
Oh my gosh. Sorry, I have dogs. Give me a second.
You're good. You're also a little quiet if you do something. Yeah.
Alright, well, while he handles the dogs here, I feel like I'll say like something positive about the chapter for a minute before we go back into negative stuff. So, like I said, my favorite thing this chapter is just Ada. I liked what they did with her. That's mostly the main thing, honestly. I thought it was good having her kind of be like, you know what, Kawaki's a kind of a dickhead. He's kind of like his dad, and he's very physically abusive. I don't really like that. You know what, Boruto? I'm sorry. You know, I kind of screwed up. You know, I'm not going to attack you. I'm not going to, like, help Kawaki kill you. I'm just going to kind of, like, be the middleman. I'll help you out while kind of helping him out, and, you know, we'll try to make this work. Like, I thought that was nice for her character to not be all, like, whatever Kawaki does, I support it. It's like, okay, she's got a mind of her own. If she doesn't agree with Kawaki, she will oppose him. Like, I thought that was good. Outside of that, I'm not really... Oh, I like Sumire being kind of, like, smart-ish, you know, figuring things out. What else? I like Sasuke believing in his daughter.
Wow,
that was a good fathership moment for him.
Bare minimum.
I can't think of anything else.
Really quickly on the last point, I just want to point out something that Duck said that actually brings up a really good point to back up my point of why this will just be terrible. So Duck said, and I'll just say this before getting into why this matters. So Duck says, didn't the Sage Toad prophecy say Naruto would either save or destroy the world? And he says, over! And then I said, I think he kind of already did, like in Naruto Shippuden. But anyway, I think this is important because, again, if we're raising the stakes, so are we saying random Toad's prophecies are correct, whereas Otsutsuki God, divine, jutsu-wearing, wielding people are just wrong? Nah, that's nonsense.
Dude, the Toad just had a dream.
I think Momoshiki's entire thing about Boruto despairing was an idea, or like... him, like,
obviously that's how it comes across.
Because, like, if
I get that vibe too, but like,
if you
like
go
what
to
he
chapter
said though,
72, he says, you'll lose everything and you shall despair. Like, you shall despair, not you will, you shall. And then enough to want to escape this world. It's almost like he wants him to despair, and him losing everything by proxy will make Boruto want to despair, which will give
that's
Momoshiki what he wants.
Yeah, it seems like he was trying to force that to happen. Like, he saw Boruto, quote unquote, lose everything, and he just said, like, I think he's gonna despair.
And
from
him
that.
telling
And
him you'll despair and doing all this, he probably had this weird idea in his head that, like, if I tell him that he'll despair, it'll mess with his head, which will make him want to despair more. Even though it really only did the opposite, because
Yeah, I was gonna say, if anything, though, I feel like that would just give Boruto motivation to prove him
he
wrong.
doesn't know anything about Boruto. he doesn't understand humans.
But
No.
but the thing about that, though, is it's like, I don't know, that does it.
Because he
Let's
lost.
just honest.
Boruto technically, sort of, kind of lost everything in quotations, but
I kind of want to get into this,
he was
though.
more mentally resilient than he thought.
If this is what he meant, though, like, this seems to be what Momoshiki in mind for that lose everything moment. I agree with Boruto. I never once considered this as Boruto losing everything.
Yeah.
Like, I never looked at that. When that happened, I never said Boruto lost everything. I said, as far as I'm concerned, Boruto
lost
still
a
has
lot of
Sarada.
things.
He still has Sumire. He still has himself. He still has a chance to prove himself because of all these clues lying around, like the headband that Sasuke noticed immediately and said, like, huh, why do you have that? He notices Momoshiki inside of Boruto. That's another clue. I'm like, he had all these things. I'm like, I never once considered this as everything yet. I said, okay, he lost a lot of things maybe, but he should lose some more in order to lose everything.
I don't think that Momoshiki knew that Sarada wouldn't be affected. I think
he probably didn't
he
know
saw
that.
a series of images and then came to a conclusion based off what he saw, probably. 'Cause
Yeah,
he
but
even said that he cannot see it properly. I think in like chapter 67. So
Yeah,
he said why. He,
after
like, why it
Kodark
happens.
thing, after Kodark, yeah, when he died, he's like,
exactly,
Yeah. So.
even I cannot see something. So
He
I
said,
think
and why that
had-
shall come to pass, even I cannot see.
exactly.
But-
So
But well, here's another thing, though. But I still don't really get this. So, assuming the blue eyes he meant was Ada's, how did he, like, see those blue eyes, know that it was those blue eyes, but not know why this event like, I feel like he would be able to
because
say, like...
you can see
No.
you can see like a person's like face and then go like, okay, is this what caused it to happen though? And
No,
so
but, that's
be,
he,
like,
but he said he
massive
doesn't know why it happens. He should know, hey, those blue eyes activated this thing, and it made everyone hate Bort. Like, he knows that the blue eyes made Bort to lose everything.
So speaking on this, I
So
think
I'm
what
like,
Tom was
if he
saying-
sees the blue eyes activate a jutsu, why doesn't he know why this event comes to pass? Clearly, it was the fucking blue eyes.
Oh wait,
Like-
yeah. Hold on, I didn't
That's
think
what-
about that. I
So
didn't
if
think about
Momoshiki
that.
That's what I'm saying, like,
can
that-
see the prophecy from Boruto's perspective, then he wouldn't
He
know
can't
that
see the
Ada
blue eyes.
activated it.
No, but that's what I'm saying. He can't even see the blue eyes. There's a big flash of light in the way. Boruto didn't even know it was Aiden until Momoshiki told him. So that's why I always said, like, okay, like, as my hypothetical example, if Boruto is the one who does it, he can mean, like, figuratively, your blue eyes took everything because it was Boruto doing it. But if he literally means the blue eyes as in a dojutsu doing it, it's like, well, why don't you know why this event came to pass? And how did you see the blue eyes do it, considering there's flash of light in the way that Boruto himself couldn't see? I don't
Plus-
understand that. So
Momoshiki went
It just
from saying
doesn't
he
make sense.
doesn't know exactly how it's going to happen to the moment it happens, he's explaining how and why it happened. Like, explaining in detail the fundamentals of everything happening.
I'm assuming once he gets closer to
Sorry.
the event, he can see
that out.
better, probably.
Well, actually, Sarron, I was thinking about it. He might have because he said this before he
Can you-
realized Ada's omnipotence. Because later he does think about it, and he's like, "Oh, I got it. So this is what it was." But he doesn't tell Boruto. That might be the moment where he realizes that. But that also kind
Okay,
of.
hold on. It cut out for me for like 30 seconds. Can you like repeat?
The
When I
moment,
went by this one spot,
so Momoshiki
like,
didn't
cuts out
know.
for
The
me.
moment he might have realized it is when he realized what Ada's love jutsu actually is. That it's the omnipotence.
yeah, and I agree with that aspect of it. Like, he could have just figured it out, but I still don't understand how he could have known the blue eyes took everything without knowing why the event happens. Assuming he means like Ada's omnipotence. I'm like, how do you see Ada's omnipotence? Know it's the blue eyes cause
Why it
omnipotence, but then
happens.
not know why this.
Maybe he knew she did it, But he didn't know that Kawaki was the person who projected his feelings onto Ada, which then caused it to.
But I don't think he knew. He didn't know Ada was going to do it, because if he did, the first thing he would have thought is, "Hey, that's the girl from the prophecy." When he sees Ada,
Yeah.
Maybe he only saw her eyes.
That'd be
but
so
he would have
weird.
recognized her eyes.
He would have noticed their eyes.
He would have thought.
He's never
Like,
seen.
That's
he
true.
would have recognized.
No, her eyes are only blue.
I
when
feel like even if they don't.
No,
See,
her eyes are only blue when she activates the dojutsu. Before then,
No, they're
like black
blue.
and green. No.
Did we get an official color of when the? Because her eyes are just blank.
I think Ada's eyes normally are green and black. They're not blue.
Yeah.
They're not blue until they activate the dojutsu.
Oh, you mean the Senrigan? You don't mean the Omnipotence.
Yeah, the Senrigan. Yeah,
Okay,
they're
okay.
blue.
Well, in that, I
Her
mean, the
normal eyes
Senrigan
are
wasn't
just black and
activated
green.
at the time, so it wasn't blue eyes at all.
Oh yeah. Well, then, wait, hold on.
In the
That's
manga,
weird.
it's her eyes are consistently drawn blank. I know in the latest chapter there was like 1 or 2 panels where she's far away where they're drawn blank, but I think that was just an inconsistency. But I think
What
it
do you
was
mean drawn
consistent
blank?
when she used Omnipotence for her eyes to be blank, because she did have
Oh yeah.
somewhat.
When
close
she used
ups.
omnipotence, her eyes were white yet.
Yeah.
Then how is that the blue eyes?
So not only that, but then why does
those white
why would
eyes will take
Momoshiki like
everything from
2
you?
or 3 chapters ago when Boruto gets the scar? Why would he be like, "Ah, you only have 1 blue eye left now. How does it feel?" Like, what does that?
Yeah,
even
what the
matter?
heck does that mean? What does that mean?
I'm still waiting for Momoshiki to silently resurrect
not
into
gonna lie.
Boruto's 1 blue eye, leave his
I
eye
don't
socket,
think
and
a
just go solo the world.
I can't lie to you. I don't think a lot of this makes sense.
Just like what we were saying,
Yeah, I
Trippy,
don't
how
know.
like
I don't think any of this makes any sense.
like what we were saying, Trippy, of like the Wacky versus battle with Momoshiki resurrected
hand.
into Boruto's hand. Yeah, he's going around
Yeah.
soloing the
You
world.
resurrect into his eye.
Actually, as another side note, actually, okay, did anyone else think it's really weird when Momoshiki said, "You've lost 1 blue eye, boy"? What the fuck? Like, what? Like, okay, yeah, he literally lost a blue eye. But, like, what was the point in that? Why did they even include that dialogue? Because it's like, I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't
Like,
know. It
thank
is
you
weird.
for telling
It's so
me that
weird.
I lost an eye. Thanks for the information, I guess.
It's like,
Not
but
like
like,
And he
as, like I
pointed
said,
out
if
that
you
it
go
was
back,
blue.
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, assuming Ada's blue eyes is what he means in the prophecy, why does he keep telling Boruto he has blue eyes? Why does he keep saying, like, "Hey, you've got blue eyes, boy"? Remember when I said about blue eyes taking everything from you?
I wonder, because you know that entire speech that Boruto has at the end of the chapter about how everything was my fault. I caused Kawaki to go down this path, even though he was just trying to live. He caused Kawaki to go down this path, which caused Kawaki to do the thing that he did with Ada, meaning that Boruto would be the one responsible for his own fate.
That
what
is
we're meant to
genius. I
believe?
do like that.
Maybe. Yeah, it's actually a good way to fix a lot of this.
Yeah.
Well, they can do that, but it still doesn't make Momoshiki's prophecy any better, considering Boruto kind of is very positive about the whole thing. Still makes me
Yeah.
hate the
Boruto's
prophecy just
putting
as
more
much.
blame on himself than he otherwise really deserves to put blame, but whatever.
Yeah, like none
Kawaki
of this
a
was
lot of
Boruto's
credit,
fault.
my guy.
Like I said, like that's what I was gonna say though. Here's the other thing: if we're gonna like have Boruto take everything away from himself and actually be his fault, I think the fans should agree that it's kind of his fault, like to an extent.
Which I don't
Nobody
agree.
thinks, "Wow, Boruto, it's your fault that Kawaki became that way." Nobody agrees with Boruto there. Boruto did not
True.
cause Kawaki to do that. Okay, no, Jigen and his dad did. They caused Kawaki to be this way. Not Boruto. So, like, I would not agree with Boruto. That still has.
Yeah, but
I
like,
wonder how many. I'm like
Boruto
outside of my
thinks-
neighborhood yelling about this stuff, and I wonder if any of them can hear me.
Are you walking?
Yeah, I'm walking
He's going to
outside.
the store.
And then I'm going to, after I finish this loop, I'm probably going to go to the. Actually, I might keep walking outside for a little bit more. I'm going to wait until close to closing time to go to the store,
I'd take
and then
Okay.
I'm going to be yelling about the Moshiki's prophecy in the public.
Really?
I'm curious to see how that's going to go. I'm
Really?
very looking forward to this.
This is gonna be great. Really quickly, I'm sharing my screen on the Discord. If everyone wants to go look at my screen really quick,
Ada
I'm
has
gonna go.
really oddly shaped high heels.
Okay. So I pulled up an analogous potential theory that me and Trippy have been prophesizing. So imagine just the candy is just Boruto's eye.
How is this possible? You can still speak. I can do more than that. It seems I retain all of my power.
This is just gonna be Momoshiki going around killing Sasuke, Daemon, and he's going to do this to everyone.
The strongest beast there is. Don't be a fool, Hachibu. You can still surrender. It's not too late. You're nuts. Why would I want to surrender to you? You're just a little sucker. You want some of this? Well, come and get it. But I warn you, attacking something
Can't
so...
wait for Boruto.
That's
as
Momoshiki.
Yeah.
Momoshiki resurrected into his eye. And that's Momoshiki now.
Leaves Boruto's body, goes around soloing the world.
As an eye. As a blue eye, specifically.
Yeah.
So it seems like
But
Boruto's
yeah,
eye even isn't like healing. So does that mean that the Jogan is a different eye?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the way I always looked at it is Toneri says your eye will guide you to the light that will dispel darkness, and symbolically, if Boruto's eye is blind but he can see with the Jogan like he does in the time skip, it's like symbolizing the eye that guides him to the light.
Yeah, but the thing is, why does the eye heal?
Oh, why does it make sense? No idea.
Oh,
But
well, we know
Not
that
heal.
when Boruto and Kawaki were training right before Delta showed up, Boruto gets blasted with the beam and heals with it. I think without the karma activated, and Kashin Koji.
No, that's not my question. That's not my question. Why does the eye heal?
Because
but
Boruto
the
heals
scar
because he is...
doesn't heal.
Oh, good point. Okay.
wait. Repeat your question, Sarron.
Why does the eye heal, but the scar on his face doesn't heal?
I don't think his eye heals. Like,
When we see
his regular
no
eye-
longer has a slash on it, so it definitely healed.
Wait, what do you mean his eye has a slash on
Well,
it?
how do we know in the time skip that was Boruto's Jogan? Maybe that was Shibai's.
Wait, hold on. Wait, what are you talking about? Boruto's eye? In chapter 78, does like the eyeball itself have a slash that goes away or something? Let me look.
No, we're just talking about the time skip. It's
Super
he's
omega
using the
itchy.
Jogan in the time skip, which is his
Maybe
starred
just
eye.
the Jogan.
Well, that's the
heals
thing
it,
though. Like
and-
when his eye, like when Momoshiki opens the eye later in the chapter, the eyeball doesn't have like a slash on it that goes away, or like the
Well,
eyeball
okay.
looks healthy to
Okay,
be
I
honest.
have a theory. When
The eye
Kawaki
looks
did
like
that,
it has a
Boruto
slash
blinked.
on it, but I'm not sure.
It's just his eyelids. His eye is completely fine.
Well,
That's my
like
theory.
honestly though, like when Momoshiki
Maybe this isn't
opens-
a slash then. Okay.
opens the Byakugan eye, there's no slash on the eye. It's
Oh,
just
I
on the
thought this was
eyelid.
a slash. It's not a slash. Because if
No.
you go to the page,
I'm zooming in on
it's like
the
this
page.
weird triangle thing right here, and I'm like, oh, that was a slash. It's not. It's not. Never mind.
Yeah, no, like there's a slash on the eyelid and stuff. Now, Boruto's eye, I guess, is damaged.
Why does the
Even though it's
scar
not-
change its size like 15 different times? The heck?
Oh, by the way, in this chapter, I swear to God, Momoshiki looked like a
Wait.
bobblehead in the one scene where he looks
Wait.
like he's screaming wrathfully at Boruto. His Momoshiki's head is like
Oh, yeah,
twice the
yeah.
size as Boruto's, and Momoshiki's in the background.
Wait, hold on. This is kind of funny to me. Hold on.
Wait, which page are you looking at, Oodie?
Look at my screen real quick. Hold on.
Yeah, let's just look at
I'm looking.
there.
Okay.
So Boruto's scar is where is it? It's like this size. It like stops right here. Like stops like right here. And then on this panel right here, it goes to here. It's not blood. So it goes all the way down past his face. And then in the next panel it stops right here.
But you know what? Here's another question I have. Considering Boruto clearly, like, his eye isn't slashed, it's just his eyelid, why doesn't his eye work? Why is it blind?
Well, how do we
Like-
know it is?
But the
He's
why
not
is he closing his
opening
eye?
it.
I mean, maybe it's not. Then some Momoshiki's wrong instead of losing a blue eye too. You're telling me
Yes.
Momoshiki's just wrong about everything?
Yeah,
Wait,
I mean,
what is
Toneri's
this?
wrong then too. Just listen to the Toads. They're the only reliable narrators of prophecy.
Yeah, literally.
The only-
The only people that can guess futures correctly. Like,
Wait,
I don't- this is
Sarron,
so
what about
weird.
The cover. The cover's probably the most consistent of what the scar would be.
Oh,
Of 79.
yeah, it stops here.
Okay, okay.
But It's just that one panel.
Yeah.
Wait,
It
that's kind of
goes
funny.
all the way to his cheek, and I'm like, what? Bro,
You go
that's
to
that's
the-
how
the panel
that's
with
how
Momoshiki.
large I want. That's how large I want the scar to be, though. This covers that. Alright, moving on.
Yeah, so let's see Momoshiki's bobblehead here.
Yeah, he does it like
Wait.
a bubblehead.
Wait, hold on. My thing's delayed. I want to see it. Oh,
Right there.
It's that size. It's crazy. And if you just compare that to like
You know,
the page
actually-
above it, or just the panels
You know, as a
above it.
side note, okay, hold on. Just a quick side question: why is Momoshiki able to just take over Boruto on a whim
Why
in
are
chapter
her
78,
eyes
but he
blinking?
can't take over Boruto now?
I think that's just
I-
inconsistency.
I don't know. Wait, no, it's because Boruto's in a better mind state here.
No, but like
mean-
he wasn't in a bad mind state. Like I said, if it's just a matter of Boruto being injured, like why doesn't Momoshiki just wait for him to get injured again? Why didn't he just take over Boruto? Like, oh, he's injured, time to take over. Like,
So
like,
it was
and he just
established
goes.
the first
No,
time that it happens when Boruto's out of chakra, Momoshiki takes over, and if Boruto gets chakra back, Momoshiki loses control. That changed.
Then that
when
went out
Boruto
the
started
window
taking
in
the
chapter
pills.
65.
Yeah, when Boruto started taking the pills, he's able to. Borushiki's able to be, or I guess I'll just say Momoshiki's able to take over Boruto when Boruto still has chakra. It's now progressed. Momoshiki can now take over Boruto while he's still conscious and has chakra. In the latest chapter, he started unintentionally activating the karma because Momoshiki's saying that he's going to take over. Boruto's not saying, no, you're not. He's saying, don't you dare harm them, implying that Momoshiki is indeed about to start taking over and kill them.
And then he just like is like Boruto stronger than Momoshiki or something. Like he can just control him so easily. Doesn't make why. Like when Kurama, like the difference with Kurama is there was a special seal that limited Kurama's chakra from like doing shit. He was just slowly leaking it out more and more. Once Kurama had enough chakra leak out over Naruto, though, he took over, and Naruto wasn't just able to say, Kurama, stop it! And then he just takes over again. It's just like, no, Kurama took over. He's taken over until Yamato or whoever, or Minato, stopped him. Or Jiraiya. Like, once Kurama took over, he took over. Until later on, way later in the story, when Naruto actually became strong enough that him plus Kushina and me like kind of defeated Kurama, and then he took some chakra for himself, and eventually become friends. Like in this case, Boruto just says, "No, Momoshiki, you can't do that." I'm like, bro, this fucking Otsutsuki can't just like arm wrestle Boruto. What? Like,
Oh, that's cool.
Jigen, Ishiki had no problem taking over Jigen. He did it like instantly. He just sucked on his brain a little bit and took over. And Momoshiki is just like, gosh darn it, I'm not strong enough to beat Boruto. I gotta make him despair and just give up. Like, oh my goodness, dude. Like, what is this shit? How is he having this much trouble? Especially when he has precedence of just taking over Boruto when he wants.
Yeah, so again,
That's why I'm like,
it's not just the one scene of when he's fighting Team 10, Shikadai's team, that Momoshiki's able to just take over at will. It's also Boruto's still conscious and has chakra when he gets his scar. Momoshiki just straight up takes over. Like, it's not even he just straight up does take over. So, considering both these instances in mind, there's clearly a pattern set, and Boruto still, for some dumb reason, thinks he can control Momoshiki when it's clearly blatant that he can't. Kawaki's just in the right.
no, actually, I was saying, Oodie, did you watch my video? I know you commented a bunch of random shit,
Yeah.
but like, did you actually watch that part? I was like, why? Our conversation on the podcast filled that section. I was like, why does Boruto even think he can?
Exactly.
He has reason to believe he can't.
Not only
Because sorry,
reason, but it's
Momoshiki
quite
has
true.
just taken over.
Yeah, so what I was saying, so chapter 79, but obviously before chapter 80, when Momoshiki's about to take over. But it's also after chapter 78, where Momoshiki does take over. So Boruto already knows Momoshiki can take over at any time.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's just like, and also, as a quick side note, I'm curious what you guys think. This was never fully, like, elaborated on. Like, we have an assumption, but Boruto's heart attack in chapter 64, or 64? Was it because of Amado's pills or because Momoshiki was taken over?
I
Like,
think it's a side effect.
it
of the
seems
pills.
it's applied. It was implied to be a side effect of the pills, but they never actually like
I
established
really
whether
hate
it
that
was.
they didn't really do much with the pills, like, at all. Like, they didn't have them affected by them very much at all. Now it's
Yeah,
kinda
he
lame.
just and then like he just says that I don't need him anymore. Even if he thinks he can control Momoshiki's power better, wouldn't it make sense to keep taking him so he can continue to control it better? Like,
No, all the pills did was stop the progression. That's all it did.
So the narrative reason the pills were included in the first place, like not in the plot but in the story, was so that we could get true essence Boruto. So Boruto using.
but that's what I'm
his armor
saying though.
was still awake.
Like I know, like Amada says it might slow down the Otsutsukification, but then in the fight versus Code, like you just mentioned, it's like, hey, it must be Amada's pills that's letting Boruto activate this better karma form. But so, like, wouldn't that imply to him, like, hey, these pills can continue to help me do that? I guess he's worried about having more heart attacks, but clearly it didn't affect him. He was perfectly
Maybe.
fine after.
If I was
But I don't
Boruto,
know.
I would have asked Kawaki, hey, you're just as strong as me now. If Momoshiki takes over, we can just enact our plan again. Let's go somewhere pretty far away and let's duel so I can learn how to control Momoshiki. That's what I would have said.
Actually,
They should have just
Kamui,
followed.
Boruto does
Huh?
give a reason for why he stops the pills, because characters do ask him why he takes this irresponsible decisions. And you know what Boruto's answer is? Oh, he's confident he can control Momoshiki now.
That's it. He's like, I think I can control his. I have a feeling I can control his power better now. Whereas he doesn't, though. He doesn't actually control it anymore. He literally, like, Kawaki is beating him in a fight. You know what Boruto does? He stays in Karma 1. He does not go into True Essence to beat Kawaki, like he should have been able to. He literally continues to lose.
He can
Where's
control the
his-
power better now, though. He can summon
Yo,
massive Rasengans. He can do
You're,
that
you're right.
before.
He can control it better, but not as good as he did with the pills. He literally
but
controlled it
his
better
entire
versus.
point was that he can control it better now, and he can.
Yeah, but like if he continued to take the pills, he could control it even better.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Like he doesn't
Isn't
even
it
go into
weird
True
that
Essence
he-
again.
Is it weird? Isn't it kind of weird that he can summon massive Rasengans in Karma 1, but didn't do so in Karma 2 when he fought Code?
And the anime doesn't.
I,
He just spams them, right?
I still haven't
Kind of
watched that fight in the anime actually. I need to watch that already.
Oh my
No
goodness.
point to watching it.
To be fair,
Still haven't caught up.
To be fair, I've been saving Sasuke Retsuden the anime adaptation until after the manga's concluded. It concluded
why?
this week. I still haven't read. Alright, let me do my own business over.
I haven't even caught. I haven't.
You
I
just
I
read the
forgot.
better
I'm
version of
behind
the
on the
story.
Sasuke Retsuden manga too. I'm behind on everything.
Yeah,
But I
Sasuke
have, like,
executed
5
it
months
with
to
the
catch up.
compositing, the music, the voice acting, the animation, Sarron. I'm not gonna get any of that in the manga.
Not much impressive
And plus the
compositing
potential
in there.
differences between the anime and manga. Now I'll see them because I'm not like 20 million weeks behind or ahead compared to anime and manga.
Yes, the worst changes.
I don't care. It still changes. I want to see
All the
it.
more
It's
reason for me to watch.
fascinating.
I want to watch both too, or read and watch, so I can
You know what?
see the
you
differences.
should
Although
watch it?
I don't know if there's a way for me to go back and read the chapters though, for free anyway. Because I haven't been keeping up ongoing.
Well, you know what?
But that's
this actually gets me to my good point. The stupid, dumb hiatus is objectively evil. We have a 3-month break now, not only in the or 4 or 5 month break in the anime because it comes back October at the minimum. I don't even know if it's confirmed.
Yeah.
That is the minimum, but I think it's actually coming back in 2024.
Oh, I would literally. But then also
What the hell, dude?
the manga now is on a 3-month break. Do we even get a reason for that, or was it just the leakers told us?
No, it might be 4 months because according to the chapter ending, it coming back in
No,
September.
that's the issue. It's August. It comes at the end of August, but of course, August's issue would be stuff that came from July. So obviously, August's issue would be September. So all the content that would be in that issue of Shonen Jump would be from August and
Okay.
September.
So
Okay.
I still got
Okay.
like 5 episodes of Boruto that I can just watch over that 3-month break. So at least I got that little bit of padding in the Mirai manga.
I have a lot of episodes I could watch, so I have time there. But as a side note, though, if this hiatus in the manga isn't either for Ikimoto to have so much time he can draw an amazing chapter or two, or
Bro,
because
I
Kishimoto
guarantee you the
is
art
writing
will
the
just look
Minato
the
manga.
exact same thing. Will look the
Yeah,
exact same.
I
And
guarantee it's not
I'm
gonna.
going to be so annoyed. I'm gonna
Yeah,
be so
which I don't
aggravated.
expect it to be that one. So the other option is the Minato manga because Kishimoto is
How
drawing
do
the
you
art,
write
I
both
believe.
at the same time? Yeah.
Like I was gonna say, he probably doesn't want to write and draw that manga. Which isn't that only a chapter? Is that a chapter or not? I don't understand. What does a one shot mean? Does it mean one chapter
It
or
might
what?
be 60 pages.
Okay.
Ooh.
So
That
either
would be
way, though.
fun.
So okay, like I hope to God it's because he's gonna be doing that, and he doesn't want to have to think about Boruto at the same time. But
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Either way,
maybe.
I feel like the hiatus is just not gonna make people happy,
But it
especially
actually-
concerning both.
I think the hiatus is also just to like prepare for, you know.
The time skip.
Yeah.
That's what
I
people
hope
have been
not.
saying. Of another
I-
reason
Okay,
why
so
this
I'm,
is a
I'm
time
not
skip.
gonna lie you. I don't think if this is the time skip next chapter, I think it's not a great conclusion.
Yeah,
At all.
exactly.
It's
Yeah,
not.
I think it's
I-
a very unsatisfying conclusion.
Yeah.
To
Yeah,
get
I
to
think
the
I
time
think we've
skip.
all agreed on that. We would not like it. But now, what's actually gets to the question:
One
do you think it
mini
will be
arc
the time
has...
skip?
Yes, but hopefully no.
Okay, so you think it will be? Okay.
Yeah.
I think
I
it,
want-
What about you?
kind of seems like it will be, but I really hope it's not.
I
Yeah,
want
like-
a mini, maybe 4-chapter arc, like mini arc, 4 chapters, maybe 5, just to wrap a few things up real
Yeah.
quick,
Hmm.
and then time skip. So one more volume to just get everything sorted, some conclusions, some resolutions, and then we're just
I mean,
Then
I'm with
we can go to
Oodie.
time
I
skip.
want 1 or 2 more whole ass arcs.
because
The time
how
skip.
how weird is it that like Mitsuki goes after Boruto and Sasuke and then time skip next chapter? Like
Yeah,
what?
okay.
I'm saying,
Yeah,
this-
that's true.
Like, it's
That's
so
not
odd. What? How have we not seen Amato's reaction or Himawari's or like the future vision?
We
Like,
don't
it just
we
doesn't
don't
make
see-
sense.
we don't see
Like,
Himawari,
they really
we don't
made
get
it-
an acknowledgement of her. We don't get to see Sarada interact with Sakura and her reaction to MS, or Sakura's reaction to Sasuke becoming a rogue ninja again, and her questioning why any of this is happening. Like those are stuff that should happen. I'm like,
There's
th-
so many
this
things.
This is not a good resolution if this is a time skip chapter.
Yeah, so the
And-
last time we saw Amado was him screaming at Shikamaru not to kill Kawaki.
Exactly. Like
Yeah.
what is that?
Like, are we just not?
That's what I'm saying, like,
seeing
how we-
Naruto's
I
people?
don't. I just don't think that.
Yeah, literally.
It
Oh, the
makes
new Hokage. I
sense.
forgot about that one. They're not going to say who's going to be in charge. They're just going to just not tell us.
Right, exactly. And I'm
Like-
sorry, I don't want all this to be covered only in the anime. That is very lame.
Oh, no.
And I don't
Mhm.
want this to be covered in flashbacks. That's even lamer.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, it's just like, it
if
would
you
be
were gonna
so
show it in
trash.
flashbacks in the first place, why didn't you just give us the arc in the first place?
Yeah.
Like why? It's stupid.
Yeah.
This doesn't feel like the final chapter to get to the time
Well,
skip.
and honestly, another aspect of this, though, this is where I'm like, I could see it being the time skip. I'm leaning towards no because of how badly I don't want it to be. But, like, another thing, though, is, like, I feel like they really needed, like, a Boruto versus Kawaki rematch. Like, I feel like that really should happen.
I mean, based on Momoshiki's prophecy, it will happen, but who knows?
Some of his prophecy, it will happen, but even ignoring that, it's kind of like, okay, the bigger fight was the Momoshiki versus Kawaki. We had that one earlier. Then we get like a very lackluster fight of Boruto versus Kawaki. It's not even as cool as the rooftop fight with Naruto and Sasuke. Like, it's like that's better in my opinion. But even if we want to
To be
equate them,
fair,
it's like okay,
majority of
that's
Naruto fights are better. So like, I mean,
oh yeah, honestly. Oh, actually, as a side note, we can get into this after. Never mind. We'll come back to that one. But anyway, like I feel like we need to have one more rematch of them where it's a little bit more even, perhaps. Like where Boruto like actually stands a chance. It's not just getting slaughtered.
Yeah, like you were saying earlier, we also didn't get the last Momoshiki vision future thing that Boruto saw of Kawaki standing over.
Yeah,
something.
I'm like Jesus
Yeah.
Christ. Momoshiki's been wrong about enough. Can he at least be right about the visions he saw? Can he at least see all of his visions?
I
Like,
don't know. It just kind of makes Momoshiki look a little goofy.
Yeah, That's what happened.
Yeah.
And like, honestly though, like I said, if time skip happens next chapter, Momoshiki will have went from my favorite Boruto or second favorite. I like Amato. Well, alright, it depends on if people count Amato and Kawaki's villains. But either way, Momoshiki will have gone from my top 3 Boruto villains in the manga. I'm throwing in Deepa if we count the anime. Deepa too much. But just in the manga, top 3. And he will have jumped to the very bottom.
Pretty much.
I will like Shiki more than freaking Momoshiki
This
if
entire
this is the
event
time.
is kind of really embarrassing for him.
Yeah, it's like,
so
it's like
Celestial
talk about how to
God can
ruin.
stop time to a goofy goober.
Like honestly though, like what the fuck? Like Cone's L's will be nothing compared to Momoshiki.
Yeah, his entire plot point inside of his entire story was this, and it.
That's what I'm saying.
Wow.
I'm like, how can you? I'm holding on to hope. I'm like, I
How
could
can
not
you say all
imagine.
this stuff
You will.
for so long and be so confident about it, just for it to be like, oh, sorry,
That's
it
what I'm
was just
saying.
a
I'm like,
guess,
well,
my
it's not even
bad."
just from Momoshiki being wrong. It's also like the story. I'm like, this has been the main or one of the main plot points of the entire story ever
Yeah.
since the first arc. Boruto's blue eyes will one day take everything from him, and Momoshiki continues to build and build and hype that thing up. And then if this was the extent of it, it's like, okay, not only was it not cool when Boruto lost everything, not only did it not make me even feel like Boruto lost everything, that's subjective, but still, it would also mean Momoshiki's wrong about losing everything. And it's like, okay, way to take your biggest plot point and ruin it. Like,
Okay.
like
And
I'm
then
sorry,
it's
like,
also
no.
like, I think if all of this doesn't end up making sense in the end, I think it's very clear that all the mysterious things that Momoshiki were saying were just random things, and to throw in there to be like, ooh, mystery, isn't this kind of neat? And they actually had no idea what they were doing.
Oh, that'd be terrible.
People can
would
point
be
Yeah.
so
to all of the
I'm-
quote unquote foreshadowing that the anime did, and it's like, guys, these are coincidences. These are not. This is not
Yeah,
foreshadowing.
people were saying that Chapter 10 was foreshadowing Ada's omnipotence. Like, whoa. It's
Really?
crazy.
Wait, how?
Bro,
In what
I-
aspect?
Remember,
the
they didn't
the
specify,
only
but-
like the whole thing about like people going to like Boruto opening like 14, the lyrics of that song reflect chapter 79, and in terms of like Boruto and losing his friends and all that type of stuff. But I think that's simply just because they wrote that song off of the guideline that Boruto would lose everything, so of course it's going to be like a parallel. That doesn't mean that
Yeah.
they knew that they were going to do what they did in chapter 79. all the way
Yeah.
back then. It's a coincidence. Now, they did know. Now, if you listen to the lyrics of opening 23, the latest one that just happened, now I can believe that they wrote that song within the guidelines, that they knew what.
Or like everyone fighting Kawaki in that opening, like it's clear Kawaki's cubes are fighting Boruto's generation. Like, granted, they didn't actually have anyone fight Kawaki yet. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. But like, it's clear like Kawaki was opposing the village at one point. Like, you can say that.
There's still other things that we haven't discussed that we need before the time skip. For example, Sumire and Sarada just talked in the open about being immune to Ada. So Ada didn't seem surprised when she saw Sasuke basically just immune to her, or like believing Boruto and helping him out. So I'm guessing if she hasn't already, she will look into the Senrigan and see that it's because of Sarada and Sumire, and she'll just automatically know that they're immune. So I'm assuming she already knows that. If not, then she will.
Well, she
soon.
also hold on. She also watched. Let me go back to chapter. She watched with her Senrigan when she was with Kawaki. One of the scenes before she left. I'm gonna see where she was left off though.
It doesn't
when she did
specify
that.
what she saw.
No, but we'll assume it was like the scenes right before that. So the scenes right before that is okay. Sasuke saving Boruto.
Yeah, that's what giving it the benefit of the doubt. She just didn't check before that. Like, why would
Okay.
Sasuke say Boruto though? Like, why is he immune? She would probably want to try and figure that out. Like, what was he doing right before then? She sees Sarada talking to him.
Okay, let me see what when Ada first shows up. What happens? Okay, I know. I'm sorry. Do you already know what happened to you? Blah blah blah. Oh yeah, they don't even talk about Sarada's immunity. Okay.
Yeah.
So we're just gonna assume she doesn't know yet. But like,
Well, either
she's
she
gonna
doesn't
find
know,
out.
or she does know and she just doesn't care. Like, it's because
Yeah.
she wasn't surprised Sasuke was there. So
Yeah, she saw like Sasuke. Like, yeah, she definitely saw Sasuke take Boruto. Like, because that's the moment when she says, I'm gonna go Kawaki. Like, I feel like she had to have seen that at least.
But she should be at least wondering why Sasuke would be quote unquote immune.
Well, he wasn't immune.
Well, yeah, but then why help him then?
Well, because she, like, if she's watching that scene, Sasuke's explaining that he remembers Kawaki in all these scenes, but he trusts his daughter.
Yeah, so
assuming she was still watching, yeah, exactly. Like, she should be able to figure out that, like, okay, why is Sarada not affected?
Yeah. So we would need that before the time skip.
I feel like I really do agree. I'm like, they really should tell us why they're immune before the time skip. Considering immunity is a topic, they really should show us, is Amato immune or not? I feel like the fandom all wants to see it. Is Amato immune or not? It's been one of the biggest things people love Amato. Like, they want to know, he's sus. They want to know, was he affected or not? To not show us that would be so disappointing. Like,
bro, and if they're going to come back and show us, because if you use the anime, the time skip is 4 years. It's a 4-year time skip. Boruto 16.
well,
are we really going
that's like that in that future though. Technically speaking, they could do a 2-year time skip and then just progress for 2 years. But
yeah, maybe they could do that. They could do that hypothetically,
or at least 3. I think 1 year is reasonable because Naruto does age a year throughout Shippuden, or at least about a year.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, he turned 17, starts 16. So, like, I would say it's probably at least 3 years. But anyway,
if we do the 4-year thing or the 3-year thing, but I don't know. I just feel like it'd be nice to have resolution before we do that. Like, this isn't conclusive enough. Like at the end of part 1 Naruto, you learned that Neji was still alive.
Wait, here's another loose end. Wakashi Goji! Did the toad swallow him or what?
Oh no, you don't need to know anything about Kashin Koji until the time skip. I don't think you need to have anything about that until the time skip.
I mean, maybe. I guess it's not necessary.
Like, it would just be out of the series usual to not show us anything else.
No.
Yeah, I mean, like, we don't need it, but I definitely think we really want it. I think it would not hurt to show him. Like, depending on what happens at the end, there would be a reason to or to not show him. I will admit that. Like, but
bro,
either way, it's still a loose end.
Type of Deus Ex Machina to come out of nowhere to help the plot. Went later inside the future, so
yeah. But I'm gonna be honest. If they do that 3 years in the future, that's a hell of a lot more ass pulley than if they did it now. Like,
obviously, they want it to be a surprise.
Well, it could be a surprise now.
No.
At this point.
But yeah, like at the end of part 1 of Naruto, we had Sakura. She was going to go learn with Tsunade.
Oh, that's another. Actually, that's a whole nother point. After you finish your talk here,
she was going to go help. She's going to go train with Tsunade to go help Naruto. And then Sasuke will learn that he went to Orochimaru. He was going to go train with Orochimaru. We learned that Neji, Lee, and Choji, they all made it. They're all still alive and they're getting medical attention. And that they were going. So we had, like, actual resolution in some aspects of the story while keeping other stuff open. This, we learned Boruto went to go off with Sasuke, and Sarada unlocked MS. That's it. Like,
okay, yeah.
Wow. What a resolution.
To add on to this, though, okay, so when it comes to all the younger people, okay, we knew, all right, Sasuke was going to train with Orochimaru, Naruto with Jiraiya, Sakura with Tsunade, Neji was going to train with Hinata. They were going to get stronger. They literally, all the characters said how they're going to get stronger, basically. They all have a dialogue say, like, we're going to get stronger, okay? In this case, only Boruto says that. Not even Kawaki. He just says, I'm going to kill you. Sarada just says, stay safe. Sumire says nothing. Mitsuki is still looking for Boruto. Like, I'm like,
also,
okay, Sarada got her power up. She doesn't say how she's going to train to get stronger, though.
Yeah.
Like,
why is why is he taking so long?
Yeah,
well, no, that one's the only one
chill for 4 years over the time.
Like, I'm sorry.
I mean, like, I know, like,
does he really
weird.
Want over 1,000 Ten Tails clones?
No, well, here's the thing.
You know how weak they're gonna be at that point? It's useless. Like, what?
I'm actually gonna say Code is the only part that made sense, in my opinion. Why? Because he said he doesn't want it. He said in chapter 70, whatever, 6, 5, 7, whatever chapter it was, he says
none of those.
chapter 77, I think. He says,
He was
like,
in none
but
of them.
Ada's there, so it won't be an element of surprise. Like, he makes it clear he doesn't want to invade when Ada's there. Presumably Daemon too, because they're
But
going to
he,
beat his ass.
he could have invaded in the 4 days when Ada wasn't there.
Yes, he
also
could have done it
invaded
then.
now. Like, Kawaki was out of chakra and away from Ada. Boruto is currently away from Ada and literally.
To be fair,
the rest of
he
them.
doesn't.
Okay, but he doesn't know that.
He doesn't know that, but he would have known that it would have taken some time for Ada to get to the village, so he should have attacked then.
Yes,
and he
I
would have
agree
gotten
that
everything
like,
that
if
he
Code was going
desired
to
and wanted.
invade, like the time to do it would have been on their way back.
And I
But
have
because
no
they
idea-
didn't do it,
He was making those dang claw grinds. Like...
yeah. But like I said, like if he was going to invade, it would have been right then. But they didn't do that. They jumped right. Like it was going to depend. Chapter 73 was either going to be an invasion or the room sharing mission type of stuff.
I
Like
just don't know
they
what
went with
Code
room
is
sharing
doing.
mission.
In what,
So,
like,
but like I said, like now it's like I saw like I don't think Code's going to invade anymore in part 1 unless something happens and he knows about it. And Ada and Daemon are not there.
if
they're
we're heading
like,
to the time skip, I don't want him to invade anymore. I want.
that's
just
what I said. I
resolution.
don't really want Code to invade. Like he has a reason to wait. Ada and Daemon. To be honest, the Akatsuki had less of a reason to wait than Code does. Like the Akatsuki totally could have just said, "Hey, okay, let's go capture Gara now." They didn't really have to wait 3 years. They just wanted to.
No,
like-
they needed more Akatsuki members in order to seal.
The Akatsuki was.
They didn't. They
established
had the
a lot.
same number of Akatsuki members. They're all there.
No, Jiraiya does
They didn't
say
gain
why
any.
it did take 3 years. He's like, oh yeah, in 3 years the Akatsuki will come for you because of this.
Yeah.
I don't think they. Wait, what was the why for that?
Let me go
He
back
just
and
said he just said he heard they're gonna wait 3 years. I don't think they said why.
Well,
They
also,
say
the Akatsuki
we
didn't
have
need
time to
money, they needed
prepare.
funds at first.
I know Payne talks about that stuff, but to be honest, he never actually went anywhere with that. Like Payne explained that whole thing, but to be honest, in the actual story, it was really just a matter of hunting the Biju. Like they could have just done that. Like,
I think it was
but-
said Hidan was the last Akatsuki member to join, and he joins very
He
late.
looks-
Like he joins at the beginning of Shippuden.
it looks like he's in there in the end of part 1. To be honest, if you
Okay,
look at
yeah.
one of the eyes, it looks like Hidan's. I'm pretty sure.
Someone joined very late, like at the end of Shippuden.
Hidan was that would be Goofy Toby, but he was already there. So
No, not him, obviously not him.
So like no, Hidan. I'm gonna go look and see if I can find it. I'm pretty sure in the last chapter, part 1, you can see some of the characters like Itachi, Kisame, Pain, Kakuzu, Hidan, and
wait,
Deidara.
hold on.
I think you can tell who they
They
are.
definitely had
like-
to wait at least 3 years. Remember, Kisame is extremely weak in part 1. He wouldn't stand a chance against any Biju. So,
Well, okay, we don't know that like how much like okay
we
because
do
every
know how
character
weak he
just
is, though. He was
well,
really
we don't
weak.
see him go all out. We don't see him go all out. Like
Man-
we don't
man-
actually know his full strength. Like I know he definitely looks weaker,
He
but that's true for every
was
character.
losing to like Jonin, just normal Jonin, and yet later on in part 2, we see him like fighting 6'8" guy. So it's like at 30%. So
I mean, I know,
he
yeah, I
was
know. Like they
definitely
definitely
really weak
power
at the time.
cliff. They definitely power cliff Kisame in
It's
like
not
the
really-
literal sense, but
it's more like he just trained in like 3 years, and it's like, oh, he got stronger.
yeah, but like
100%.
I don't think that's what they were going for because Kakashi is like stated in the data book to not be stronger in part 1 versus part 2, but he like 100% seems way stronger. So like they definitely like just made everyone seem stronger. But that's besides
He
the
didn't
point
look
anyway.
that much
It's-
stronger though. He didn't do much.
All
more
right,
than he did in
well,
part
this is
1.
subjective opinions at this point. Either way, they don't say the reason they're waiting 3 years is for Kisame to train. That's not discussed
it
at all.
could just be that they're trying to gain more power because
And that's fine, whatever.
Kakuzu
Either way,
also was killing his teammates as well, which wouldn't have helped matters.
but all right, either way, my point with that though wasn't that the Akatsuki didn't have a reason. It's just that I think Toad has more of a reason. Ada's there. He doesn't want to invade while he's there, so he has a reason to wait. He's got to wait for Ada to leave.
Why
That's
doesn't
why they-
Toad just do what he did in the anime, where like if he talks to like Daemon, he just places a claw mark on his stomach, and then when Daemon goes to punch, because Daemon's an idiot, he'll just walk right through Code, and then he gets sent to the Ten Tails dimension, and then Code no longer has to deal with him. Bye bye. But no, that's too logical. Sorry.
Why doesn't Code
I mean,
do that
Code's-
to Daemon? He can't.
Yeah.
The claw marks reflect back onto him. We see this even without intent to harm.
No, he means
Bro,
like put a.
if
He
we
means like
go
use it like a portal so that Daemon basically jumps into the claw mark. Is what he's
Well, Daemon's
getting at.
way
I think.
faster.
No. So say if they're fighting, because we know everyone likes to talk before they fight. Code places a claw mark, 2 claw marks on his stomach. Daemon goes to go punch Code, and he just walks right through. We saw in the anime that Code is able to send things that are much larger than Daemon through his claw marks and send them somewhere else. If he could do that to a big, gigantic explosion, well, a relatively sized, decent.
Well, all you have to just use is Amato. He put Amato through there. Surely he can fit Daemon through there.
Oh yeah,
Daemon's
true.
smaller.
Yeah. So Daemon just punches Code, and he just goes right through. And
So
even if
the
he
only
doesn't
problem
go
with that,
all the way through, Daemon.
the only
Code
problem
could
with that
just, like,
theory,
push him more through.
to be fair, if Code says he can bring someone with him, I don't think Code ever just like doesn't touch the person and bring them through the claw mark. I don't think a person ever just walks into it without Code pulling them in. So I don't think he can just like have Daemon accidentally walk into it. I think he needs to pull Daemon through it, which he can't because Daemon's just too good. Is the problem
I
with
always just thought that
that.
it just it's weird that it would only require him to just touch him with like his palm rather than like
But he
all
says
he
he
needs to do
says
is touch you, which is like Daemon would technically be touching him in this instance. But
well, I mean, he says he can pull someone with him. Like he can bring someone with him. Like and that can just be his hand that's moving through it. That's all he needs to do it. But like all we've ever seen and been told is that like he's gotta like do it with them.
why doesn't that apply to Jutsu, but he can do it with people?
I mean, Daemon
He
can
can't
see
do
the
it with
claw marks
people.
anyways, so he just
Daemon's
wouldn't
stupid.
do that.
He would just go through.
But he could see
Daemon's
the
not
claw
a
marks,
dummy.
and he knows how the claw marks work.
Yeah.
I really do think that Daemon would just punch Code in the stomach and go, "Oops, my bad."
Well, did Daemon ever even punch Code in the stomach? I remember he kicked him in the side.
He kicked him in like the back and
If he
stuff,
kicks
or
on
kicked
the
him in the head.
side, Then if Code places a claw mark on his side, well, his
Yeah,
foot would
if
just
Code
go right
covers
through
his
his
entire
punch in
body
his
in
stomach.
claw marks, like I mean, if Code covered his entire body with claw marks, and it doesn't require Code to pull Daemon through, then sure. But I think Daemon at that point would just say, "Oh, I'm not going to touch you."
And then then it's a mutual exchange then, yeah.
But either way,
Do we think that Daemon's gonna train in the time skip, or do you think he'll just stay the same strength that he
No,
is
he'll stay
now?
the same.
I think he
Yeah,
will,
probably.
so everyone else can catch up to him.
yeah,
Literally said
because
he's never gone all out.
yeah, like if Daemon actually trained, like he would just be, they would never catch him. Is the problem. So they're not going to have him get
Who
stronger.
would train Daemon?
Exactly.
He would just train him.
Yeah,
He
true.
would train himself.
Again,
Ada maybe.
I still like
Give him
the
a
whole
point.
narrative, like Daemon ends up being friends with like Himawari, and then they train with each other, or he trains her to get.
I could see
stronger.
that one because he
And
wants a
then
rival that
he
he can go
learns
all
how
out
to
with, and
have-
Himawari piqued his interest. So I could
he-
see him like, yeah.
He ends up developing a friendship for somebody other than being completely reliant on his sister. I think that's like a nice little plot point you can do with
Actually,
Daemon.
as a side note though, Oodie, all seriousness involved with this one, don't give a troll answer that I know you would give anyway. Given that Daemon has never tried before, let's settle it. Is Daemon actually stronger than Ishiki?
Yes.
Yay or nay?
Yes.
I know
No.
Oodie will say Daemon no matter what, but give a serious answer,
I
please.
do genuinely believe it, yeah. I mean, based on the series, he said that he's not only the strongest, but like second and third place are irrelevant to him.
I'm honestly on board.
Ishiki's
Honestly,
dead.
based off. Okay,
True.
He's dead.
okay.
He's not alive
Assuming
anymore.
Ishiki was alive, like, who would have been stronger?
Well, okay,
I'm
let's
honestly
think
leaning
about it.
towards
What
Daemon.
would Ishiki do? There's nothing he can do.
Well, no, I'm just gonna say honestly, in a fist fight and shit, I think Daemon is just straight up better because like Code is stronger than Jigen. Daemon, without trying, completely demolished Code. So that wasn't
Unlimited
trying
Code.
Daemon demolishing Code. He's like 2 levels beyond. He's not trying stronger than Code by a lot, and he can also be way stronger than that. I'm like, honestly, I don't think Ishiki would just be able to not try against Code and win. I think he would have to try. Because Ishiki isn't like 200 tiers above Jigen. He's like, yeah, he's stronger, but he's not like
Jigen had
so
to
massively
try-
stronger to that
Jigen
extent
had
that
to
he
try
could.
against Naruto and Sasuke.
There's-
Ishiki didn't.
There's also two things you
Okay,
have to consider here. First of all, Jigen absorbed chakra from the Tin Tails before he fought, and he still didn't win that fight, I would say, against Naruto and Sasuke. So
Exactly.
Nah,
So that would be
he
a
won.
stronger
He
Jigen
won.
than the Jigen. Yeah, so that's like kind of like I don't know where to scale code because it's like is he stronger than?
I'm gonna go say the narrative is gonna have him be stronger than the Ten Tails Jigen. They're not gonna distinguish that. There's
Also,
no way they're gonna.
Ishiki was
It
weakened.
doesn't really make sense.
Ishiki revived in a imperfect vessel, so he was weakened.
His
as well.
body was
True.
dying as soon as he got revived, and everyone's like,
Well-
"Oh no, he was at full power." It's like, how can
He
he
was
be at full
not.
power if his body's legit dying every single time he moves?
Yeah, and
That-
there's
that's
room
all-
to. Ishiki either couldn't or just chose not to use all of his power because it would just kill him faster. So like maybe he could have, but he knew he would just die. But I mean, like, yeah, I mean, we can't quantify that stuff. But the point I was gonna say is like, Jigen was stronger than Naruto and Sasuke. Code is stronger than that. So even though Ishiki didn't necessarily try super hard on Naruto and Sasuke, it's like, okay, well, Jigen would be stronger than that, and Code is stronger than that. Like, can he still not try on that? And then even if he can, would he be that much over Code while not trying? Like, I don't know. Like, I kind of feel like
I don't know what
Daemon might have to try on
like,
Ishiki, sure, but I'm not like super sure if like Ishiki actually can win.
Unlimited Code is definitively just gonna mollywop Naruto or Sasuke. He's definitively above.
Yeah.
Him. And then Daemon's definitively above Unlimited Code.
Without trying either.
Yeah. So he's definitely the strongest. I believe everything.
Like I think he probably would have to try. Here's another thing though. We also know that Daemon likely has other abilities that he hasn't displayed. There's a good chance of that. So we don't even know how that plays
I'm not
into
gonna
it
take
too.
that into account though, because I don't know what the heck they are.
Yeah, we don't know what they are, but we know that though that they
So
might
I
be.
still think
relevant.
Ishiki's the strongest, but he would have to try really hard to beat Daemon.
But what would he do to beat him?
Oh well, I'm going under the assumption that Daemon's weakness is what it is. Until they outright tell you that this isn't what it is, and we're not just looking at inconsistencies in terms of how they display his power, then I will.
I don't think
continue
that
going.
Daemon's reflection ability is relevant to this. Just as taijutsu alone might be good enough.
Oh
Yeah,
well,
he doesn't
if
need the
all
Palm Reflect.
so, if I say okay, they're like relative and like taijutsu and stuff. Okay, Ishiki just flies in the air and then he shrinks. How does Daemon see him? How?
I mean, he can see and react to the tiny rod. He's at least reacting to the tiny rods enlarging. So the moment
those tiny rods that Kawaki shoots, he doesn't do what Jigen does. He shoots them enlarged, so they're not hard to track.
Maybe. I don't know. In that
And
panel,
then
I don't really
also
know. He kind of
Ishiki
just summoned them there.
Ishiki never did what Jigen did either, which is where he makes
Yeah.
tiny rods and
I was actually going to bring that up. Jigen
Jigen
used the rods the best.
Exactly.
Throwing the tiny rods and enlarging when they hit was a way better method than what Ishiki ever did.
Yeah.
That's
I don't know
what
why
Ishiki
he-
did against
Top-
Baryon mode.
No, Ishiki only shoots them. What Jigen does is that he makes them tiny, and then he places them on you, then enlarges them in you.
That's what
Ishiki-
Ishiki
Yeah,
did
but-
against Baryon.
No,
No,
he
he
actually
just shot
that's
them.
not. Ishiki and Kawaki do the same thing. They just summon them with Daikoku 10. They just summon rods right there.
He just shoots them.
Yeah,
just
they
sh-
they
just
kind of
shoot
just. Whereas like
Jigen does something
Jigen
different.
like waited until like Sasuke explained it. The rods actually hit you, and then he enlarges them. So you can't dodge at that point. The only thing you can do is dodge the tiny rods themselves. But if you can't see them, which Baryon mode might have been able to see them anyway, so it might not have mattered. But like if you can't see them, then it's irrelevant because you're screwed. That being said, Daemon does have a dojutsu with unknown benefits, so he might be able to see him anyway.
Yeah, so I'm
but-
factoring that in. I don't know. I don't know
But
what
like, yeah,
actually-
honestly though, like Jigen could have easily just killed everyone if he just threw the tiny rods at their
and
faces.
then made
and
them
then
super-
enlarged them?
and then did like the super large ones.
Yeah, like and
It
then
blows
just
up
destroyed
entire
their head.
chest. Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
like if he just did that, like
you know the
Jigen could have
massive
done a
ones that
lot
he's-
more.
You know the massive ones that hold the tailed beast? If he just
Yeah.
placed a tiny one on Naruto's heart and then enlarged the massive one, Naruto gets either split in half or his heart's completely annihilated.
Yeah,
GG
like
win. So if Ishiki goes like he's fighting Daemon, Taijutsu, I think they're relative, right? He jumps a little bit back and then places a tiny little chakra rod that Daemon cannot see as I'm going under the assumption that dojutsu just like a normal dojutsu, doesn't really give him any like eyesight benefits. He cannot see that tiny rod is implanted inside of him. He enlarges it in him. There's no dodging it at that point, and then it just summons inside of him. And then
I just pulled it up. I'm right. Haha. I'm gonna share my
you're
screen.
right.
Yeah, I'm
Oh
right.
yeah. Okay, share your screen.
Let me
Share your
look.
screen.
Wait, right about what? Right about what specifically?
Ishiki does shrink him. So, page
No, like,
19
this is-
of chapter 52. Ishiki shoots the rods. They're tiny. Naruto catches them tiny, and then Ishiki enlarges the rods.
Oh, that is not how it's depicted in the anime.
Well, this is
At
technically the
all.
Well, it depends on the
Exactly.
scene. It depends on the
So,
scene.
from what I've interpreted, they've always been able to see, or at least sense, the rods. The rods have just been too fast for them to react to.
I don't think that was true for Sasuke, but for Naruto, he had no idea in the
Well,
Jigen fight what was going on.
Naruto here doesn't have any ocular thing going
They say something at some point that his I
His
think
eyes are better
Sasuke
than
says.
the Sharingan, so yeah.
Yeah,
his
this was
eyes are
Sasuke said something
effective.
about it. Yeah.
What? I'd have to
Also,
go back.
he also could have like fox eyes.
Yeah, he did say something.
No, he does. Yeah, I'll see what it was word for word,
Sasuke
but he
he's
says like
barely able to track him with the Sharingan.
And then Naruto is because of Baryon mode, which means obviously it's enhancing his perception.
yeah, I'll look for the exact wording. 1 second here. Okay, Sasuke said he stopped those high speed rods. Unbelievable. I barely even able to track them by Sharingan. Like he could track them somehow.
With his eyes.
Well, Naruto's. No, it does not.
Yeah.
It does not no, you cannot. You can interpret it. It does not imply it.
It's not that like he has a dojutsu seeing it. It's just that his like neurons are able to like react.
His fox
Yeah,
eyes.
I agree. He's able to react faster. He's not able to see something he was previously unable to see. It's because the rods are fast, not because they're tiny.
The thing is, Naruto should have been able to sense the rods regardless because he has perfect sensing abilities, but they
Let me go back
forgot
to
Naruto.
the Jigen fight and
Well,
see.
yeah, but
what
at the
they
same
say.
time, he wasn't able to sense Jigen when he was small. And you could say it's an inconsistency. I think it was a Shinjutsu, is what that would be, of why.
Naruto can sense emotion, so even if Jigen suppresses his chakra signature, that doesn't matter. He can just sense his emotions.
Yeah, they just dropped that plot point entirely after Shippuden. Yeah.
I don't know, maybe Jigen was just an Ultra Instinct right then.
What are the
Yeah,
benefits
so-
of fox eyes? Like what type of abilities do fox eyes have?
So,
I want to
well,
see if
actually-
foxes have like
so-
really good ability eyes.
Oodie, this is what Sasuke says about Jigen. They'll take those rods, they start out small enough that you don't even realize you've been stabbed, but they inflict mortal wounds when he instantly restores them to their original size. So it's not implying that they're too fast, it's that you just don't even know that you were hit.
That's
And
a
then
fair
boom.
point.
And just because Ishiki does that to like Baryon Naruto, I think Baryon Naruto is stronger than Daemon. Whatever. If you disagree, that's fine.
Oh, Daemon scales above omnipotent beings.
Okay. If you disagree, that's fine. But even if he did that one time against Baryon Naruto, fine. Kawaki doesn't do it the same way as Ishiki does, so that doesn't really matter. And if you
Well,
go to the anime, if you go to the anime, it's even more certain that he doesn't do it. He just does what Ishiki did most of the time, which is just shoot the rods instead of.
Well,
making
I'm going to
them
say
smaller
this
than
right
usual.
now. If you look at the panels and the way the characters are drawn, and their hand motions and everything, in this first fight, he flips his hand out, and then it hits. And then the same... Wait a second, actually, hold on. Ignore me for a minute.
All right, y'all look it up. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and then we can talk on the SARADA Mangekyou thing at the end. Okay.
It's the worst Mangekyou opening ever.
The worst thing to happen to the Boruto franchise.
They contradiction directly, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Ugh.
Sure. You definitely know what you're talking about, my dude.
All right. Anyway, what I was gonna say was, sorry. So Jigen like opens his hand like a spread open palm, and then it like shows the rods hit Naruto and them. In the Ishiki panel against Baryon mode, Ishiki does the exact same thing when he's doing the rod thing. And then Kawaki does the exact same thing to Daemon, which I think is different from what he does in the Borushiki fight. I'm going to look right now.
Sorry, I had this burp. I'm sorry.
You're fine. I'm going to see what he looks like with the rods.
They have
in
a
that
relatively wide field of view.
Yeah, so in the case of the rods versus like Borushiki, he just opens his eye and the rods are kind of in front of Boruto and he dodges.
The manga's not going to show you them small and them.
Yeah, I know. Like they
so
just appear, and then he does the hand thing when it hits. At least every time they hit, this is the hand thing.
The manga's not going to show you them small. This isn't Kishimoto. They're not going to show you.
Yeah,
them
that's
moving
true.
and then hitting. So I don't know how reliable that is, which is why I'll go to the anime and what they depict, which is they're moving out their normal size.
Forgot to grab my keys. We're going to the store in a minute here.
Cool. Get some chia seeds, some whole wheat bread, some peach preserves. Make yourself some granola with coconut. Toast it on the bread.
Where are my keys?
Oh, good.
Yeah,
they're
bro,
there.
it's so good. It's like
That
this whole
sounds
wheat
really
bread.
good.
It's this whole wheat bread that is toasted with a little bit of butter, some cream cheese, and then you place grounded chia seed over it for the fiber, the protein, and then you add your peach or any type of jam that you want. I go for preserves because it has chunks of fruit in it. You place that over the chia seeds, and then you add your granola on top of it, and it's like crunchy, and then you have that creamy little cream cheese, and then the crunch from the bread. It's very good, and makes you poop, and it gives you lots of fiber, which Americans don't get enough of. So it's very tasty. Whole wheat bread's probably my favorite bread, along with like a ciabatta bread. I really like a good French bread as well.
While we're on this topic, Sarron, thank you for hosting this week's nutrition quiz. What's our first question?
He wasn't ready for that.
Huh?
Yeah, so Sarron, WalkyTalky podcast every single week does a nutrition quiz, and you're hosting it this week. Thank you in advance. What's our first question of our 3 questions that you're gonna ask us on nutrition?
Oh, yeah, so if you go to the depiction of the anime... Oh yeah, so if Naruto's eyes get like fox eye benefits, like, you know, Kurama's a fox, so like he gets fox eye benefits. So like if he gets a greater fox eye benefits inside of Kurama mode, inside of Baryon mode, so foxes have like very good focusing power with their vision. Like, so like binoculars. So he'd be able to see the small rods.
Okay, sure. I'll give it to you. Okay. All right. That can be
Did you just
fun
speak for a
facts
solid
the health
minute?
quiz. So okay, I do have a
Wait, hold
similar
on. I
question
didn't
for
hear
this. Yeah. What's up?
any of what he
Oh, Kamui.
Wait, what did he say? I didn't hear any of it.
Okay. So basically,
I was trying to figure out what's going on.
If you imply that Naruto gets fox eye benefits whenever he enters Kurama mode, because Kurama is a fox, so you would think maybe he gets Kurama's eyesight, so that might be a thing. And normally, when he accesses Baryon mode, his eyesights get enhanced even further. Foxes have really good focusing power, almost like that of a binocular. So if Naruto is able to track the rods, all he would need to do is zoom into them, because foxes can do that with their eyes, and see the tiny little chakra rods there.
So not gonna lie, I always
That's
kind of
pretty
would have
cool.
wanted that. I actually wanted like a well, this would have depended on whether they would have taken away Naruto's six path powers or not. But let's just say at the he did have six path stage mode in Boruto. I always would have wanted them to implement a fox stage mode, like Where Naruto uses Kurama
Bro,
style
I want
sage mode or
another sage
something.
mode. Like I want Konohamaru to have monkey sage mode. I want Sarada to have slug sage mode. Mitsuyu has snake.
Nah,
sage
Hawk
mode.
sage
Like,
mode
bro,
or something.
Hawk sage mode. That would
Yeah,
be
'cause
dope
Sasuke-
too. Maybe she could fly.
Because Sasuke's thing was the hawk, so I feel like for Sarada, let's go that
maybe
route.
she could fly. Imagine,
Monkey sage mode
Yeah.
within monkey.
like she
No,
gains
honestly,
like
though, like-
wings in her stage mode.
It could be cool.
There
That'd
are
be
so many.
dope.
I thought about like weaving this into a video topic somehow. I hadn't figured out all the details, but there's so many characters that like should have tried to learn Sage Mode, but just don't. Like a lot more people could have probably learned it, even if they didn't perfect it. Like they could have just had like
you need
Jiraiya
massive
level.
chakra reserves to use.
But there's a
sage
lot
mode.
of characters who had massive chakra reserves, at least
Name
Jiraiya
them.
level.
Name them.
Isame, Tobirama, most of the Kage.
Oh, you mean that? Oh,
all-
yeah, sure, yeah.
That's
Sure.
also
Like,
really
a
weird
lot of
them-
because Sage Mode gives you chakra. Why would you need massive chakra reserves?
Well, it's because you get taken over by nature energy.
Well, you
but
can just absorb
the char-
less.
but then you don't get Sage Mode. The way it's implied is you need like a certain amount of Sage Mode to
Yeah.
like make Sage Mode.
Oh, okay.
But if you don't absorb enough, nothing really happens. And then if you absorb too much, you get taken over. But so that's why. But all the
Correction,
characters
you
that
said
survive,
sage mode, you meant sage energy to enter into sage
Okay,
mode.
the characters though that survive the curse mark would have been good candidates as well. That's kind of the whole point, was that Orochimaru would be able to use Sage Mode in those bodies. So they could have learned. They could have gone to Ryuchi Cave. Orochimaru knew how to get there. I mean, granted, they already had the curse mark, but hell, why not add some Sage Mode on top of that?
Oh no! Once you get the curse mark, your body's probably too imperfect to even consider using normal sage mode. But maybe not. Who knows?
Maybe
Well,
Sarada can get a
no.
curse
But either
because that made Sasuke
the way-
fly with wings.
There's
Yeah.
a lot of characters that could have considered it. Like Kisame's thing with Samehada would have been like a shark Sage Mode. That's basically what that would have been. But it would have been cool if Kisame actually had it.
I don't know how sharks would
But
teach you sage mode though.
anyway.
Kind of weird.
What
Yeah, I don't know. They don't
That-
That's kind of the
like
only
they'd be
problem.
friendly
Like
enough.
giving, I want Konohamaru to have monkey sage mode. That would be dope. But the only problem that you run into if you give Konohamaru monkey sage mode is that like Hiruzen didn't have it, so it's like, why does Konohamaru have it? Like, why didn't Hiruzen?
Yeah, why didn't he
Hiruzen
have
it?
Knew
To, like, come
every
up with
Yeah.
jutsu in the
information.
village, so he did know it. He just didn't use
It's
it.
also kind of like implied that only for some reason only the snakes, toads, and presumably the slugs have Sage Mode like related abilities. They're the only ones
Well-
that seem to do it.
I
Hashirama's
still want monkey
unknown
sage
how
mode
he
'cause
got
that'd be
it.
Really cool.
He may have just learned.
Like Konohamaru
If
grows
so,
like monkey ears
why
and
didn't
then monkey tails.
other
and
people
then
just
gets super agile.
do that. But
He can like
Um,
stretch his arms like Luffy.
I like the idea. I can tell if I'm cut out or
No, you're
if
good.
just
You're
nobody's
kind of
responding at this point.
Well,
Yeah,
someone's
you-
talking at the same time, but you're probably just in a bad Wi-Fi zone.
Bro, One Piece. No.
So
That's-
Sarron, aside from Sage Mode, what about Oh, and Trippy's yeah. I guess I was right. Kamui was in a bad Wi-Fi zone. He's gone.
Yeah.
He'll be back.
He's going to the store, so good luck with that. Maintaining your Wi-Fi in there.
But okay, Sarron, instead of Sage Mode or the Curse Mark or anything to make her fly, what about, because we know she should have Susanoo now? People I saw were
Compressed
arguing
Susanoo,
on
maybe?
Twitter the like symbolism or significance of whether or not Sarada Susanoo should have wings. What do you think on that?
I think it'll probably have wings. Yeah, probably.
Do you have
I think so.
reasoning for that, or do you just like want it to happen?
Oh, because Sasuke's had wings, so I think hers will have wings too. It's that simple.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah.
forget like the significance of it. I remember people were arguing that like in the same argument they were arguing that Kakashi shouldn't have had wings.
Well, I think some people think because Sasuke's had wings for a specific reason, which I forget what the reasoning is.
The hawk thing. It's like the whole hawk symbolism. He had wings. Like
Okay. Yeah. I like
that's
that.
one of them anyway.
And then he also had wings inside of his curse mark as well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's kind of been like a thing for Sasuke for a while.
Interesting.
All right. Did you guys want to talk
Or
about
Sarada.
Sarada's Mangekyo?
Oh, we could also talk about like how the powers kind of reflect the heart of the Uchiha. So like with like
I'm
Uh,
not gonna get in depth on this. I have every video in the world on these
like
individuals.
Sasuke, when he unlocked his MS, he unlocked it and he would gain the ability of like Amaterasu and Kagasuchi to burn everything because he wanted to burn the leaf to the ground. So he got Amaterasu, and then Shishui, no, Itachi. What would be the reason for like Itachi?
Yeah,
Like,
well, I mean, I could give, like I said, I don't want to spoil my video topics, but every single character like relates to like something with their ideology or personality or life events or something. Like it's gonna be interweaving with Sarada too.
yeah.
We don't have to worry about the other Uchiha.
Sarada's
Don't worry about
ability is going to be something very plot convenient that's going to help the characters in some meaningful way. I also think it would make sense that her abilities would be a reflection of her heart, which would be to help Boruto. So it's going to be something that can help counter Ada something, probably.
Well, that's what I was thinking. Like, so I figure like if you're gonna take generic abilities, the three big ones I think that most people would say would be a space-time one, a genjutsu related one, or a fire related one. That's probably the most likely. I guess you could include time manipulation is separate from space-time if you want. I mean, that one, there's no evidence to like suggest it. That would just be like a, something plot related that's powerful. But a genjutsu related one that's kind of anti-omnipotence could make sense, so that it opposes Ada's ability.
Hopefully she gets nothing fire related.
Well, to be fair,
be lame.
her ideology is the will of fire, and her design is symbolic of a sun. So a sun or fire related ability is barely plausible.
It makes sense, but like, I don't want another fire ability.
Yeah, I get that. I get that. I get that sentiment too. Like, because we already have Amaterasu, and if they do a fire ability, like if they do it, I think it should be like something related to natural flames or like the literal sun. So that's a little bit different, and also can not be absorbed. Would be important for that if they go that route. That's kind of a common problem.
Oh yeah, because the fire would come from a natural source, so it'd come from her eyes. I don't know.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, it'd have to be like.
She has fire within her eyes.
Like, well, I was gonna say as like a comparison to Kirin. Sasuke controlled like literal lightning. If she was controlling literal sun rays or something.
Oh gosh.
Like,
that would make the character scale too high. So if like somebody gets hit with it,
the problem with that.
It's like,
but it might work.
They can survive heats of the sun. It's like, oh wow.
What is this? I don't know, but.
Have you guys seen the meme of Sarada activating? In fact, I think Kamui, you're the one that posted it. Of Sarada activating Amaterasu and it hitting her glasses.
Yo.
She burns her eyes.
I will say.
I just got these eyes.
No, I thought of another one actually. You know how like if you hold if it's really sunny and you hold a magnifying glass like on a leaf, you can set it on fire. So like, let's just say she had the sun ray ability, and like it like sets her eyes on fire because of the glass.
Some people want Sarada to lose her glasses. I don't understand that sentiment because she looks cooler with them on. So keep them on.
It'll just be weird, like to just randomly get rid of them.
The reason why she has glasses is because her base eyes aren't that great, and I guess someone would just be like, why doesn't she just take them off when she has a Sharingan? You know how inconvenient it would be to have to place them on and off? You know how stupid that is? Like, come on.
Yeah, I don't think they would want to do that.
Sharingan's on. Let's take it off. And then put it back on. Take it off. It's like, that's ridiculous. Right?
That would be so stupid.
They also got to explain why her glasses are so strong.
Oh yeah, they don't get destroyed from anything. Like Baro can punch the shit out of her, and they don't break. They're literally stronger than like her.
Bro, imagine what Sarada's time skip design is gonna look.
Oh yeah, we haven't got that at all. And for any of the characters.
She'll probably have like a body type that of like Delta.
Oh god.
Yeah, Yukimoto's gonna make the skirt even shorter.
She's going to be the Noelle of Boruto. That she'd ever watch Black Clover. If you haven't, Noelle is very sexualized.
Yeah, considering how she's drawn out, they're probably just gonna keep her in her 12-year-old clothes, but like roll her into like an 18-year-old body at 14.
So it's like magnificent. Oh god.
Oh, gosh. While we're on the topic of what we think her Mangekyou abilities should be, I just posted in the Discord and the chat a video that's actually really good that I saw a few days ago.
Oh, Kabuki. Oh yeah, Dygonight video?
No. It's from Rising, the channel you probably never heard of.
Oh, you mean Dygonight?
What? Why? No, No, bad Dygonight, bad.
No,
are you talking about Dygonite's trash video? Oh my
His video on Sarada was really good.
Have you seen Troy's debunk video of it? Oh my god, it's so crazy.
Bro, have you actually watched the video though?
I saw it through.
Did you
I haven't watched
Dygonite's
it.
Video?
I saw it through.
I haven't watched it.
Do you want to? I kind of want to watch the one that's 8 minutes long.
I mean, you can just explain it to me. Like, I've heard some stuff about it.
It's pretty bad. It's really weird.
Well, I just know I heard that he said it was the worst Mangekyou awakening.
Oh,
yeah, he also voices Sarada moaning Sasuke's name when he reads.
Oh yeah, he has a lot of weird art. Like he has a lot of like inflation Sarada things.
Yeah, he also has a photo of Sarada being obese for some reason.
Like Sarada kissing a lot of random characters randomly. Oh my god.
Mostly Boruto. Yeah. He also said one of his takes was if Sarada could awaken her Sharingan just by worrying that Boruto would die, she should be more likely to awaken him when Boruto screws her than awakening it when she loves Boruto. He said something along those. In fact, I should just show you the clip.
God,
I
don't even want to pull that clip up on stream. I'm
Wait,
too
share
pure
your.
for that.
Wait, I can't share my screen. Dang it.
Oh, I'm still sharing my screen. That might be why. Let me unshare my screen. I know that sometimes is a weird. Oh, that's weird. Yeah, maybe it is glitched because my stop share screen isn't where it's supposed to be. It's in the top left. Okay, now it should be. I don't know. Weird. Anyway.
I want to show.
By the way, Trippy had to go, but thanks for coming on, Trippy.
Oh, he already left. Okay, yeah. I'm at the store, so I haven't been looking at my phone.
It's fine.
Dygonight.
Sarron, did you see Six's stream yesterday?
Yes, I watch all of his streams.
Okay.
Mostly.
So you probably know what I'm talking about. I'll just say it for stream. Yesterday, Six, the YouTuber, streamed. Someone paid him $100 to react to one of Dygonite's videos. I forget exactly.
Bro, he immediately turned it off. Oh,
yeah. So Dygonight starts explaining that 8 Gates Guy is way stronger than Ishiki because the amount of damage 8 Gates Guy does to the ground compared to Ishiki, and then Six just pauses it. He's like, "Yeah, no, I'm not doing this." Shuts it off. Just ignores the rest of the donuts.
Bro, you can't. Bro, you can't scale Boruto that way. You can. Otherwise, you'd get Sarada and Sakura above Naruto and Delta. You can't do that. It doesn't work. Okay? Chill out. You can only do that with characters that are, like, in the same tier.
Bro, Six's reaction. He heard it, paused. There's, like, a good 4 seconds of comedic silence. It just said, no, I'm not doing this.
Oh, yeah, so, Oodie, hear this.
It's like 20 seconds into the video, too. Were you posting it?
I'm sharing my screen, I think.
Oh, yeah, you.
Yeah.
Okay, hang on.
Look at this.
Imagine a kid would be very nervous.
Can you turn the
when
audio
meeting
volume
her
of the video up?
Oh, sure.
For the first time after 12 years, and just contrast that to the Mangekyou Sharingan awakening that she had. She was frightened, she didn't know what to do, she was confused, but it wasn't because she loved Boruto so much that she awakened it. If she were to awaken the Mangekyou purely out of love, then she would awaken the Mangekyou the first time Boruto bangs her, not when Boruto's life's in danger and when the situation is gonna hell. If you cannot understand that Sarada's awakening process was similar to every single process that we've seen.
Yeah, so that was weird.
Jesus Christ.
That was a little
Honestly,
weird.
I would love to hear someone debate Dygonight. I don't even know if I even want to talk to him. Like, it'd be funny to have him on the podcast just to hear me make fun of him, but like, I don't even know if I want. Like, it's
Also,
too
this
far
was
gone.
super weird.
No offense, but
This was
completely offensive.
really weird. Let me show you this.
Yeah, this is the one Troy reacted to.
But did you save Boruto? Just hear what I said. 10 out of 10. Oh, yes. Sasuke is under the influence of the spell. Kill Boruto. Sarada,
This was really weird.
please to him. Daddy, please. Don't kill Boruto. Don't kill him, please. You have to believe me, please. And then she awakens the Mangekyou Sharingan. Oh, yes.
What is he doing? What is he doing? Why is he moaning?
I have no words.
Beautiful, guys.
It is really freaking weird. Okay? Really weird.
God.
Anyways. Dude makes not so great content.
I know
Is this-
Swifty asked in chat, will the time skip be in the next 2 chapters? We did talk on the time skip a lot in the first hour, but really quick, it's just readdressing the question. Sarron thinks so, but he doesn't want it, and none of us want it. In fact, I think both me and Kamui
I'd actually
want
be
there
really
to be 2
annoyed
more
if it...
arcs,
yeah.
not just chapters. But
Yeah.
arcs. Yeah.
Oh, I don't.
Yeah, like,
I don't
a
want.
lot.
I don't want 2 more arcs. I don't think that's necessary.
No, I
just
want like look, I
just
don't
want
give a
conclusion chapters.
I don't care about the time skip versus now.
don't
I just
care
want
about
the
time
story to
skip
be
as much as
good.
everyone else
Like,
does either,
I don't
yeah.
care when it happens. I just want the story to be good. There's things I want to happen, and I want them to happen.
Mhm.
That's just how it goes. Like,
Yeah.
In summary, Dygonight is a weirdo.
Dagonite's strange. He's an interesting individual.
I've never watched any of his videos. I've just heard people comment on them.
Literally the worst takes in all of the community, in my opinion. Anyways, next topic. Okay, Sarron, you've probably heard the argument. Do you think Sarada awakening her Mangekyou was a good or bad thing? Like how it was done, how it was executed, when it happened, etc.
Oh, okay. I think artistically, I think it was Awakened very lame, and I don't think they really drove home the emotion via how like the panels were displayed and how not really showing any flashbacks or anything. I thought that was kind of lame. I don't like the execution of how her Mangekyou Sharingan was built up to, and then you get the impact shot of her awakening her MS. I thought that was lame, but her awakening it makes sense. I think she met the requirements needed to actually awaken the MS. I think everyone saying that she didn't is kind of stupid.
Do you think
Not that
there
they're
was...
stupid, but their take is stupid.
Do you think there was like a missed potential or wasted opportunity, like before or after it happened?
What do you mean?
Something we should have got but didn't? Like, for example, do you think Sasuke should have met up with Boruto first and be like, oh, I'm gonna kill you for these reasons, and then Sarada meets up with them? Or something like that?
Yeah,
Or,
he's
like,
taking my idea.
yeah, or like what you were showing on Twitter earlier of like fan panels of things we didn't get to see of Sarada explaining.
Oh yeah, Brenton's take on it is a lot better than whatever they did here. Heck, there's just a lot more emotion there, which is surprising and weird. No, I think what happening was enough. She learned that Naruto died. She idolizes Naruto. That was on her mind. A couple seconds before that, she witnessed her best friend Mitsuki try and kill Boruto. So that was kind of another emotion that would be running through her head. And then immediately after that, she learns that her father is also under this thing that everyone else is under, which would have freaked her out as well. And then she learns that Sasuke is going to go try and kill Boruto, as well as the entirety of the other village, which is another thing that would be running on her mind, her losing her best friend. And then Mitsuki being responsible for the death of her friend, possibly, would be running through her mind as well. So it's just like everything is just kind of very crappy. So yeah, she met the requirements. She doesn't need to have Sasuke try and kill Boruto in front of her, because she already technically had Mitsuki try and kill Boruto in front of her. So it's like a domino effect of a bunch of emotions just spiraling down, and then she reached her boiling point, and then she awakened her MS.
Kamui, what about you? Do you think she met the requirements? Because, like, oh, it was set up that you have to see your best
yeah.
friend
So,
die, or anything.
like, I think anyone who watched my spoiler video needs to go back and rewatch it, because most people, like, this got me really fucking heated. Like, comment section pissed me the hell off. No, it pissed me the fuck off, dude. Yeah. Especially the people that unsub because they're fucking retards. So I'm like, listen to what I say and not assume what I say. Like, I'm gonna go on a rant for a minute here, because
watching your entire video.
You don't have to. It's literally a 30-second segment of me saying I hated the spoilers on it. Like, it was literally, I rewatched it because I thought I was hard on it. I really wasn't. I said I hate this, I don't like it, and, like, some of you will probably love it. Others don't. That's literally a quick summary of what I said.
Wait,
but
what?
The thing about it is, I'm like, it's not that I don't think she met the requirements to do it. It's that if she's gonna awaken the Mangekyou Sharingan, why not go harder with it? Why not impact the scene more? Like, why go halfway there when you can go all the way there? Like, this is the thing I was going to say earlier. Hold on, I might cut out for a second. Hold on, I got to turn on my car. Wait, 1 second, hold on.
What?
Basically, everyone in his comment section was hating on him because they think he was saying it was bad.
Yeah, so the point wasn't that, like, she shouldn't have awakened it. It's that, like, using the example of Sasuke attacking Boruto, it's just like, why not make the scene more dire? What I was going to say earlier about the whole Naruto versus Boruto thing was, this is a true story. So I read the spoilers, nothing but disappointment and anger. I was making my chapter review, and I was looking up some panels of, like, Naruto and Sasuke just to kind of draw a comparison. I literally felt 10 times the emotion rereading something I've watched 6,000 times than I did Sarada's Mangekyou Awakening.
That goes for me for the entirety of Boruto.
Oh.
Heartless bastard, whatever. I didn't care. Like, I didn't feel for her. If I saw Sasuke slash Boruto, like, in front of her eyes, maybe that's when he gets the scar, and then she awakens it, I'd say it's better. It's just, like, thematically, her awakening is totally fine. I'm working on scripting a video kind of covering that, because there are some cool things about her awakening it differently, but it's like, you could have done...
really that different, though.
It's not that different. There's subtle things. It's not really that different. I agree. There's some subtle things with, like, lightness versus darkness I wanted to talk about with the video, but it's not really that it's way different. It's just that, like, why not go harder? I'm going to give an example, which I'll give in the video too. So Kakashi and Obito's Mangekyou scene. So Kakashi ultimately kills Rin. Pretty sad. My favorite Mangekyou scene, probably. They could have done the exact same plot points with Kakashi and Obito's characters if the Mist Ninja killed Rin and they just both saw it happen. Kakashi still would have failed to keep his promise to protect Rin. Obito still would have seen Kakashi fail to keep his promise to protect Rin and would lose faith in the world and all this stuff. Literally everything would have been the same, but would it have been as impactful? No. Like, why not just make it more impactful? Have Kakashi kill Rin, and boom, the scene goes from an 8 to a 10, whatever you want to rate it. It's just like, why not do that for Sarada? Why didn't they, like, slow it down? Like, I think it would have been better. Like, if we're going to use all the same plot points, I think it would have been much better if Sarada had, like, commented on her lack of ability to protect Boruto, the same concept she talked about in chapter 69. And then some people said, why would she break down about being useless? I'm like, well, she fucking talked about it 10 chapters ago. So, like, call back to that. She breaks down, complains about being useless. She can't do anything for Boruto. And then she sees Sasuke actively trying to kill Boruto, and she has to jump in and stop him. And then she does her plea. Like, I think that just, why not do that? For what reason not have the scene hit harder? I'm like, that's just a wasted opportunity. It has nothing to do with why she awakens the Mangekyou. It's just purely like, why not make it more impactful? That's just kind of like how I felt about it. It's like Momoshiki's prophecy, where it's just like, okay, that's kind of disappointing if that's all there was. Like, why not make it better? So I wasn't really a huge fan. And then, like,
don't
the other aspect
know.
of it is it's like, it's not that Sarada necessarily needs to see someone die for the Mangekyou, but I'm like, I'm going to be honest with you, I definitely find it a lot more hard-hitting having Obito watch Kakashi kill Rin in front of his eyes than I do Sarada just worrying about Boruto's life and hearing that Naruto died. It's just not the same. Imagine if Itachi just got a suicide note from Shizui instead of watching Shizui jump off the cliff. I'm like, well, Itachi might have awakened the Mangekyou still, who knows? But like, it's a hell of a lot more emotional seeing a watch Shizui die instead of just seeing a note about it. It's just like, why not? Like, just make it more impactful.
Not really an MS awakening though. He doesn't awaken it in the manga in that scene. So it's just like
What?
no.
Itachi awakens
In
when Shizui died, doesn't he?
Yeah, but you don't see him awaken it.
Oh, at least in the anime, they show it in one of the like arcs. The
Yeah, I think
Itachi
it's
novel
in the,
arc
the
or
novel
something.
arc,
Yeah, the
yeah.
novel that they
Maybe in
adapted
one of the
incorrectly.
okay,
Really
well,
poorly, unfortunately.
what do they do in the actual novel then?
Oh no, there's just plot points in the novel that are just different.
Okay, well, does he awaken the Mangekyou differently in the novel?
Oh no,
or is it the same?
No. It's the
Okay,
same as
well-
in canon. He awakens it after he usually died. But like in the original manga, Naruto, you don't see Itachi awaken it. In fact, you don't see Itachi awaken the Sharingan at all.
I mean, yeah, we don't see it, so like, I won't like. Yeah,
Well, in the
that is
novels,
what
we
it
know
is,
how
but
he awakened it. He awakened it differently in the anime and in the novels. In the anime, he's looking over baby Sasuke when he awakens it at night, thinking, I forget about what? Maybe about
you talking about the regular Sharingan?
Yeah. So Itachi at like 5 in the anime, he awakened it at night in the Uchiha village, just sitting with baby Sasuke, just thinking about.
No, I thought he awakens it watching Tenma die.
In the anime, I don't think so.
Yeah, there's the scene that we see the scene of Itachi watching Obito kill his teammate. I thought they show him awaken the Sharingan.
We do
then.
see that. I don't think we see him awaken the Sharingan there. Anyways,
Maybe they changed that.
in the
I don't know.
novels, when he awakens it is when the Nine Tails attacks. The Nine Tails hits like a building and like makes a boulder go flying and stuff. And one of the boulders goes towards Mikoto, Itachi's mom, and Itachi is with his mom and dad at the time. Itachi awakens his Sharingan and just like destroys the boulder in some cool way.
Yeah, it's cool.
Maybe he upgrades his
I think-
Tomoe
I
when he
think-
watches his teammate die.
I
Then
think in the
something
anime,
happened.
the Nine Tails attacks, and then Itachi awakens his Sharingan. Let me go back.
Yeah,
It could be
maybe
the
that's what it
case
is, 'cause-
like Sasuke, where he awakened it but didn't realize it until he later actually quote unquote awakened it when he fought Haku. Because when he actually awakened it was the Uchiha
I
massacre.
swore I remember the anime showing us something with Itachi Sharingan when Obito kills his teammate. Maybe it was an upgrade Tomoe or the Awakening. I don't know. That's what I remember in the anime, at least.
I will say, for the people that are like, oh, it's a retcon. Sarada didn't see anyone die. It's just because of Boruto. For those people, I do think it. Honestly, I do think it is slightly because of Boruto. It made her more emotional. But realistically, I think that had a minimal impact compared to really the thing that made her awaken it. So for the people that say, oh, no one died, for them,
I don't
would
understand.
argue
There is
Naruto
no much
died.
more things had more of an impact. I think it's just.
I mean,
a
the
domino
emphasis
effect of-
was on Boruto. She says Lord
It's
Seven
a
said that
domino
can't be.
effect of a bunch of bad things that gave her emotional distress.
Yeah,
People
I
are
mean,
just
like,
choosing to focus on one or two things instead of the multiple things that allowed it, which would have caused her emotional distress.
Well, for these people,
think
I'm
it's-
not
I
even
mean,
going to say that there's multiple things. I'm not even going to mention Boruto, because they're saying it's only because of Boruto. For me, I'm going to say it has nothing to do with Boruto to these people. I'm going to say it's because Naruto died. She literally
But why
wasn't
would you
even
say
able
that?
to stand.
You would just be wrong,
She
too.
couldn't stand. Well, okay, I'd be wrong, but I'd be talking to wrong people anyway, so it doesn't even matter. So she couldn't even stand after hearing Naruto died. Her father figure, who she probably cares about more than Sasuke, realistically. So yeah, obviously she would awaken the Mangekyou when she hears Naruto dies. She's not even able to stand. She can't get up even when Sasuke joins her. It's not that she falls to her knees. She cannot stand for like an undetermined amount of time as she's just lost in despair.
I mean, like, You don't necessarily even need oh, my headphones might die. I'll have to switch if I cut out. But I was gonna honestly though, if you listen to what Tobirama says about the Sharingan, he says they writhe in agony over the loss of a love or like disappointment in oneself. And oh shit. Hold on.
So in my opinion, if Sasuke never showed up, Sarada's still awakening the Mangekyo because of what she heard about Naruto. Again, Sarada, regardless of Boruto, Sarada fell to her knees and was unable to stand up when she heard that Naruto died. I think that was enough for Sarada to awaken the Mangekyo.
No, I don't think it's enough, but I can see why you would think that, yeah.
Well, it's subjective to Sarada's feelings anyway. At the end of the day, Sarada could awaken it. Like, I can hear out of one ear right now before I switch headphones, but so it sounds really weird to me. But anyway, it's really subjective. Like, they writhe in agony over what they agonize over, and then if it's enough, they awaken or upgrade their Sharingan. The way the Mangekyou appears to work, it could just be the same as the regular Sharingan. It just requires more emotion. And that's all you need to say, really. So frankly, Sarada could cry her ass off over somebody stealing her lunchbox if it was enough emotion to awaken it. I mean, you might not like it, but it would be enough. It could be as simple as that.
I don't think that's enough emotional distress, but maybe.
So Sarn, I don't.
Yeah, like if it actually caused enough, then I mean, that'd be her character there. So it doesn't really have to be a specific reason to matter based off that lore. Hold on, I gotta switch.
Sarn, did
my
you see
laptop
the
here.
first like 30 minutes of stream, or first like hour of stream?
No, I just hopped in, so I was like, I want to talk.
No, that's fine, that's fine. The first, like, hour of the stream, I was going over Sarada's character from, like, a writing perspective, like, screenwriting stuff. And, like, one of the things I talked on was her want versus her need. And so, this is her character. She would unlock it because of Naruto, based on the narrative of her want versus her need. Her want is to become Hokage, and she needs to become Hokage because she needs the familial connections. And so losing Naruto, her admiration, her goal, it's like, it's similar to, honestly, from a narrative perspective, Uchihas awaken their Mangekyou from a narrative perspective, not when their best friend dies or when they writhe in agony or the third thing that you said, when they feel useless or whatever. They awaken their Mangekyou when their need changes. So Obito didn't awaken his Mangekyou when his best friend died because his best friend was Kakashi, not Rin. He just loved Rin. But that's one. So that's already debunked. And
that's
then
still emotion. That's just emotional distress, though.
Yeah. Okay. That's still emotional distress, but that's fine. So
yeah.
Then what about Sasuke? Sasuke didn't awaken the Mangekyou until after.
Emotional distress from learning from Itachi's death and then learning everything about the Uchiha.
Yeah, so
and
killing
then
Itachi would be emotional distress at least. It'd be very strong emotions.
Yeah, but he got technically Itachi just like died in front of him, and then he like keeled over, and then he fell asleep.
Yeah,
Sasuke just fell asleep.
He was so emotional, he fell asleep.
No, he was just so weakened that he fell asleep. Yeah.
Well, it's similar to what Kakashi
stay awake.
did. Kakashi wasn't weakened. He was so emotional, he passed out when he killed Rin.
Yeah, maybe, but like I think Sasuke just passed out there because, well, she was super emotional and he just was super tired. He couldn't stay awake anymore.
I'm fine with that. Anyway, so like I was saying, the Uchihas awaken their Sharingan, or their Mangekyou, I should say, when their need changes. For Sasuke, it's when his need changed when he went from needing to kill Itachi to needing to kill the village. For Obito, it's from his need to be with Rin to his need to escape hell, the false world around them. Who else awakened their Mangekyou? Itachi. His need changed from whatever it was before. It says, oh yeah, from saving the Uchiha to saving his brother. Let's see, and then Madara from saving his brother to, what did his need become? Killing Hashirama, I guess. His need quickly changed.
Uchiha, then saving his brother. Yeah.
Yeah, so Itachi, he went from, because again, this was before the coup. He was basically banking on Shisui to be able to stop the coup. That no longer became a possibility. That was his need at the time, was just to play double agent, just to keep peace. He was described as like a 5-year-old to be like a Hokage, etc., etc. That all changed. He decided to go rogue, etc. His need changed when he decided to give up on all of that and just protect Sasuke. What other Mangekyous am I thinking of? Anyway, so Sarada here, her need changed because Naruto, the one who inspired her to become Hokage, because Naruto fulfilled her need by showing her the goal. Naruto was family with the entire village. Sarada's need is to have familial connections because she didn't have it as a child. So Sarada needs to become Hokage because she needs to be family with the village like Naruto. I explained this earlier.
But that
in more
her
detail,
need hasn't changed because Naruto's dead.
So it's like this. So if Naruto was no longer able to become Hokage and Naruto was Uchiha, he would be unlock the Mangekyo. What?
I don't repeat what you said.
So it's the end goal. Naruto is the end goal. Naruto is the reason Sarada thinks she can become Hokage. It's what she aspires to be. Naruto is strong enough to be able to protect his need / her need. So when you're strong, when you're Hokage, you're strong enough to protect people. That's what she believes.
Yes.
So when Naruto's dead, her whole worldview changes because the Hokage is no longer able to protect the people that she loves because the Hokage is dead. So if she becomes Hokage, she's not automatically strong enough to protect her need. Her end goal will no longer be satisfied. Her belief of the world has ideologically fundamentally changed. It's similar to Obito. Obito did not believe in Madara at all. Think about Obito. Obito did not believe Madara or that he's in a fake world or in hell or any of this until after he saw Rin died.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think Sarada is like, oh, the Hokage means that you'll always be able to protect everyone like every single time. Well, I don't think that she thinks that.
Well, I do think it is because of this. Because the precedents of Naruto Shippuden, Naruto believed he would become Hokage when he could have everyone respect him.
That's Naruto though. That's Naruto though.
Yeah. I understand it's Naruto. I'm just applying it as a pattern, so it would apply to Sarada. So again, Naruto needed Itachi in the war arc to tell him it's not when you become Hokage that everyone respects you, but everyone respects you when you become Hokage, or the opposite of that, or whatever he says. You know the quote I'm applying to. So Sarada hasn't heard anything like this. So Sarada has just grown up with the belief that the Hokage is strong enough to protect everyone.
Yeah, but she already knew that Sasuke and Naruto lost to Jigen, and they couldn't protect anything in that instance because they lost
I don't
that fight.
think that they
So
lost
I don't
really. In fact, I really want to get into this on stream because we did get into this a few months ago. Okay. First of all, they didn't lose. Let's just get that out of the way. Kamui,
technically, it's a mutual exchange. They didn't technically lose.
I don't think it was a mutual. Okay, so again,
it is
Jigen
mutual.
went
they
down
got
to
defeated
less than
by
10%.
Jigen, and then Jigen. It's a mutual thing. I don't think either one of them lost. Jigen got down to 10%, and that stopped Jigen from being able to progress with his plan for the time being. Naruto and Sasuke weren't able to defeat Jigen, which stopped them from being able to take him down and get rid of Kara as a whole. They lost that, and Jigen lost his ability to continue. It's a mutual exchange. I don't think either one of them technically lost, I don't think Naruto and Sasuke only lost. I think Jigen also technically lost as well.
Well, I think when you say he wasn't able to progress his plan at the time being, you're referring to getting Kawaki. That changed when he realized Naruto and Sasuke are going to be persistent. Hey, what's up, Kamui?
Yeah, the whole time I thought you would be able to hear me. Turns out you never heard anything I was ever saying. Whoops. Got that figured out though.
I'm hungry, but I don't know what to eat. Yikes.
What were you asking me a second ago?
Might just eat my fingers.
What?
You said, what do you think, Kamui? You there?
Oh, yeah. So you were saying that you think that Jigen beat Naruto and Sasuke. That Naruto and Sasuke lost their fight against Jigen.
Yeah, they did.
Okay, they didn't.
But they did. Clearly, it doesn't matter how close the fight was. He still was the victor.
Do you not think it's a mutual loss?
Sasuke ran away on death's door. Naruto was sealed away, defeated, while Jigen was alive.
It's a mutual loss. It's a mutual loss. Okay.
No, Jigen was definitely the victor of that fight. It doesn't matter if he was almost died or whatever. He won the fight.
It's a mutual loss because Jigen was taken from 10%. He was no longer able to progress as his plan at that current moment, and Naruto and Sasuke.
That's not a battle. That's not the physical fight loss. That's the narrative loss. Like, he had to take a step back from his plan. He still won the fist fight.
A narrative loss? No, that's just like a loss. Like, in general.
No, but like, he won the fist fight.
Oh, I thought narrative losses didn't exist. It was all just a physical fight. Kamui / Ultra.
No, like in terms of like their plans and stuff, you can say Jigen had to take a step back. Yeah, that's fine. But like, he literally beat them up in a fist fight. He won the fist fight. His
plan was to kill Naruto. He couldn't because he no longer had.
No, he didn't. He literally said, "I'm going to leave you here because it will take too long to kill you."
Jigen's original plan was to just kill Naruto, but it would take too long.
No, it wasn't. It was to leave him in that dimension.
No, he literally says it. You just literally.
Do you want me to pull up the panel of him saying "Bye bye Naruto," and then Sasuke shows up and he says, "All right, I guess I'll fight you guys."
You literally just said the line that he can no longer kill Naruto because he no longer has the power to.
No, he doesn't say that. He just says it will take too long to kill you.
That's fine. Too long until what? What length of time is too long? Why is it too long?
He wants to go get Kawaki shit.
Yeah. So what happens if he doesn't get to Kawaki in time?
That's not why it would take too long to kill Naruto. It's because he doesn't have the power to kill Naruto anymore in that state. I think that's why. Otherwise, he would have just done it.
He just says, with that Ninetales inside you, I suspect it'll take too much work to kill you and it. So I'll just seal you away.
Yeah. He doesn't have the power or the time right now to do it because he's
even if that was true, that he can't kill him.
At that point, yeah.
Okay, but even if that's true, if he seals Naruto away, he still wins the fight. He won the fight. He sealed Naruto away. Without Kawaki and Boruto coming into play, Naruto is stuck there. Well, unless he used reverse summoning like he should have. Okay. But that's besides the point.
I'll give you this. You can argue he won the fight. I'm referring to the
He was also knocked out. They literally pulled him out of the pot asleep.
Hold on. How does he use reverse summoning when he can't summon the massive toad in there?
Hey, you can. He can summon a small toad. He can summon a small toad.
He needs to go inside of the toad's mouth.
Right? No, he doesn't. Fukasaku summoned Naruto to Mount Miyaboku when Naruto was in the ramen shop. He was inside nobody's mouth.
Oh.
All he needs to do is summon Fukasaku, tell him to go home, and summon him to Mount Miyaboku.
Didn't Naruto have a summoning contract, though, at that time? I don't think Kashinko did.
He still does.
That's fine.
He didn't lose his toad contract.
Okay. Anyway.
If he did, I think they should have said that.
Hold on. So Jigen said, Jigen implied that like Naruto would die if he stayed in that seal for a prolonged period of time, because he's like, I'll come back and finish. He's like, I'll come back and finish you off if you're still alive, of course. Meaning that like that seal can kill you.
Jigen doesn't think Naruto will escape, but he's wrong.
Does that seal like drain your chakra?
He's hit with the chakra.
It's never implied to.
Drain chakra.
Mm. Oh yeah.
I mean, well, even if there's no chakra draining, Naruto is sitting there with a thing stabbing him.
Well, then again, so when he's unsealed, he's no longer stabbed. So what happened to those? I guess Naruto just.
They just didn't come with him. I don't know. He was asleep, so I don't know.
Because he was sealed inside his battlefield, that pot. They were fighting in the pot.
Yeah.
Yeah, either Naruto took him out, or
the rods didn't come with him because the rods were implanted on the ground. So if you teleport Naruto out of that area, the rods would just teleport.
I mean, I guess in fairness too, like Sasuke came out without the rods in him when he teleported away. He had no rods.
Yeah, they just teleported Naruto.
Okay. So, but okay. So
also, there is a plot hole there though, like the fact that Kakashi can use, Kawaki can use his arm.
Hmm?
That's a plot hole. Yeah. You know, because like in the after Kawaki loses his arm, Naruto has to consciously put chakra inside of Kawaki in order for Kawaki to use his arm. And he cannot do that while he's asleep. That was established in Boruto episode 200.
Oh yeah.
And yet Naruto,
but he's still...
when he was knocked out inside of that pot, Kawaki can still use his arm just fine. And Kawaki using his arm in that fight allowed them to get further ahead than they normally would have. So otherwise, they probably would have done a lot worse. So, yeah. It's a
Yeah, I didn't even think about that.
It's like the author completely forgot something that they wrote 4 chapters ago.
Yeah. And then they introduced it again later on, though, with the Ishiki fight.
And then they
reminded us of it.
Remembered, and they're like, "Oh, wait, then how did that work there?" Whatever.
Well, we also have whiskerless Naruto, a rogue picture of Sarada. What else do we have? We have Ada's eyes just randomly not existing.
We have big toad head Naruto.
Bobblehead Momoshiki.
Yeah, bobblehead code in the anime.
Hey, that's not fair. It's not just a still picture.
Okay, but staying on that. Okay, so
they should have just made it a still picture though.
That's fair. Kamui, do you
With,
think
like, a flapping key.
what do you think Jigen's fight or what do you think Jigen's goal in the Naruto versus Sasuke fight was?
Okay, just get them out of the way of his pursuing Kawaki.
Sasuke, that's his goal.
Okay, that's fine. So he didn't do that. He couldn't do that.
Well, he did.
He didn't.
Kind of. Like, Sasuke wasn't, like... Again, though, like... I'm gonna pause for a quick second. This is what I mean by, like, the narrative versus the fist fight. Like, you might have worded it slightly different, but you've really talked about the same concept before. There's the narrative battle and the physical battle. We've had this discussion with, like, the Jiraiya fight or something. Like, you could say the narrative battle is, like, Jigen getting Kawaki and bringing him back to Kara versus Naruto and Sasuke stopping that from happening. Jigen, like, loses that battle in a sense because he's too weak to bother with Kawaki. So he goes back to heal and then he'll deal with it. It's basically his idea. And then Koji comes in. But frankly, if you remove Koji's interference, Koji and Amato, then they do lose that fight. Jigen heals up and goes and gets Kawaki. So that would be including Kachi and Koji in the mix of this fight anyway.
No. Okay, so let's assume Amado
even if we ignore all that,
Kashin Koji doesn't exist. So what's happening here in the story? If Amado and Kashin Koji
and he heals and comes back for Kawaki.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't.
Why doesn't he?
So first of all, Naruto and Sasuke. First of all, okay, so Sasuke goes back to the village. He heals up 100% by the time before Jigen can heal at most 8%. Yeah.
Well, we don't know that. I mean, when Sasuke was well, I guess he has Sakura healing. That's actually funny. Actually, yeah, Sasuke healed faster than Jigen.
Okay, so that's first of all. So 100%
but even then, though, it doesn't matter.
Can defeat less than 10% Jigen easily. Sasuke can also
probably.
get to Jigen. Sasuke not only has space-time, but he is able to track the Kara bases. He's able to find the teleporters. He's the one that says that the coordinates were changed.
Okay, but then we gotta. I mean, I guess this would be unfair. We have to introduce other characters, but you have to worry about Code. But
Code wasn't there at the time.
No, but if Jigen, like, hypothetically, I mean, I guess never mind. I was gonna say, ignore that.
Delta in that scenario.
Yeah. Okay, Delta and Jigen, but
okay, I can give you that. But also, so I would consider Naruto being rescued by Boruto and Kawaki and all of them. I would consider that fair in this instance because, again, Jigen's not preventing that from happening. in any kind of way.
Yeah.
So Naruto is still in the picture. He's not being removed. He's still just as pesky to Jigen. And Naruto is also healed 100% by the time Jigen has only healed at most 8%. So Naruto and Sasuke just go back and finish off Jigen very easily.
But that isn't the fight that happened though. Like all that is like what could happen beyond this point. At the end of the day though, Jigen is standing there with Naruto and Sasuke pinned down. Like if that was a sparring match, Jigen was the victor.
Yeah,
that's all I'm saying. Like Jigen won that. If that was the tuning exams, Jigen was the winner. Like
no, well, okay, no. No, because here's the thing, though, is because it's all one continuous thing. They both didn't heal up to 100%. It's like Kawaki in the latest chapters, where he had to run away, but he was still weakened from his fight. So he's still weakened, whereas other people aren't. So it's not two different fights in this instance. It's still one long, ongoing fight, to where Jigen just can't recover stamina in the downtime where they aren't fighting.
Yeah, but you can't say that Naruto and Sasuke versus Jigen fight, but include stuff with Kawaki, Team 7 versus Boro, and Kashi Koji versus Jigen. That's not the Naruto and Sasuke versus Jigen fight anymore. That's Kashi Koji versus Jigen. It's a different fight. It's the ongoing overall plot narrative battle, sure, but it's not the physical fight that just occurred.
I know, but Sasuke would be able to find.
Because if you're going to say that, then you're going to say that Naruto versus Neji started with Hinata versus Neji, and that it's like you can say an ongoing plot point, sure, but that's not the literal fight. Yeah, because but like
was able to
everything you're going to get into is it doesn't matter that he won the fight. The fight doesn't have to end in death. He beat them.
Well, no,
they admitted he's too strong.
Even if
and they ran away from the fight.
Even if you don't want to consider Naruto, you can just consider him still sealed, even though Sasuke could have just gone to save him himself. So let's just say 100% Sasuke finds 10% Jigen. Sasuke alone, without Naruto, is still bodying Jigen.
He can do that, but that's like a different... Depending on how you frame this, like, if it was, let's just say hypothetically, like, immediately, like, Jigen goes home and Sasuke immediately follows him and kills him, I'd be like, all right, well, I guess they kind of beat Jigen. But if it's like they're resting up and starting again, no, that's a different fight.
But
it's the same characters, it's a different fight.
They're resting up, but not really. Like, would you consider Kawaki as having rested up when he ran away from the village? And
if you're going to say Sasuke went from, like, 5% to 100%, yeah, I'm going to call that resting up. He literally got healed by Sakura.
That's what I'm saying.
Someone else did. Actually, that's another point.
Jigen didn't, because he's still weakened from the fight.
But here's the other thing, though, Oodie. You're including Sakura now. You're adding in Sakura healing Sasuke. That's not Naruto and Sasuke versus Jigen. That's Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura now.
This is why
because Sakura
Naruto
got involved.
Would be included. That's fine. That's fine. Because again, what was Jigen's goal?
Just to get them out of the way.
Okay, he couldn't.
If Sasuke's injured, he's out of the way. If Naruto's sealed away and Jigen comes back at full strength, Sasuke doesn't stand a chance.
Okay, well, aside from his goal of getting them out of the way, at least temporarily, even though you should say permanently, but at least temporary, how long is temporary? What's his goal beyond getting them out of the way?
To get Kawaki.
Yeah, he needs to get Kawaki within the next 2 days. That's not happening, based on what Jigen did.
He doesn't need to get him in the next 2 days.
Well, Jigen's dying from this fight. Jigen only has 2 days to get.
No, he says it'll take 2 days to reach. No. Amano says it'll take 2 days to reach 100% again. He doesn't need Kawaki in 2 days. He needed Kawaki in 2 days when he reincarnated as Ishiki. Not this Jigen. Jigen could have just healed up and gone back again. That was probably his plan.
That's fine.
He didn't intend on Naruto.
I'll just go with that. That's still
I can confirm what Amato says. I'll pull up the chapter right now.
Jigen wasn't gonna die in 2 days, otherwise he would have died, because 2 days passed. Like, what?
Yeah, Jigen wasn't going to die. He was just injured. The reason that's why Koji attacked him then,
idea what
they wouldn't have attacked. There would be no Kashi Koji versus Jigen fight if he was just gonna die anyway.
Okay, but Kamui, basically what this is saying is if me and you ran a race, let's say a 100-meter sprint, and we tied, so therefore we have to do a follow-up race, except my stamina is at 100%.
But they didn't tie.
And yours at
They didn't tie.
Huh?
No, they didn't tie. That would be like saying if I beat you in a race, but we're both equally tired, then I still beat you in the race. Jigen beat them up. Just because he's equally tired, like he clearly was the victor of the fight.
No, he's not. No, he's not. He's absolutely not. So
he literally smashed them into the ground, pinned them with rods, so they couldn't even do anything.
Again, it's not that it would.
And then he said, "Killing you is going to be a waste of time." In fact, he said, "Oh, actually, I'll kill Sasuke." Then Sasuke ran away. He forfeited. He ran away. It'd be like running away from the Chunin exams fight. You're not the winner because you run away.
Jigen let Sasuke get away too.
Well,
he let Sasuke get away.
He didn't really. Naruto kind of got in the way.
So,
but then he just said, "Oh, whatever." Like he could have followed Sasuke, yeah, but he just said, "Whatever."
He could have just shot Sasuke with a chakra rod, and he wouldn't have been able to do anything.
Kamui, here's where I think
but that's just plot.
Where the ground isn't set or whatever. You think it's a time thing, that if Jigen wanted to, eventually he could kill Naruto. I'm saying Jigen could never have killed Naruto in that scenario, and he would have died and resuscitated into Ishiki and then killed Naruto.
But that's not the...
He wouldn't have died, though. What do you mean?
He wouldn't have died. Amato just says it'll take 2 days to reach full tank.
He wouldn't have died, though.
Yeah, he was at less than 10%. So if he kept fighting...
That doesn't matter.
He would have reached 0%, and then he would have just died.
Oh, if that's what you mean, then yeah, sure.
Yeah,
he probably would have died.
Less than 10%, he was physically cracking. He would have died.
So wait,
if that's what you mean.
Are you trying to say that, like, if Jigen went for the kill on Naruto, he would have killed himself?
Yes, Jigen was incapable of physically killing Naruto in that scenario. It's not that
but that doesn't have to do with winning the fight. But he doesn't have to kill Naruto to win the fight.
No, you don't have to kill someone to win a fight. That's weird.
This is why my race example works. Because they both just left. The fight wasn't over, they just stopped fighting.
Yes, it was. You can't... Okay, for example, a boxing match. You don't have to knock the person out to win the boxing match. You can just win the boxing match. You don't have to, destroy them. You don't have to break them. You don't have to, render their future career impossible. Like, you don't have to do it garbage to lead to win the fight.
Choice. I don't know what else to eat.
That's analogous because this isn't a boxing match. It doesn't apply. The same rules don't apply.
Here, how about this? Okay, if this... nobody kills anyone in the Chunin exams, but the closest person to who would have died was Rock Lee versus Gaara. Mike Guy didn't intervene. So let's just say Gaara actually killed Lee. Okay, Mike Guy doesn't intervene. Gaara obviously wins the Chunin exams match in that case. But Naruto also beat Kiba without killing him. He just beat him.
So?
He wasn't even knocked out. Kiba was just defeated. Naruto is defeated. He's stuck in the rods. Sasuke is stuck in the rods. The only thing he can do is use space-time ninjutsu.
Naruto heals 10 times faster than Jigen.
No. Yeah, but Naruto... Look, Jigen... If Sasuke didn't run away, Jigen beats him. He literally barely misses Sasuke. He just barely escapes in time.
Yeah, but...
that's what happens.
Okay,
yeah, so... Sasuke ran away from the fight. He forfeited.
Basically, it's like this. So Jigen's goal is to get them out of the way long enough
if I challenge you to a race on a 100-meter dash and we start and 50 meters in, you just run the other way, you run away from the race. You can't just say, "Oh, you didn't beat me." No, you forfeited.
I will not.
I don't know how
Terrible.
I don't think that's a good example.
Okay, so
maybe not, but the point is. Okay. If you just run away from the fight, that doesn't mean you tied.
No, because
you lost.
But the fight isn't over. So the reason that the race example works isn't because it's a race. It's because we're agreeing that we are going to keep doing this 100-meter dash until one of us wins.
Jigen does not say that. He just says whatever.
But Jigen didn't accomplish his goal.
Jigen's not trying to prove his strength to Naruto. Jigen's not trying to prove his strength to Naruto and Sasuke. He's just All right, you're out of my. He didn't even want to fight Naruto. All he wanted was to bring Kawaki back.
Because, like you were saying earlier, what does Jigen say? He says that he's unable to accomplish his goal of getting Kawaki right now. He has to go back to the base to heal. So by the time he heals up, Naruto and Sasuke will be healed up.
No, but Naruto wouldn't. In Jigen's mind, Naruto isn't gonna come back. It would just be Sasuke.
Okay, that's fine.
Who we would handily defeat.
Sasuke comes back. Sasuke heals. Again, Jigen should know this, considering he's been alive for thousands of years and would know things about Konoha, including that Sakura is there. So he should know that...
Okay, but Sasuke can't track Jigen anyway.
Yes, he can.
There's no evidence of that. He doesn't know where the Kara hideout is. He found where Jigen and Naruto were.
He says
when
that
does Sasuke go to the car?
When he goes to the land of snow. He finds one of the teleporters. And he says that the coordinates have changed.
Boruto's hideout.
Yeah, that's fine.
And also...
Oh, that would take a substantial amount of time. But...
Hold on. First of all, Sasuke found the Ten Tails dimension and Boruto's hideout. Those are the two places Sasuke found. Yeah. Sasuke never found, like, Jigen's headquarters.
But again, every place in Kara is linked through physical teleporters. That's how Victor and, like, every Kara member was able to meet Jigen at the beginning of introducing Kara.
Well, no, not every place. There's no teleport connection from the Ten Tails dimension to Kara's hideout except Code's Claw Marks.
There doesn't need to be that. There doesn't need to. Because everywhere else...
Yes, there is.
This is how
Sasuke doesn't have a way of tracking. Sasuke has no way of tracking Jigen that he knows of.
This is how Kashin Koji and Amato physically get to Jigen in order to fight and kill him in the first place, through those teleporters.
They know where their teleporters are to get to the Kara hideout.
Okay.
But Sasuke doesn't have one of those.
Sasuke doesn't have that. He doesn't know
where Kashin Koji's house is to go into that teleport. He doesn't know where Victor lives to go into that teleporter. He doesn't have that information.
Boruto's hideout?
We don't know. But
plus,
Boruto's hideout...
Sarron, I know you can answer this. At what point do the Jonin find the Kara Outers in general? I know you...
Boruto episode 210.
Okay, when is that in the timeline? That's like around the same time?
It's a few days after Sasuke. A few days after Naruto and Sasuke awaken.
Okay, that's fine.
All I'm going to say is, in no episode or manga panel I've ever seen does Sasuke or a Leaf Ninja find one of those Kara teleporters that goes to the Kara hideout, which is clearly in one of Ishiki's dimensions in the anime specifically. It's like got the same purple, rocky, icy background. Like it's exactly like Ishiki's dimensions. So the Boruto's hideout is not in another dimension. So Sasuke could have just walked in the snow and found it. That's not the same for Kara's hideout. He has to dimension travel to it. He doesn't have a way of tracking Jigen. He only found them where they were.
That's not technically
he found Naruto's chakra. That's how he found Jigen.
If you follow the anime, which is where you get the look of the Kara dimension anyways, those portals that Delta went through, she went through the portal that was probably... Actually, we don't know where Delta came from. That's the thing. She could have gone from a different... So when Delta comes... I just told you, 210.
Oh, is that what you're referring to? Okay, my bad. I thought you were talking about something else.
What are you referring to right now? Where Delta comes where?
She comes through a portal, and then teleports to Boruto's hideout. But we don't know where Delta came
from. The Kara hideout. She's always in the Kara hideout, like, at base. Like, that's where she lives, basically.
Yeah. So you could say...
She went from the other dimension to Earth, basically, to get to Boruto's hideout.
She went through the other dimension in order to get to Boruto's hideout, which means if Sasuke went through that portal, he should be able to go through the Kara hideout.
There you go.
Yes, if he found that specific, but that portal was destroyed.
By that point, that portal is destroyed. Yeah.
Well, again, after.
So it would be too late anyway.
Yeah, it'd be too late.
Isn't destroyed till after.
Till after what?
Until after Sasuke would find it. If Kashin Koji and Amato didn't go there.
Yeah, but they don't know where that is at this point. They don't know where Boruto's hideout is yet.
Sasuke would just be able to find it.
Because you said episode 210. Episode 210, they find that.
Sasuke never found.
Sasuke never found that portal.
You know Konohamaru and Sai are the ones who found it.
That's the moral of the story. He doesn't know how to. He knows Well, Jigen also changed the coordinates of the Ten Tails dimension just in case, so he technically doesn't even know how to find that yet, but he could probably find it. That's why he has codes there just in
Konohamaru and
case.
Stein are the ones who go to the hideout, not Sasuke.
Yeah.
Okay, whatever.
And also, what episode do they go to that hideout? When does the Boros cult hideout stuff start?
How many
That's
times do I have to
210,
say the
210.
episode
No,
number?
I'm confirming because if it's episode 210, that's literally after the Boru fight and all this stuff.
It
So,
is,
like,
yeah.
Yeah, so they've already found Naruto and shit. Like, if we're talking, this whole scenario would be Sasuke immediately going there. This stuff all
Yeah, and
happens
he does,
later.
and
Is
they
this-
find out a
Is this
little bit
before Ishiki
after.
awakens? So this is before
Yeah.
Itachi
Yes.
Okay, so then it still applies.
No, it
No, but
doesn't.
Itachi
Because
Koji
Jigen's only
attacks
still less
Jigen.
than 10%. He's at most at
But no,
9%.
okay, but
No,
either way,
because
Oodie, here's the problem. They find that
Sasuke
portal
wouldn't-
and Delta immediately
No,
destroys it. There's no
Oodie,
time for Sasuke to
you're
go there
wrong,
and use it.
Oodie, because the whole reason why they even know about the Boros cult is because Sarada told them about it, so they looked into it. If Sarada never said anything, Sasuke would just go to Boros cult. He doesn't know it exists.
Okay, that's a good point. Okay, so let's backtrack a little bit here, because I just let something slide earlier. So you said Naruto's for sure out of the picture in this scenario. Why would Sasuke, because he has the coordinates, Boro was there to stop Sasuke, why would Sasuke not go rescue Naruto?
Well, he could, but
And he would.
Jigen continues to heal as that happens, and he has to fight Boro. I know everyone
that's
thinks
fine.
Sasuke would just wash Boro, but he
would.
does have to get around his virus and regeneration. Like, he's
That's
still got to
fine.
fight Boro.
He has perfect Susanoo, he's fine.
Yeah, he does. He just
Perfect
he uses
Susanoo
his.
doesn't necessarily
100%
just prevent him
Sasuke
from
is
getting it.
immediately... 100% Sasuke's taken out
Well-
Boro way faster than Team 7 did.
I mean, in fairness, what is Sasuke's answer to the virus? He doesn't
Orochimaru's
use snakes
poison
the
that
way
he got
Orochi-
20 years ago. Sasuke's immune.
Poison and viruses are not the same thing.
They're not.
That's why.
There's
Why
no-
do you think Mitsuki was immune?
Because he stole Boro's antibodies with snakes that bit him. Sasuke doesn't use that.
Yeah,
It's not his character. That's not how,
Orochimaru.
but it doesn't matter. Like, Sasuke doesn't use those abilities. He stopped
He doesn't
using
do
snakes
that.
once he lost Orochimaru. It's
Okay.
not in character at all for him to
Literally,
do that.
Sarada herself, Genin Sarada says that Boro is slow. Sasuke is blitzing him before he even is able to
No,
perceive
but the
Sasuke.
problem is, but here's the problem. Sasuke, if he knows about Boro's abilities, yes, he can blow Boro up all in one giant attack. That's fine. The problem is he doesn't know about any of that. He doesn't know about Boro. So if he slices them in half and he doesn't destroy the core at that moment because Boro can move it around and shit,
And
Boro
then Boro-
regenerates
Boro
and the virus
uses
is
his
already
virus,
hitting
yeah.
Sasuke. That's the problem. The problem with Boro is his virus will just be there.
This is why
He kinda
Boro
just
is
puts
actually a
Sasuke to
better
sleep.
opponent against Naruto than Delta is, even though he's weaker.
Yeah, like he is, because the problem is, unless they immediately blow him up, they're probably gonna get hit by his virus. That's the whole reason why
Yeah.
he's considered stronger than Delta. His virus is OP. Mitsuki was the perfect person to have on the team to counter the virus, and Sarada was the perfect person to find his core, which Sasuke could do too. However, he doesn't know in advance that he even has this core because Kawaki's not there telling Sasuke, hey, he's got this core. If you destroy it, he won't regenerate.
Okay, so let's give you that. So
Sasuke
let's
doesn't
say,
have that information.
let's say Sasuke teleports there, sees Boro, speed blitzes him with the sword, cuts him in half, and he doesn't realize
Boro's already
he's gonna
unleashed
heal.
his virus. Boro is taking Sasuke seriously. He is not
Yeah,
playing
I
around.
understand.
He's already unleashed his virus.
That's fine. So, okay, same thing with Danzo. Sasuke didn't know Danzo was going to come back to life after he squashed him to death. Sasuke still lived because
Yeah,
of
and
Susanoo.
Danzo just stood there and did nothing, like an idiot.
No.
Danzo
Sasuke,
just.
Danzo got one free attack on Sasuke Susanoo. It would just apply here.
But the virus isn't a kunai.
Do you think the virus can penetrate Susanoo when Infinite Tsukuyomi couldn't?
Well, they're different types of
They are
concepts
Those
going on
aren't
here.
really those aren't not the
I
same
mean,
thing.
like, maybe
But
it might be okay. It's possible that the virus can't penetrate the Susanoo, but at the same time, the Infinite Tsukuyomi didn't enter Sasuke Susanoo.
Sasuke
That's
would
true.
just blow away the
Kabuto's
virus
Saugen
with wind
Jutsu.
style.
Kabuto's Saugen Jutsu can go
Sasuke
through his
can see
Susanoo.
the virus.
So,
Sasuke can see the virus. What do you mean?
I said can.
What do you? Huh?
All right, two things, Oodie. One is that Kabuto's sound genjutsu works in Susanoo, so I mean, different things work, I guess. Second, he doesn't necessarily know about the virus. Like, he can see like Boro unleash this virus and look at his Sharingan and see, oh, that looks like a virus. But by the point he realizes all that, it might already hit him, and at that point, activating the Susanoo is not going to help.
It's not
like,
gonna
unless
already
Sasuke
hit
immediately
him.
goes into Susanoo and squashes Boro, he might get screwed by the virus. And even if he doesn't, like I said, he still has to fight Boro. Like, he still has to fight him and expend more energy. Then he also used space-time ninjutsu to get to this dimension, which tires him out a lot. Then he fights Boro. Let's just say he wins after a fight. He tired himself a little bit by fighting. Then he has to use space-time ninjutsu to get Naruto out of the portal. Then he has to use space-time ninjutsu again to go home. He's used space-time ninjutsu like 4 times, and just using it like twice makes him super tired. So now he's got to rest again. And then Naruto's also been injured this whole time. He's been stabbed at chakra rods. He probably wants to rest too. But at this point, Jigen's probably back to 100%. Okay? I'm just going to go through this again.
There's absolutely no way you're... Okay, that assumed like 8 things in a row that are absolutely outrageous. So first of all, him using the teleportation jutsu, it's not going to take that much. He was able to teleport like 6-8 people to Momoshiki's fight and then still beat up Momoshiki.
It's only one portal, though.
It's
It's only one portal.
It's not the amount of people. It's just the amount of time he uses it. He would have to use it a total of 4 times.
Okay, so he teleports back to Konoha, gets healed by Sakura, and then he's just fine, like in 30 minutes later.
I don't know about 30 minutes later. Sasuke had a lot more time to rest up than
Not
that.
a long time is the point. He's fine not long later, whereas Jigen is still healing.
Well, frankly, we don't really get a timeline. Like,
someone said 2 days earlier between the Jigen.
Oh, it's a lot longer it's a lot longer in the anime, but yeah.
Okay, let's give you the benefit of the doubt. Let's say it's only 2 days from Jigen versus Naruto and Sasuke to Jigen versus Kashin Koji. He was healed at most 8%, so if we do basic math, it's taking him a month to heal back to normal. So there you go.
What? No, what? No, he just said it'll take 2 days to hit 100%. That's when he hits 100% after 2 days.
Okay, yeah. So
if this rematch happened 2 days or later, Jigen would be 100% again.
Okay, I might.
It's just a matter of whether
something you said earlier. I thought you said it was 2 days between the Kashin Koji fight and the Naruto.
No, I said we don't know how much time passes. We just know Kashin Koji says,
said earlier it was 2 days. Was that wrong?
Yeah, I said it's long. I said it's longer in the anime.
But Sarron, do you have
That's
an
what I
idea
said.
of how long it is?
Okay. In the anime, okay, so
I think the anime said it'll take 5 days to reach full tank or something with different.
No, they said
I'm
10.
not talking about full tank. I'm talking about the time gap between Naruto and Sasuke versus
No,
Jigen.
they said
Jigen
10
versus Kashin Koji.
So
Okay,
in between episode 9, 10, in between episode 8, 9, 10 to 11, about 3 to 4 days pass, and that's it.
Okay, so 3 to 4 days to heal at most 8%.
Well, I don't know what does Amato say Jigen's at in the anime.
Less than 10%.
10.
Less than 10.
Does he say that?
He says less than 10. So
Yeah.
he's at most at 9%. So if he was at 1%, he healed at 8% to be at 9% at most.
If you use the manga, I think only a day passed.
Okay, so 1 day for at most 8%. That's still taking like 20 days.
You know, all this is very odd, to be honest, because it says you have almost 0 chakra left. It'll take 2 days to reach full tank again. So he was at almost 0, and he reached around 9%. You know, at most 9% anyway. I guess he exponentially heals because if it was a whole day, he's gonna get his extra 81% the second day.
Well, hang on. Where does it say that it takes 2 days for him to reach back to full tank?
Page 16 on chapter 40 or 16 on chapter 39.
Can you post it in the general chat?
Yeah.
Making pesto pasta.
Yeah, I guess
some pine nuts.
Exponentially. Or maybe he's healing up just enough to be able to teleport back to the Ten Tails dimension just to take more chakra, and then that would heal him back up. That's just a possibility.
Poor Ten Tails.
Well, he just says, I don't know, he just says, yeah, I'm gonna post it here. He just says, you're at almost 0 chakra. It'll take 2 days to reach full tank again.
Doing start your
Oh.
takes. Oh, ATG. What a liar. ATG, you want to get in here and argue too? I'll bring you on gladly. Wreck you too.
Yeah, so you can lose badly, Oodie.
You have almost 0 chakra left. Interesting. I did not know that existed. It'll take 2 whole days to reach full tanking. Yeah, that is interesting. Okay, I'll give you that.
So, like, it's just saying in 2 days you'll be full tank. That's why Kashi Koji attacked when he did. He attacked, like, basically right after. It's kind of...
Oh, wait.
We don't
Hold
really
on.
know the time jump.
Never mind. It's not a dev. It's not a dev. It was probably like 12 hours. Yeah,
Like,
probably
it just
12
looks like
hours.
it's a few hours. Like, they have a fight with
It's
Boro, and then
immediately
they go
after
to this.
in the manga. In the anime, it's about 3 to 4 days.
Yeah, the anime just changed it. Like,
Because they had
It's
to, because
completely different.
they wanted to address the Boro cult stuff and everything.
yeah, so they just changed the whole timeline of this. So, like, obviously, there's a
They
whole
should-
lot we can't say, but either way,
They should have
the
done
point
the
is
whole
just that-
Boro cult thing after the car arc was over. That would have been more interesting, but oh well.
It'd be good to...
Yeah, too late for that.
The code art at the beginning. Okay, so...
Yeah,
I'm
actually,
fine.
that would have
So
been good because of Boro's hideout. But anyway,
So
but
let's get
Oodie,
into the manga.
honestly, a lot of this is kind of irrelevant because, like, at the end of the day, the point is they had a match, and like the match was over.
It wasn't
Jigen
over.
won.
No, he
Yes,
didn't.
it was. That was the fight when Jigen pinned them in the rods, and they were like done, and said he's too strong. They admitted, like, we lost. The only thing we can do now is have Sasuke get away. That they admitted they lost. Like, they lost.
How many times did
That
Naruto
was the
fight
fist fight.
Pain? In the Pain arc, how many times did Naruto fight Pain?
He lost the
One.
first fight, and then a next fight happened. And then another fight happened, and then another fight happened. So,
So
I
either
don't know.
your answer, Kamui, is 1 or 3.
Yeah. I mean, it depends on how you want to interpret. You can either call it all one fight or not, but
Not
no, you
both.
it's a
can't
little
say
bit
it's
different
how you
there.
interpret it because you're definitively interpreting it one way here. So you have to...
because there's a little bit of a difference. It's like yes, you can. I would
Actually,
I would
not
try
that
to say
different.
3 fights, but the difference is that it's like all literally right in one. Like, it's all one day. Like, they're just continuing to do stuff. Whereas it's not like they go home.
They're
But
continuing to
Naruto-
do stuff here.
But Naruto isn't fighting Pain after he goes into Six Tails
Yeah, he's not
anymore.
even conscious.
Yeah, I mean that's Kurama, honestly. So you in
So
that
the
case,
fight,
it-
so the
yeah,
fight
it's
ended,
really,
and then they
is
start
3
another
fights.
fight.
Yeah, it really is 3 fights anyway. But if you wanted to consider it one fight, though, the difference would just be like they didn't stop and go do something else in between. But yes, I would say 3 fights because that's really Kurama fighting Pain.
Okay, this is fine. So just like Jigen was unable to kill or get Naruto and Sasuke out of the way, Pain was unable to capture Naruto, which was his goal. In any of the fights.
Okay. Okay. But he
So
still
it's the
beat
same
Naruto in a fight. But he beat Naruto in the fight, the first fight. He beat Sage Naruto. Just because he didn't accomplish his goal doesn't mean he wasn't the victor in his, like, fist fight.
So Kurama is a part of Naruto. Kurama would count. He
Yeah,
didn't
Kurama
beat
didn't
Naruto
come out, so
because he
Naruto
didn't
got
beat
mad.
Kurama Naruto.
If Hinata didn't show up and intervene, Naruto lost. He's getting captured.
Okay, but again,
Yeah.
before the fight, Pain didn't take the measures to take Hinata out of the equation.
Okay, but that's when it became Kurama. If Hinata's not there, Kurama versus Pain doesn't happen. If Kawaki Team 7 doesn't do shit, there's no rematch of Naruto. Naruto's still stuck there.
But you can't.
Yeah,
Or
that's
alternatively, you
true.
get all
You
Sasuke
can't
versus
apply
Boruto shit.
hypotheticals. We're taking the story as we got it.
But they're just new fights
Yeah,
again.
Yeah, that's a
Pain
new fight then,
defeated
dude. That's a
Sage
new fight then.
Naruto.
Yeah.
That's a new fight when Kurama shows up.
Because it's no longer Naruto, it's somebody else. So
It's no longer like
it's a
that's a
different
new
fight.
fight. A new fight happened because of Hinata. It's a new fight.
Okay, so basically what I'm getting at, it is Naruto, by the way. It's still Naruto. It's an extension of Naruto. He's not able to beat Naruto, which is still the six-tailed
That's
Naruto.
fine, but that's not the same sense. That's where it's different from this one. They literally have
No.
complete different characters
Not
getting
different,
involved
though,
here.
because the fight isn't Naruto and Sasuke versus Jigen. It's Naruto and Sasuke and Sakura versus Jigen.
Huh?
Oh, that is not the original point you gave me. I said you would have to change it to that. But that would be changing your original point. Your original point
My
was
original point
Naruto and
was saying
Sasuke
how
did
we
it.
got it in the series.
No. You told me we can rewind the stream. You said Naruto and Sasuke versus Jigen. You did not say Sakura. I mentioned Sakura. You did not say Sakura until I mentioned it. That means your stance has changed.
That is true. You originally
My stance
just said
hasn't
Naruto and
changed,
Sasuke.
but I said it wrong originally. If you want to consider that, even though it was implied.
Okay, so you're making a retcon.
No,
You're making a
based on
retcon to
everything
your
I
Well,
point.
Prince, the argument is
for
now
my
different now,
arguments
so
from
now
the
we're
beginning.
arguing over different things.
Now you have a new argument now.
It's not a new
Yeah.
argument. It's the same argument.
No,
Well,
it
he
isn't,
was
because
arguing under the
if
premise that you
Sakura-
weren't
if
including
Sakura
Sakura
isn't there,
included.
Sasuke doesn't get healed. So he doesn't have a rematch. He's
No,
just
not
stuck there
arguing
laying
under the premise
helpless.
that I'm not, because he's known I am. He just knows it hurts his argument. So he's not arguing with it, even though I have been this whole time.
You were not arguing for Sakura at all until I mentioned
We're the
Sakura.
ones that started this argument a few months ago when we were talking about Baryon mode, Naruto getting out from underneath the cubes.
Oh, that?
Yeah, that's what I.
That's a different. That's a
point because I wanted to argue
that
this
is a
with you, not
different
with
thing.
Kamui. We didn't even get
That's
to
a
that part
different
yet.
thing.
What's the,
We didn't even get
what's
to
That's
that
a
part.
different thing, though.
Yeah, but no, but it's assuming that's the same thing because we're going under the same premise. This is all the premise for that. Is that Naruto and
Oh.
Sasuke?
what is the Baron mode thing? All right. Well, anyway, the point
Oh,
is really just
the-
simple. Like, all right, hold on, Sarron. Did Jigen beat Naruto and Sasuke in a fight?
If you're talking about the physical fight, yeah. If you're talking
Yes.
about them
That's
achieving
all
their
I'm talking
goals,
about.
if you're talking about them
I
achieving their
made it
goals, then
very
they mutually
clear
lost.
that I am separate. I made it very clear from the beginning. I am separating their goals from the physical fight.
Yeah.
I always
If
said
it's a
you beat them in
physical fight, they did technically lose. If you're talking
Yeah.
about goal wise, yeah, no, they mutually lost.
Yeah, and I agree with that.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
agree. Like I said, the goal narrative aspect.
Then
if
I'm on
Jigen did
Kamui's
not just
side
slam
here, then.
them. Jigen took a step back, but in the physical fight, I mean, he very
You're
clearly beat
agreeing
them.
with
You know
Kamui's
what?
side when he's
Boruto
the one
himself
setting
states
all
it.
the rules.
Hold
You're
on,
agreeing with
Oodie.
me
Do you
under my
consider?
premise.
Hold on, Oodie. Boruto himself literally states that Naruto and Sasuke lost to Jigen.
Okay, Boruto's an underlying.
literally says-
Boruto wasn't even there.
I don't care. Well, yeah, because Naruto and Sasuke told him they lost. They probably told him. How else does he know about it? They had to have told him.
Well, obviously, when Sasuke teleports back and then Naruto is sealed, he would just.
I'm
assume
worried.
that.
You two lost
The
against that
10-year-old
Jigen
kid.
guy last time, didn't you? So how do you plan to win against an even stronger guy? They don't deny it.
They're like, hey, no, we didn't lose.
They didn't say, what are you talking about? We tied.
Okay, but my original premise was that Naruto and Sasuke heal up and then go beat up Jigen when he's at like.
You know what's
10%.
really
That's a
fun
different
right
fight
now?
then. That's a rematch.
I'm eating
That's called a
tomato
rematch.
It's not a rematch
pesto
because Jigen's still at
pasta with
10%, so
meatballs.
just like the race, if we race and then we tie or whatever, if we
No,
race
that's a
again
rematch.
and
That's
you're
a
at
rematch.
10% and
No,
I'm at 100%, I win the second race.
Oodie.
And
That
we-
would be like, no, Oodie. That would be
That's-
like this. Let's just say, I know how in track meets we go to different events, they don't repeat events, but let's just pretend after the 400-meter dash, they do the 400-meter dash again. That would be like, I beat you in the first time, but you recover faster and you beat me in the second one. The second
this case,
race.
he's not
That doesn't
beating
mean
them in the
that
first time.
that doesn't
The
mean I didn't beat you in the first
The
race.
only reason the second race is
Yeah,
happening
that's
is
what I-
because the first race wasn't definitive.
No, it's
Right.
like it's partly because Jigen doesn't care about killing him, and partly because like he's too weak to bother anyway.
It's like-
but then
it's like
again,
after
he wasn't
time.
too weak. He wasn't too weak to kill
Hold on.
Sasuke. If Sasuke didn't run away and
He wasn't
forfeit the
too weak,
match,
yeah. He would have killed
he
him, yeah.
would kill
It's like
Sasuke. If
over
Sasuke
time.
doesn't forfeit the match, no,
That's what.
Oodie, if Sasuke doesn't forfeit and run away, Jigen kills Sasuke. Now Naruto never escapes.
Also, if Naruto never escapes, if Team 7 never comes in, so technically, under this weird premise, it's Team 7 and Sakura versus and Naruto and
Yeah, it's Team
Sasuke
7
versus
I don't need
Jigen.
Team 7 because Sasuke
versus
goes to
Jigen
rescue
and
him.
Bora.
Boro can see the virus just like someone else did, and then Boro has Sasuke has Susanoo, and just like
We have no
Deidara
proof that the
just like
Susanoo is
Deidara
immune to
fight,
the virus.
just like the
Okay,
Deidara fight,
so
just
how
like
did-
Sasuke is able to track the minuscule rods, he's
Okay,
able to
there's-
see the virus, and he could use electricity, if assuming it does touch him, which it wouldn't because he's fast enough, and he would be able to destroy the core because he can see the core.
Electricity?
Yeah, just like he destroyed the stuff in his bloodstream, the clay in his bloodstream, to not explode.
What about it?
So
Well,
assuming
that's
the
because
virus
the
gets in,
Earth
he would
style
just
is
use
specifically
electricity to
Earth style
destroy
is
life.
specifically weak. Earth style
Wait,
is
wait.
specifically weak to lightning style. We don't have
Okay,
any
Yeah.
do you
indication
think a virus
that the virus
can
was there.
survive electricity?
Can
What?
Sasuke even pinpoint? I
Wait.
mean, maybe he
I'm
cannot.
sorry.
But
Ooh,
we don't know.
what?
I don't know.
Can a
The
virus
just-
survive electricity?
let's look it up.
I'm looking at it
What?
right now.
What?
Can a virus survive
It's probably
electricity?
very difficult to, yeah,
I
think
don't-
can virus
I don't-
survive lightning?
Wait, I'm confused.
Electricity? Oh, dude! Wait. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, I'm getting nothing.
Why does this matter? Why does this matter?
It's to see if Sasuke gets hit by the
This is
virus
more so
and
just a
he-
curiosity thing.
Yeah, so this, do you remember, Sarron, when Sasuke
Wait,
used,
but
like,
Ood, you
Chidori on
sounded so
himself?
confident that that a
Well,
virus
yeah.
would die to electricity,
Well,
and now
That's
you're not sure.
actually insane.
The
That's
Chidori
actually
electricity is
an really
very
cool
strong.
idea.
How many volts do you think it is, Sauron? It's a lot of volts.
I'm gonna say honestly, Oodie, as a side note, that is an incredibly cool idea if Sasuke just zapped himself to disable the virus.
That's
Like
what
that
I'm
might work,
saying.
and I love that.
What?
That is insanely cool. However,
The virus gets inside of
I mean,
his
we don't know
blood,
if that would work.
not
or
just
not.
zapping
I mean,
him.
I'm not gonna.
It's the same thing he
We're
does
not gonna
with the Clay
stress too much
versus
on the
Deidara
point.
fight. The blood.
No, but they're two different things.
Versus
No, but I
Ooh.
mean, like in fairness, there's a precedent for Sasuke to consider trying it. But that being said, if it didn't work, that actually hurt Sasuke in that
It
fight.
didn't
Like it
hurt him
wasn't
against
exactly.
Deidara. Wait, what?
He,
Why?
he literally says him or Deidara say something about it,
I don't remember. Maybe.
or have a thought.
But
Hold on,
even
let me
Zapping
look.
then,
yourself
Sasuke
with
is so
lightning would
far
hurt
above
you,
Boro,
babe.
it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, like if it works, I'll say like yeah. Then I mean, the Sasuke would have a perfect counter. In
The
that case, if
virus
that works.
is in you internally, like inside. It's like
Well, so
affecting your
this-
immune system and stuff. You can't just zap you can't just zap yourself with lightning. And go, yeah, virus no
I
longer
mean,
works.
Again, he
Sasuke
does it
did
in
kind
the
of just do
Deidara
that.
fight. Are you
He literally
forgetting?
zapped himself.
Yeah.
He inhaled Deidara's C4 and it zapped it.
Is that
Okay.
affecting his immune system?
Okay,
Is that
I'll
affecting
give
his
you
immune
this.
system?
It's bloodstream. Who cares? It's inside him. That's the point. It's a fictional
Yeah, it was in his-
series written for children. It's gonna work. Let's pretend it's not gonna work.
Well, no, I'm gonna admit, like, there is logic behind that working. We just can't really say for sure if they would if that would be a weakness. Like, we can't definitively say, but it's
Based on-
plausible, I think, for sure.
Okay, yeah.
However, anyway,
I don't think anyone tried viruses versus electricity before, but okay.
Okay, so assuming
It's
it
a very
does
weird
affect him,
comment.
Sasuke's gonna realize, and then he's just gonna instantly.
This is what Sasuke says, by the way.
Teleport back.
Sasuke ran Chidori through himself, and he says, "Yeah, but
Who
the
says-
effort sure wore me out."
Who
By
says-
the way, my jutsu is called Chidori.
No,
He
the virus
admits it
is
wore him out, like
So
doing
Sasuke-
that.
virus doesn't take.
Yeah, Sasuke
Okay.
tells Deidara, zapping himself wore him out. That's why he's like physically kind of like distraught. Like it hurt him. It wasn't exactly comfortable to zap himself.
The
Okay.
virus doesn't take that long to incapacitate you. It only takes like a second. So he gets affected by the virus, doesn't realize he's affected, and then he like, oh, dang, this sucks,
He
and
would
falls
have
over.
to like do. This would all assume Sasuke just. I mean, Sasuke is very smart, and I think he could do it. But yeah, it all would operate under the assumption that he
Sasuke
immediately
uses
figures
his-
out what it is and what to do about it.
Okay, so
Sasuke
assuming it
uses his
still affects
Susanoo and then falls
Because
over.
Mitsuki,
He's like,
Mitsuki collected Boro's blood without knowing in advance. He just did it just in case. He said it's a habit of his, like he got from Orochimaru. So one of the first things he tried to do was collect
It's a
Boro's
habit
blood.
that Sasuke got from Orochimaru then too. There you go.
that's actually not
Sasuke
true.
does not do that.
Sasuke
No.
doesn't
trained
do
under
that.
Orochimaru longer than Mitsuki did.
He
Mitsuki
doesn't
did
do
it.
what Orochimaru does. He doesn't fight like Orochimaru.
Mitsuki did it because he wanted to collect his blood to create an antibody for it. He didn't just do it out of habit.
Sasuke
He
absolutely
literally
fights
says,
like
and it depends
Orochimaru.
on if you use the manga or the anime. Because in the manga, he just says it's a habit of.
In the Daedra
Like,
fight,
I'll
Itachi fight, he uses so
in
much.
the, in the
I
manga,
think-
it's Sarada who says it's viruses, and Mitsuki just says like he
No,
collected
the
it.
manga
like,
and anime are different.
They're
I'm using anime.
yeah. In the anime, Mitsuki's just new.
In the
virus,
anime,
and, like,
they made Mitsuki look better. So
yeah.
I
But yeah,
have no
Mitsuki
idea what
just-
to eat, but I figured it out in the
Mitsuki
end.
bites it, and then I'll come back to
Anyways, even if it doesn't
when
work, and even if it does hurt him, Sasuke still
Let's eat
so
real
much
quick. I'll
above him,
take
and the
Robin
virus
outside
isn't
one more time,
instant.
and then
But like I
take
said,
off
though,
that harness
even
of
if, like I
his.
said though, but here's the thing, Oodie. Like I said though, you have to remember. Let's just say it works and Sasuke hurts himself. He's still got to recover again.
Oh.
He's also got to continue to do space time ninjutsu to get Naruto out and then use it to go back. Like he's hurting himself, like by doing this.
You know what? I'm looking up how many times he can use space. What's a jutsu called again?
I don't think it's a definitive answer. I just know he complains about. No, a Menotechikara is a different jutsu. They don't have a name for his space time portal.
I had no idea what to eat, but I figured it out in the end. There's like nothing here to eat.
Sasuke
Anyway,
portal.
Mitsuki just says, Sarada, just in case it traps some of that dark mist inside my snake's body. It's only a little bit though. I want you to reveal its true nature. Blah blah blah. And then she says they're viruses, and then Mitsuki says figures. I thought it might be something like that. I suspect, especially from the symptoms, it
Eat
wasn't
real quick,
absolutely
and then we're
sure.
gonna
Blah,
go
blah,
outside
blah.
one more time. Okay, buddy?
Okay, so before even finding an answer to this, not only does Sasuke teleport to the Ten Tails dimension, and then pretty soon after that, he teleports a second time to the Jigen fight, and then in the Jigen fight,
Yeah, so you can certainly do three.
Yeah, so he automatically there's 3 to teleport out of the Jigen fight. He also uses Amaterasu. He uses his Ida switch to swap with Naruto and Sasuke at least once. I forget maybe if he does it again. He also uses I already said Amaterasu. He uses full Susanoo. So that's right there. That's 3 things he does in the Jigen fight, along with 3 teleportations.
Yeah, but
You don't know that he used 3 teleportations. It could just be that when Jigen sent Naruto is actually in the same dimension where the Ten Tails is.
Well, even if it is, he's
Well, no, he makes a portal.
Yeah.
He makes a portal?
I think you see the. I don't know if you see the portal,
Don't
but
see it in the anime.
Pretty apparent that he did it though. He came out of nowhere, so
Plus the sky
he obviously used the portal. Yeah, the sky is also a slightly different shade of purple. Each Ten Tails dimension or each Ishiki dimension is very similar but slightly different in the anime.
Yeah,
but anyway, the point though, Oodie.
Well, keep in mind, Jigen took Naruto
Alright,
there,
I'm a dip.
assuming he could just
I guess.
immediately go away. Alright, that's fine.
Yeah.
So I don't think Jigen
Anyway,
would have
Oodie,
taken Naruto to the Ten Tails dimension.
Yeah, no. We also probably would have seen the Ten Tails, but the point wasn't that like Sasuke can't do the space-time jutsu that many times. The point was just he goes home, he rests up. Naruto, meanwhile, is not resting up. So then Sasuke would have to teleport to that dimension, fight Boro, possibly zap himself and kind of get tired from hurting himself. And then he would have to teleport Naruto out of the pod. And then he would have to teleport him and himself back home. Naruto still needs to rest up, and so does Sasuke. By this point, we don't even know where Jigen's at. But all that anyway, though, doesn't address the original point. The point is they lost the first fight that they had against them, and now they were going to get ready for a rematch. Like,
Okay,
that would be a rematch.
This is still fine. Okay, so worst case scenario, Naruto and Sasuke heal up. They can't find Jigen. Jigen comes back. Naruto and Sasuke are
that's also another point, actually. They can't find Jigen. They don't know where Jigen is.
Okay, let's assume
so they're not even necessarily going to find him. But then he's going to probably recover.
Okay,
he's probably going to recover because
fine,
Sasuke can't just spam. He can't spam his space-time jutsu like 100 times. If he doesn't find Jigen within the first 2 times, he's going to have wasted too much chakra to stand a chance at a fight against Jigen again.
Okay, so Kamui, worst case scenario, Jigen comes back to the village 100% with the same amount of Ten Tails chakra. Why would Jigen win the second time?
I never said it would just be repeating the same situation over and over again.
Okay. This, in that case, it would be a different fight.
Well, actually,
no.
Jigen
has thousands of years of
there would be a
experience,
different scenario in that.
This doesn't matter.
That fight would be different. Jigen would probably do what he was going to do the first time, which was blow up the village. But Kawaki said, no, I'll go. And then Jigen stopped because he said, okay, if you'll come with me, I don't care.
Okay,
So Jigen probably just used the village against Naruto and Sasuke. By this point, I mean, Sasuke hasn't come up. Yeah, he was shrinking shit and stuff.
Well,
Boruto,
Sasuke
came up with that strategy. Sasuke came up with a strategy to fight, to get Boruto to use karma to get Ishiki out of that dimension.
Plus,
however,
that was a bluff because Kawaki was right there. If he nuked the village, Kawaki's dying. Now that I think about it.
Okay, he could direct it to everywhere but Kawaki.
That's not
anyway,
reasonable. You are nuts.
Okay. Alright, anyways. Besides that point, though, what I was going to get at, though, is Jigen doesn't necessarily have to nuke the entire village in one blow, but he can start destroying shit, which is just going to... He can use hostages against Naruto and Sasuke. And at a certain point, it's like, crap. The moment Jigen captures Kakashi or somebody, or Sakura, Sasuke is going to have to make a choice. Do I let him kill Sakura, or do I just send Kawaki over and then try to save him? Like, Jigen can employ those strategies. Furthermore, Sasuke, by the Ishiki stuff, after he's reincarnated and comes to the village, he came up with a strategy for Boruto to teleport Ishiki away using karma. However, he only made that strategy based off of two important factors. One, Boruto and Kawaki use karma to get to Naruto and bring him back. In this hypothetical scenario, Boruto and Kawaki have never done that. They don't even know they can do that yet. They haven't tried to, so it's even more of a risk that Boruto probably won't succeed in. Second, Amato told him Ishiki can't shrink living objects. So he doesn't know that Boruto can transform into a sword and Ishiki can't shrink it. He doesn't have that information to know that. So for all Sasuke knows, Ishiki could have shrank that sword.
When did
and it was the same would apply to Jigen.
Oh, well, I guess.
Yes, Amato says. Amato tells him that in chapter 44, 45, 46, one of those anyway.
Okay.
So
I'll give you that.
Sasuke made that strategy off of two pieces of information he doesn't have, meaning he probably doesn't have that strategy to get them out of that dimension again. So they're going to have to deal with Jigen in the village this time.
Well, hang on. Do you think
just
Sasuke
pulled
would be able to
Naruto
figure
away
that out
so that he
from
could
his
drop
fight?
him off.
It depends if Sasuke is able to figure that out from his fight. Because Sasuke would be like,
maybe,
oh, man,
but he
why
didn't.
Doesn't he just shrink us?
Maybe. He might be able to figure out the shrinking part, but he still doesn't even know Boruto can do the karma thing, or that Boruto has ever done it before, because he hasn't in this situation.
I don't think Sasuke knew in the first timeline. And
yes, he does. He knows. I think they have a flashback of him asking. Let me pull it up. Asking Boruto if he did that before.
Well, that wasn't the plan. When Sasuke threw the sword at Ishiki, not only did Sasuke not know that was
the plan was for Boruto to use space-time. The plan was for Boruto to use the space-time portal Ishiki out of the village. That was the plan.
Oh, also, we don't even know where they went, even to this day, but Sasuke was still able to track Boruto. So,
he tracked Boruto. He can track Boruto. He tracked Boruto and Naruto.
So why was he able to track Boruto, but he wouldn't be able to track Jigen?
I don't know why Sasuke can track Boruto and Naruto, but he can't track Jigen. That's just the thing. He can.
Why do you know that for sure?
I can't give you an answer for why. This is just a thing in the series.
Then you don't know.
It's literally a thing. It's literally a thing. I can't give you a great reason why this is a thing. It just is a thing.
Okay, we both just don't know. That's fine. So we'll just neither.
Yeah, but either way, he's not making that strategy necessarily without all this.
Okay.
I'm trying to find the flashback of when they show the strategy being formed. Was that anime only? I thought they had the flashback of them making the strategy. Do they not? I can't find it.
I could be completely wrong. Just genuinely from memory, I don't think they do.
I thought they had a strategy of him saying, like, you did this with karma before, right? Well, either way, though, here's funny, though. Remember how, like I said, Amato said that jutsu that can shrink anything except living creatures? Sasuke's saying he's repeating it as part of his strategy. That's funny. He made that strategy under that knowledge, though.
He could have just done this with... Okay, what about this?
But he doesn't know Boruto can do that.
I know you're gonna say no to this, but What if Sasuke, because we know Sasuke can use shadow clones, what if instead of Boruto, Sasuke had a shadow clone as the like sword, he throws it at Ishiki, Sasuke the shadow clone poofs as the shadow clone and then just chops Ishiki's neck off.
Ishiki just does the rods thing he did like
I knew you were
again.
gonna say that. I knew you were gonna say that. But Ishiki in this case would be off guard. The same way he was with Boruto. He wasn't expecting it.
He was off guard with Sasuke.
No, he wasn't. He was not. He was not. He knew it was gonna happen.
See what? He literally is like,
Plus, in
oh,
this case,
like shit. He swapped places, but then he says, but then he's just like, huh, nice try though. Like you almost got me. Like, yeah, I'm looking at it. It's like darn Rinnegan. Like, and then
you said earlier,
she's surprised.
Can't shrink the rock.
Look, there's a look. He has a look of shock. They have the exclamation point that he's shocked when Sasuke swaps,
Where is it?
and then Sasuke sorts by his neck, and he barely in time reacts. The same thing would happen.
Screen, can you post a screenshot? Or can you?
Yeah.
I don't know if you can.
I don't know how to.
Oh, that's fine. Okay.
How do I do that?
Well, it's probably different from here. I'll even share my screen to show you. All right, so I'm sharing my screen. Let me know when you're looking at my screen.
Yeah, I was looking at it.
Okay, so
again,
I'm on the Google Chrome version, so it's probably different. But in the bottom left, there's this button. It's not usually green. It's going to be the same color as this, but because I'm using it, it's green right now.
Oh wait, it says I can't. No, it has the circle with a slash in it. No, I can't do it.
Weird.
Oh wait, now I can. But what?
Probably because I was doing it then. I don't know. It's weird. See if you can.
That's probably it. All right. Wait. Which applic? Oh god, I don't know what.
Just do the entire screen on the right. That's what I always do. Unless you have
entire screen. Okay.
Want to share in some other tab.
No, I don't care. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So here, Naruto is attacking with a Rasengan.
Yes.
And Sasuke's getting ready to swipe. He's going to absorb Naruto's Rasengan, then he swaps, and there's the shock look. Like, huh, you got me. And then Sasuke's sword's right there by his neck. He just reacts barely in time.
Okay, so then he's on guard while Sasuke's swinging. Plus,
same thing's gonna happen there. Sasuke's not gonna swing his sword faster.
He's seeing Sasuke swinging in the background, you said. Sasuke's already
but he's
there.
Not. Well, Sasuke's swinging in the background, but he's not really looking at him. That's probably why he's shocked.
Well,
but
he's in his peripheral, so plus Jigen's way above them in terms of.
I mean, yeah, that's fair, but the point. But Ishiki's reaction is probably a little bit better than Jigen's. He's stronger and faster in every way, so surely he has a better chance of reacting in time because he's stronger as Ishiki.
He has a better chance of reacting. Well, I'm not even gonna say he has a better reaction speed, but in this case, he's gonna be caught off guard versus on guard. So we just don't know.
He's still.
I'm not gonna say it will work. I'm gonna say it might work.
He's still caught off guard by this. Frankly, Sasuke's sword couldn't even chop Momoshiki's neck. Will it even matter?
okay. Then why does he think it's gonna work here?
I don't know, dude.
That was Momoshiki when he was transforming, which I do think that is the
I don't understand that either. Why was Momoshiki's body more durable when he ate Kinshiki but hadn't transformed yet? Did he get weaker when he transformed?
I think so, yeah. I think it's just the property.
It doesn't make any sense. Dude, it's so weird. I know. They didn't know what they were doing there.
It was a.
I don't know why they.
Oh, I will say this.
They shouldn't have.
The guest I was trying to bring on earlier.
Shouldn't have included that.
Okay, he'd never commented. Rip. So we're not gonna have him. Anyways, in one of his videos, he's explaining Shinjutsu. One of the guests I was trying to get on, and one of.
I need to pull up the stream and look at the comments on it.
Huh? I don't know what you're talking about.
As you were saying. I just said I'm not on the stream reading the live chat.
In one of the videos, he pulls up a panel of Amado explaining that it takes a considerable amount of like energy or effort or whatever in order for an Otsutsuki to place a karma seal. So like Ishiki couldn't put it on Jigen because he was too weak after being betrayed by Kaji. Yeah. So we know that karma is a Shinjutsu, so it probably has some kind of properties that when you transform, I don't know. I'm probably this is making no sense the less I talk on it.
I'm gonna look at these chats now,
Oh.
and I haven't been watching these, and I have no idea when people are referring to things. Like, I love Kabui's energy right now. I have no idea what I was saying.
Oh,
Or when they
you
say
were eating
Kamui
when I
mad
said that?
bad. Go off, Kamui. I don't know what part this
that
is.
wasn't this debate. That was before this debate. That was when you were talking about the comments that you got from your spoiler video.
No, I was like, I don't know when this is referring to.
Yeah. No, but ATG calling me a bot was from this debate. I'll say that.
Yeah, actually, hold up. We gotta put a poll in chat here.
I got you.
Did Jigen beat Naruto and Sasuke
Okay.
in a fist fight?
Did Jigen...
It's too bad we don't have Trippy's take on this.
Did Jigen... Trippy agrees with me.
There's no way he agrees with you.
Did Jigen beat Naruto and Sasuke? So either yes, Jigen won, he beat Naruto and Sasuke, or no,
In a
Jigen
physical
didn't
fist fight. You gotta specify physical fist fight.
I'm not specifying that.
Okay, well...
No, I'm not specifying that.
Okay. You know, I'm fine for the sake of the poll just to see, but the premise of everything was that it was a physical fist fight.
I'll leave off on this. It really comes down to whether you think, in terms of like an analogy, if it's two different football games or if it's just overtime in this instance. I'm going to say it's overtime.
I consider it like the Ishiki stuff, everything after is a rematch. It's another football game. Like, you know, it's a different game, but
it's almost like
wait, did my vote get deleted? Wait, what just happened? Why did it end?
Made the poll. No, it didn't. I just made it just now.
Well, 100% success.
Hey, I haven't voted. I'm just saying. And it's. Oh wait, that's yes. You voted the wrong way, guys. This is what happened when I voted that one time. It's Trippy dyslexic to me. Yo, screwed. I'm voting on my phone. I'm voting no. Take that. Wait, did it take
Still
my
gonna
vote?
have us.
It says no. What? Okay,
Oh, there we go.
There we go. You already know it's ATG and you voting yes, so it doesn't even count.
No, dude, those are very important votes. Who's the fourth person watching now? Yeah, actually, it's probably you and me and two others.
Oh yeah, it is. It's Cam. Cam's in the.
Well, actually, hold on, because Ducks and Cam are in the audience.
You know what? We're inviting them in here if I can figure out how. Ducks,
yeah, they can come in.
To speak, Cam, you're invited to speak. What do you think? I'm not even gonna say Toby. Why? This time, I'm genuinely interested. What do you think?
Also, how did your taxes go with the Cam?
Work in progress.
Yeah.
You still in a minute?
Cam, I'm gonna let you take that one.
Okay, so Oodie forgot some of his forms, and then
You know what? I'm not gonna.
Well, he didn't even know.
Go ahead.
Okay, he didn't even know he needed these forms from his college. They're called a 1098T, which I don't think Oodie minds me saying
Oh,
this.
he needs those, yeah.
Yeah, and he didn't know. So I'm like, you gotta go get those. And so we had to pause on his taxes. And then what else did he forget? Oh, and then I was like, did your parents claim he's a dependent? Yes or no? And he's like, oh, I don't know. And I'm like, oh my God. And then when we were doing his taxes 7 o'clock at night, he wouldn't answer on Discord. I was so mad. And then, so we were like, hey, we're just gonna pause the taxes. And then my boss accidentally submitted them before we did the 1098T. And so once Oodie gets his refund, then we'll do an amendment so he can get more money back.
You do? Oh, I did my amendment before I got my refund.
Yeah, no, she said it can kind of slow the process down.
Ah, damn it, dude! I knew I'm an idiot.
Yeah, so
dude, it took out what I owe immediately, and I have to wait forever now to get my refund.
Oof. Yeah, I told Oodie probably 7 days, but now I'm thinking it might be 14 days. So yeah.
If I did my refund immediately, how long do you think it'll take to get my refund?
7 to 14 days. The IRS has been really. Yeah, the IRS has been really quick. this year
That's why
about
a lot
handing
of
out.
people getting theirs quickly. So I paid in. Let's see when I paid on April 17th, which was we're getting closer to 2 weeks here. And then I probably amended it like the day after.
Then yeah, if I'd guess I'd shoot for 2 weeks at least.
Oh, at least.
Yeah, because when you do an amendment, it stops. The IRS stops it until you put in the amendment and say, "Oh, hey, my bad." So then you put in the amendment, and then the IRS fixes it, and then you'll get your refund after that. So that's why I'm also
I
like,
did
let
the
him get
amendment
money.
like immediately. I did the amendment very quickly after, at least.
Yeah. Well, then maybe it won't take as long, but I'm not sure. I mean, but with we kind of fudged some numbers a little bit allegedly in Minecraft, so he got more money back. So
Did you tell them how illegal I am?
yes, we gave him more mileage and more deductions. So in Minecraft.
In Minecraft.
Oodie, how much are you going to get back, or in total, like between your owing and paying, how much are you going to get back?
Well, it depends on this last college form, but I'm guessing 2K or more?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not too shabby. I'm going to get 4K back in total.
Holy crap, what?
Dang. You probably had more deductions, though, than Oodie did. We had to make up deductions because, Oodie, you didn't have enough.
Yeah, I kind of inflated some deductions, but like they were mostly legit.
Yeah. Well,
Oodie's
were not mostly legit.
I said I'm gonna get back like hold on, let me look here. I paid in like 2,600 and then I was gonna get back like 3,300 or something, and then I did my amendment so that I would get an additional like 900. So let's see. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna get back like 4,200 or something whenever I get that check. That's all I know. So I think my net result is like 1,600 positive.
Dang, out here slaying. What a king.
And it's all going into the student loan stuff I don't even utilize. Because I like serving more.
Yeah, no, what? Yeah, Oodie has a degree, and I'm like, what? That's such a weird major. I'm like, what are you going to do with that?
What? Why do you think my major
is? What was your major?
It's
because
business
you love
administration, like the most vanilla basic. What?
Yeah, and then
I
I'm like, what do you do with that? Like, I cannot see you in like a suit jacket or like suit pants.
Oh, well, that's the thing.
I
don't consider work as something I need to enjoy. I just go for the money, and then with the money, I can do the things I enjoy. So.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's one way to look at it.
I gave up on that pretty soon, and I'd say, well, definitely my senior year of college, I said, fuck the money. I don't give a shit. I'll just want to make enough. And other than that, I just want to be like what I'm doing. I said, screw that money bullshit.
Yeah, even though it's not enjoyable to me, I am actually pretty good at math. Like, I'm kind of a numbers geek. Like, in microeconomics, I actually did pretty much enjoy. So there is a part of my brain that even this personality or whatever, I can just like be serious and just sit down and focus on numbers. Actually, really
I just hate school. That's part of the problem.
Yeah.
Like I was good at like every class. I hated school. It doesn't matter how good my grades were. I hated it.
Cam, can you add the like 50,000 freaking miles I drove to college?
No, we fudged the mileage a lot.
Okay.
Just enough to not be sus. But yeah, we did. Yeah, we had to give him an amendment because we were just like, no, we don't have time to do it. I worked 14 hours doing people's taxes. It was miserable. So we're like, Oodie, I'm sorry. You just gonna have to get an extension, dude. You gotta have to wait.
Yeah. So that's my tax update.
Yeah, so Oodie, my suggestion is next time you keep your dang receipts.
Well, I didn't know this was even gonna be.
I know.
It's not. Whatever. I don't care.
Yeah, just get an accordion folder. Stick your receipts in there. It's all good. Or just save your emails. What, you don't save your emails when you buy things online?
My email. I don't buy things in general.
Well, if you get a 1099, you're just gonna have to buy things.
Okay.
It's just trying to groceries
actually,
towards it.
Yeah, well, we used some of his groceries in as like out of town eating.
Anyways, in Minecraft.
In Minecraft.
Yes.
But yeah, you have to know the system in order to play the game. You have to know the rules to play the game to your advantage, is what I learned this tax season. And I did not find my future husband, so it's kind of a failure. But we got till October, so it's fine.
Yeah, you did find the people with like the $4 million saffron garden.
Huh?
You said something along the lines of something.
What?
I'm close enough. It does. Anyways, doesn't matter.
Oh no, those people have a business that they frame houses, and he's married, so what a bummer.
Anyways, back to Boruto.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, is this what this podcast is about? Weird.
Huh? Oh yeah.
Kim, how do you feel about Sarada's Mangekyo?
Well, hang on.
In the Momoshiki prophecy,
the fight. The fight.
Oh yeah, right.
I think Jigen won. I mean, yeah. Wait, just in a fist fight? Yeah.
Facts.
How can you say that?
Well, I was listening. I was kind of going in and out listening, but I'm just like, I mean, he was like totally kicking their asses, like.
Okay, you weren't even there.
So I think even just in a fair fist fight.
Wasn't even there. Didn't even hear. Wasn't there.
Okay, well.
Okay.
Okay, Oodie, be man, stay man. Just remember, we still doing your taxes. You better be nice.
I did. Yes, you're right. Jigen won. There you go, Cam. Congratulations, Kamui. Right. You win by concession, by default.
That's what I thought.
You win by tax.
You're welcome.
Which is right.
But yeah, I liked Sarada's Mangekyou Sharingan. I thought it was an okay progression. I kind of agreed with Kamui a bit that maybe the stakes should have been a bit higher, and it did feel rushed. Like the last chapter felt very rushed, and then it's like, oh, we're going on a hiatus. It kind of felt like they were just like, oh crap, let's put something out quickly, and then go on hiatus to figure out the rest of the story. Where we're gonna go from here.
Yeah, so like, all right, we need 3 months to figure out what we're gonna do.
Yeah, so we're going on. Sorry, guys, but I mean, I liked it. I thought it was good, and I liked the design. I know a lot of people didn't like the design, but I did. Like everybody's like,
I don't have any problems with the design necessarily. I wouldn't say it's my favorite one, but like I don't have a problem with it.
Yeah, I heard a lot of people on Twitter like didn't like the design. I'm like, okay, ooh. I think it looks fine.
Like, what aspect of it did they not like? Like,
because it doesn't look like the traditional. It didn't look like the traditional Mangekyou Sharingan. I'm like, they're all different.
What?
Yeah, I mean, hers is the most. I would say hers is the most different because almost all of them have a like 3-point design going on, and then Sasuke's is the first one where it's like a 6-point, and Sarada's is an 8-point. But I mean, truthfully, what is playing? Oh, that's what that is. Like Sasuke's was the first one that was kind of like unique in that aspect anyway, though. So it's like it already kind of started to change there.
Yeah, and Madara was like, "Ooh, we gotta snag them because they look so different." Like those are good for your eyes.
Yeah, they had the Chokutome or whatever he says. Like,
yeah.
It's cool. So like, yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't really care so much about that. It was just more so like, I didn't really feel impacted by the scene. So I'm like,
yeah, it didn't
I
hit
should
you.
have. So I think they could have done more to make. Like I said, if I'm rereading Naruto and Sasuke, having a conversation, and I feel more emotion than Sarada's Mangekyo scene, I'm kind of like, okay, this is a common theme I have with Boruto, but it's like, that tells me that it's not living up to like what I want. Even if I like it a lot, it's like, I say, well, why not make it better? Like, why not make it more impactful? That's the main thing there. That's not to say that like, it's just god-awful trash, but it's like, I want it to be perfect. So if it's like mid, I'm not going to be happy about it.
Yeah, I mean, when I read the chapter, I was like, oh, okay. Wow. Like, okay, that's cool. But, like, the chapter before that, like, it made me sick to my stomach, that everything that was going on. And then this chapter was just like, it was mid. Like you said, it's just mid. Like, I just didn't feel all the hype.
Yeah, like, I like chapter 79 a lot more. Like, not even just because, like, of a big event. I think Ada, Omnipotence, and Sarada's Mangekyo could be, like, equally big events that were... Honestly, Sarada's Mangekyo is something we've been waiting for longer. Ada's Omnipotence, which just came out of nowhere. And so it's like, we had built... Even though we weren't building it up, it's just something that we were waiting for because we knew it would happen. So it's like, the more something has hype and anticipation for it, it's like... the greater chance of you either loving it or being disappointed by it if it doesn't meet your hopes.
Yep.
That's kind of what we're running into with the prophecy thing too.
Yeah, I don't think it's lit. I don't think the prophecy is complete yet. I don't know.
I sure hope not. I'm not going to accept that it's complete until we see the time skip. Until the time skip happens, I'm going to assume it's not done.
Yeah, I feel the same way.
Yeah, and if it is done, I'm just gonna be so disappointed.
I think I talked to Oodie about this, maybe, but I was just like, he hasn't lost everything yet. I mean, just things being turned upside down. That's not losing like anything. I would feel like somebody dying would have to be losing more. Like that's not
I don't think it's
losing everybody rather than everything, but he hasn't even lost everybody.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Yeah, he literally didn't lose all the people. But second of all, I'm like, this is my opinion. I mean, you can say like you lost something, but it's like, if he has a chance of getting it back, like a very strong chance of redeeming the situation, it doesn't feel like much of a loss. Like, I know that technically like, he could have lost it, like, just regain it. Like, that's allowed. But it's like, it really doesn't feel like you lost much when like you have a million clues to help your case plus other people on your side. It's like, I don't know. It doesn't really, like, I agree. It doesn't really feel like he lost everything.
Yeah, so I just think
Boruto himself just looks like, I never once thought I lost everything. And it's like, okay. Even the freaking main character's just like, nah, dude, I didn't lose anything.
Yeah, for real. That's what I thought. I was like, all right, Boruto, like, get up, dust yourself off. That's great. But I'm like, you just didn't. I mean, I was like, wait, that's it? That's it. That's the end of the chapter. Like, pretty much.
Yeah, he's just like, yeah, dude, this is nothing. I don't care.
I know. I was like, I was expecting more, like, emotion.
That's another point. Boruto says he's crushed, but shows, like, no signs of feeling crushed.
But yeah, like, we don't get his, like, you can tell when,
crushed. And that's
like
when people...
like when Naruto loses Sasuke and Sasuke loses Naruto in part 1, you can feel it. You can feel the sadness.
You feel the character's emotion. I'm like, dude, the freaking... I think the most annoying video to read comments from was my spoiler videos, dude. Every time I think of this, it pisses me off. I'm like... And some of these people, like... It was mostly the Mangekyou part. Actually, I want to get into something in a minute. But when it came to Boruto's prophecy, they're like, why do you want Boruto to, like, suffer and despair and all this shit? I'm like, no, it's not the point. The point isn't that I want Boruto to, like, just rot to the ground because I hate him. The point is that it's a lot more impactful and hard-hitting when the character's, like, almost given to despair or whatever. They almost lose their mental or physical battle, but then they come out on top. It's like, if they just stay on top the whole time, it's like, okay, there was no struggle. We didn't see Boruto struggling with his loss.
Yeah, there's no
almost wavering, almost despairing. It's like if you want him to like lose everything, it's like having Boruto contemplate like giving up, but then he doesn't. It's like a lot more. It's like for Naruto's example, like this is a perfect example. Like Naruto literally gave up. He was going to give up versus Kurama, like or give in to Kurama, but then Minato talked him out of it. Versus Obito, he literally was like, "Fuck," he literally just lost energy. Hinata kind of snapped him out of it. Kakashi was like going to give up versus Obito. He literally says he was about to give up until Naruto snapped him out of it. I'm like, there's like, but you feel it. Whereas if they just never once waver, it's like, yeah, okay, I get Boruto's character is the type to give up, but neither was Naruto's. That's why it felt so impactful that even Naruto considered giving up versus Fade, because the freaking kid who says he never gives up was about to give up. That's why you felt it. You felt like he gave up, and then he came out on top, though. It's like, that's the point there. So I will say that if Boruto, like if this prophecy isn't over, and Boruto like is like, haha, screw you, Momo, acting like the tough guy, but then something happens where he actually does kind of give up and then come back, then, you know, I won't mind that, because it's like, okay, he was talking that big shit, but then he actually does give up. That'll make me feel it later on, but like, if this was the ending, it would be like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Yeah, and maybe it'll happen later on in the story, but like I feel like it needed to happen now, especially before the hiatus.
Yeah, so as one of the quick side notes, assuming the prophecy isn't over, and something is going to happen that makes Boruto actually despair this time, so Momoshiki was right, he was just wrong about the timing, what do you think will happen? We can get broad and try to narrow it down from there. I'm asking this to both of you.
Let me think about it first. Oodie?
Okay. Oodie, do you have a thought?
The prophecy isn't done yet. Something bad happens. What do I think the bad thing is, or what do I think Boruto's reaction will be? What are you asking me?
Let's just, ignoring Boruto's reaction for a minute, just assuming a bad thing actually will happen, and Momoshiki, like, there is more to Momoshiki. Like, Momoshiki is jumping the gun and getting pissed off. Like, stuff's gonna happen. What do you think would happen? Like, we can start broad and work our way in. I'm just curious what your first thought will be.
Oh, well, first of all, this goes back to kind of something we were saying earlier. Ada said that she's just not going to tell Kawaki or Shikamaru where Boruto is. That's not going to work. Ada's, again, she's gonna have to go rogue if she just doesn't tell people where Naruto's killer is when she can and refuses to explain why. So, what does she expect? How does she?
Well, she might have to play it off.
How?
Like, what if she like lies about where he is, and it's just like, oh, they're on the run though, and like they got away. Like, she might be able to kind of lie her way out of it. Granted, some people will get suspicious eventually. That's for 30. Well, no, we're assuming that the time skip doesn't happen right now, but I mean, I guess either way, yeah.
Yeah, either way.
But it's very interesting though, yeah.
But okay, so anyways, so this goes into my thing. I think she can't really hold off on that for long, or at least Kawaki's not gonna let her. So
yeah,
she's gonna get away from Daemon at some point or something, assuming the time skip doesn't happen, obviously. But that's what this assumption is under, anyways. Kawaki's gonna force her to tell him, and then like threatening her life maybe. Kawaki's gonna go there. Maybe kill Sasuke, and then that's the panel we see of the last panel of Kawaki looking, or Boruto looking up at
Kawaki. Well, as a quick side note, we should probably establish this. Do we think that's Boruto's? All right, so in the Boruto, I know there's that one panel with the Leaf Villagers that clearly does not appear to be Boruto's perspective, but we're going to assume it is because, I don't know, it's really weird. If these are supposed to be Boruto's perspectives, and that's why we got those, like, Byakugan eye panels before all of them, kind of indicating as Boruto's perspective, like, is that last one that didn't get an eye shot, is that still Boruto's perspective? You would assume so because it's Boruto's future vision, but, like, are we going to assume it is his perspective?
It could either be
Because
his
if it is, like,
or
Boruto is lying down on the ground with Kawaki over him. Something's got to happen. Actually, well, I can get into that now anyway, because I still think that might happen.
Other than Boruto or Sasuke's at this point in the story, unless someone else randomly finds them.
So actually, I want to see if you say the same thing. Assuming that's Kawaki looking down on kind of a helpless Boruto, how do you think the situation ends?
Okay.
I'm curious if you're going to say the same thing.
I'm glad you asked this. I think all of this is actually plausible. So Cam was saying earlier, this is going to be a long answer, by the way. I'm going to talk for a minute here. Cam was saying earlier it felt rushed. That's because, assuming this is the time skip, not only is it rushed, but it's not the end of what should be an arc. So I guess just in my personal preference, it feels like an end of an arc. But that's assuming the arc is bad in ways. So I think this could be the end of the arc if we got certain beats that we just didn't get in the story. And this could be where they left the arc off at, assuming it was paced correctly. But it's not paced correctly. It is rushed. So on stream, I have the screenwriting thing pulled up. So there's 24 beats in a story. And this is every arc, and Boruto consistently follows this. Same with Naruto, pretty consistently followed this. Even though it's a Japanese thing, it still followed a Hollywood thing. This too zoomed in. I'm gonna zoom out a little bit. I've had this on screen for a little bit so people can see it anyways, but...
That's because stories people are similar regardless of what language they're in.
Yeah. Anyways, so I was explaining the 24 plot points earlier to tell you how long this arc was gonna last, as well as to explain when the code arc ended and why it ended. I did this, I think, on the first podcast we did. And ever since then,
we discussed this at some point. I know that.
Yeah, I've been predicting how long this chapter is going to be. I think 2 or 3 more chapters until we're supposed to have the thing. When was the arc started again? We can do this right now, actually.
Chapter 73 would have started the arc.
Okay, and when does Kawaki seal Naruto?
Yeah.
77.
73, 74, 75, 76, 77. That's 5 chapters. So 77 plus 5. I've done this on stream like 2 times. Okay, so chapter 82 is when this arc should end. Which is actually still, I think, where I do want to say it will end based on screenwriting, at least, assuming it doesn't fail me. And
like they could hypothetically rush into a time skip at 82, but I would prefer that they did one more arc, probably, depending on what they did, but...
Well, they don't even have to rush in the time skip. I'm saying the arc should end at 82.
Yeah.
And it should be the final arc as well, because overarching themes have been established in this arc and, like, concluded and answered. But I'll get to that. Okay, so the midpoint of this arc, I've said this for a few weeks now as well, was when Kawaki sealed away Naruto. That's the halfway point of this arc. That's why I'm saying it's 77 is the midpoint in, like, the 5 chapters before and 5 chapters after, roughly, at least. It radically shifted the story in a new direction. It was completely unexpected. It was not a false victory. It's a major setback is what it was at that time. Yes. So, okay, leading into this, so, again, there's 24 plot points. About halfway is about 12. So, plot point 13 is where I'm starting off at. This is introspection. So, this is immediately after... this is chapter 78. This is immediately after Kawaki seals Naruto. We're getting this chapter. So that's what this chapter was. Up like 13, 14, 15 is about 2 to 3 beats per chapter. So keep that in mind. So introspection, introspection. Your character undergoes some change. They are transformed from victim to warrior. How do they deal with this? Through a speech or actions, more obstacles. And I'm just gonna read all these together since it's all one chapter. Planning. Point 14. Characters come up with a plan to stop or confuse the antagonist force. In this case, Boruto is the protagonist and Kawaki is the antagonist. This feels like crisis planning full of potentially disastrous outcomes if things go wrong. That was very much so felt, I feel like, because nobody knew where Kawaki was. Boruto was rushing. Nobody knew what was going to happen. Then rising action. Point 15. Allow your character to carry the plan into action, unforeseen obstacles. So in this case, this would just be when Kawaki tries to seal away Naruto, doesn't work. I think we're leading on to the next chapter. I don't remember where these chapters lead off, but 79-ish? 78, 79? Anyways, battle. Obviously, this one's pretty obvious. I feel like most people would realize. Protagonist comes face to face with the antagonist force. But this isn't the final battle. That's a major point here. So, major crisis. This would be after the battle, obviously. Plot point 17 of 24. Again, because 13 is the midpoint, so we're at 17 here. This is not Boruto getting the scar. That's actually in the battle. That's actually the second pinch point, would be Boruto getting the scar. Anyways, so the major crisis in this case is Momoshiki releasing Kawaki. Is plot point 17 of this arc. So that ends the battle. He gets away. Big twist and disaster. This is the chapter 79 quote-unquote plot twist where everyone was going crazy. Specifically the second plot point, Ada's omnipotence reversing the roles. So we learned something shocking about the antagonist force. That'd be the roles are reversed. So how does Boruto react emotionally and physically? The problem is, this is where the pacing starts to go bad if you want to consider the context of the next chapter. We should have got this in chapter 80, this chapter. Instead, it's only in 79. So what we get is Boruto reacting in surprise. A little bit. Until Momoshiki immediately explains what's happening, not only for Boruto, but also for the audience. That's a problem. We only get Boruto's reaction for like a second. And then Momoshiki explains everything is happening. We learn through Boruto's eyes what's happening. So we learn alongside Boruto, the audience does. That's usually fine for an introduction type thing, for world building, not for your big twist and disaster. You need to see your character.
Well, like what is it called? Like exposition dump or something like that.
Yeah, you can do it without exposition dumps though, but it's fine. Anyways. Impossible goal. So this is plot point 19. This is when Momoshiki is about to take over Boruto, when he's sealed by not sealed, but like in the shadow possession of Shikadai, and Momoshiki's like, let's switch for a second. So again, this is where the pacing really falls apart, chapter 80, because it's been pretty consistent up until this point. If you don't consider chapter 80 as having rushed pacing, we wouldn't start with the impossible goal. Instead, we would keep with the Boruto's reaction to this. And no, running away from Mitsuki isn't his reaction. That doesn't count. So, not from a narrative perspective anyways. I guess if you want to consider it in the plot, sure. But he's just listening to Borushiki. We're getting to the overarching themes, just as a reminder. That's very important for what's upcoming here. So impossible goal, again. Momoshiki says, let's switch. Boruto says no. Momoshiki's about to switch anyways. The problem with this, it is a singular panel. So, of the 24 plot points, of which span over 10 chapters, one of these plot points is reduced down to a singular panel. So how do they deal with this tough realization? So how does Boruto deal with Momoshiki's about to take over? Boruto says, if you lay one finger on my friends, I'll never forgive you. There you go. All right, done with the impossible plot point. On to plot point 20. See how much of a problem that is? That's terrible. Anyways, plot point 20, encouragement. So Sasuke takes Boruto. They regroup and they rethink. They share new information with friends and foe. That'd be them talking with Ada. And then, same chapter, chapter 80, push forward. This is the end of chapter 80. But we should also start here for the next chapter. So even with the narrow chance of success, this is the inspiration ending of chapter 80, where Sasuke's like, oh, convince or prove to me that my daughter was right. And Naruto managed to convince everyone that he's cool. You do it now. And Boruto's like, yeah, I'm his son and stuff. Believe it. So we need more of that. But again, we're at point 21. So assuming this is the time skip, we're missing out at the climax. So again, we already got the battle. So let's put this into Naruto part 1. If we do the Sasuke retrieval arc, we got the hospital rooftop battle. we're cutting to the time skip before Naruto meets up with Sasuke. We're cutting off at Rock Lee defeating
Midway.
Kimimaro.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Naruto-
saying. Like, it feels like we need to have that final valley fight. Like,
So
it'd be
But it
so
doesn't
odd
feel like it.
otherwise.
this is
Like, there's
important.
no, like...
So I was sorry to interrupt you two both. Literally both of you are interrupting me here, but I was saying twice that okay, if you want to go, you can. Go ahead, if you want to.
No, it's fine. Go ahead.
Okay, Mrs. Tax God, believe me, you're at the top of my priority list. But but I was saying overarching goals are very important. So you want to develop your overarching goal, or at least have it in the back of people's mind in every single arc. That's why Momoshiki's mentioned his prophecy throughout every single arc. For example, in the Code arc, he said, "Oh, well, the prophecy's still coming." Well, again, that had to be mentioned because it's an overarching goal. The same with scientific ninja tools, and that's in every single arc. Kawaki's augmented, so just Kawaki alone, his being in every arc, makes scientific ninja tools an overarching theme. In The Walking Dead, it's Rick protecting his family. In Avatar, it's Aang learning all 4 elements just to defeat the Fire Lord. There you go. Those are 2 examples. I always use those 2 examples because most people have seen them. Walking Dead's literally the most seen TV show of all time, and everyone's seen Avatar. Okay. Anyways, so back to this. The overarching goal of Boruto is about fate. It's about his prophecy. So this being the prophecy arc, where we get the prophecy, this is concluding. This is, concluding the overarching theme of the prophecy. So, again, we're getting the prophecy, supposedly. So this needs to be the final arc of Boruto Part 1. We cannot go into a next arc without the prophecy still being either ongoing or at least relevant. And Boruto's actively dealing with it. Because that's just not how overarching themes work. You have developing themes and you have overarching themes. This is an overarching theme, so that just, it doesn't apply. Developing themes would
So it
just
has to be
per arc.
fulfilled. So it has to be fulfilled in this arc?
No, so what I'm saying, we have to have the prophecy up to the time skip. After the time skip,
okay.
They don't have to mention the prophecy ever again.
Okay.
Yeah. So either this is the ending and we miss out on all this, or again, this needs to be the final arc, assuming this is the prophecy arc. I know it's a fan name, but either the prophecy either hasn't actually happened yet and Momoshiki was just lying, or the prophecy has to be ongoing because it has to in order for the overarching theme to work. You can't just not have the overarching theme. The same way Rick had to protect his family throughout all of The Walking Dead. If Rick just didn't do that, it wouldn't be the overarching theme / work. And same for Avatar. If he just stopped all of a sudden learning the 4 elements, that again just doesn't work because his whole goal is to beat the Fire Lord, which has a ticking clock, so he has to make progress at all times. Anyways, so that's why the overarching theme matters. It's why it's relevant here. Because it's being brought up and mentioned and directly referenced in all this so often in this arc and developing, the prophecy is actively happening. This has to be the final arc of Part 1. That's why I keep saying it. I hope that makes sense. I'm probably explaining this very poorly, but hopefully that makes sense at least somewhat, and I don't sound like I'm repeating myself like a broken record.
Well, I didn't hear you explain it the first time.
No,
and it sounds plausible. Yeah, I totally get it.
Yeah.
Well, not totally, but I get it.
Yeah. So also, Boruto Part 2 will have its own overarching theme. So Boruto Part 2, the time skip, doesn't have to have the prophecy. It doesn't have to have scientific ninja tech. It doesn't have to have Sarada needing family. It doesn't have to have anything. And it can establish completely, entirely new things because it's essentially a new series.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, like yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah, and honestly, I didn't really think the prophecy is going to carry into the time skip. I didn't really expect that anyway.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Boruto losing everything, you would imagine that would carry into the time skip, especially with the time
Yeah,
skip
but like, I
last
kind of,
season, but-
like, personally at least, I kind of anticipated Boruto was going to overcome that despair that he would momentarily give into in part 1. Like, I kind of was under the impression he would waver and then get over it in part 1.
Okay, that's fair.
That's just kind of what I expected, at least, anyway.
So I guess the prophecy isn't necessarily a good example because it's not long-term. It's like a one moment kind of thing. Like, it's set in one time. So scientific ninja tools would be a much better example. For example, okay, so the other examples, learning the 4 elements, that's over the course of the entire story. If Aang doesn't do that, he still needs to do that. Rick protecting his family in The Walking Dead, if he just stops doing that, he still needs to do that. It's not just one moment where he doesn't need to do that. He needs to do that at all times because the world is out to get his family. And the stakes keep increasing because the world keeps becoming difficult, and the true theme is about survival. But yeah.
Well, and then Rick just like opts out, and like what? You never see him again.
Well, that's they switched protagonists at that point, and the main character. So
I stopped watching at that point. So.
Oh, I'm assuming you're talking about season 9, episode 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somewhere around there.
Rick concluded.
Yeah, I was like, okay, whatever.
Yeah, he was able to protect his family. Is how. Okay, let me just explain the themes of The Walking Dead. Usually, themes are presented as a question to the main character, or at least as a statement to the main character. So, in the case of The Walking Dead, the opening scene of the pilot, season 1, episode 1, is Rick and Shane talking in a police car. I'm so sorry for all the Boruto fans who are asleep right now. I promise I'll get back to it. The Walking Dead is an exception to this rule, but again, it's an exception, not the rule. So Shane isn't the one that asks it to Rick. Rather, Shane initiates the conversation about Rick talking about his family. Rick is the one that sort of asks the question to himself, but not really. He kind of says it as a statement, but it's to prove himself, or for the audience to see him prove what he's saying. So what Rick says, the theme of The Walking Dead is stated when Rick says that he's talking about Lori. He says that him and Lori got in a fight, and that Lori says, "It's like you don't even love us at all." And Rick just like scoffs at that because like, oh, of course he does. And so the audience doesn't know that. For all we know, audience is like a wife beater or something crazy. So we don't know he loves his family. So we see he loves his family later on in the pilot, like a few minutes later. He wakes up from the hospital, he goes back to his house, and he breaks down. He cries in his house. Okay, so now the audience understands. The question, the theme, does Rick love his family? The answer to that question is yes. So this didn't need to be answered. The whole story could have been about answering the question. Instead, The Walking Dead, not only does it not ask it to the main character, but the main character asks it. That's the first exception. The second exception is that it doesn't keep it as a question. It answers it. And this isn't really an exception. This is just a different part of the rule. You could do one or the other. This is just going with the other. So instead of keeping it as a question, it's answering this. So now we have to see, well, how much does Rick love his family? So we understand, yes, he does love his family, but what if he is pushed? And so in season 1, he's pushed by the world. He meets up with his family. He has to protect his family from the world. He goes to Atlanta. So we already know, all right, he's willing to go to Atlanta to protect his family. Okay, so season 2, Shane, he has to kill his best friend in order to protect his family. We've raised the stakes by making the world push on Rick harder. Season 3, the prison, he has to fight the governor, a whole other community to protect his family. Season 4, he has to rip out a guy's throat in order to protect his family. Season 5, defend against cannibals in a church. Literally, he has to kill people in a church to protect his family. So the stakes just rise because the world increases the stakes by making Rick be pushed farther and farther. This is why Rick seems more like a savage over time, or why like people meme about Rick's murder jacket and his beard, and that's the savage, cool BA Rick. Because
His murder jacket.
yeah, so season 1 Rick, we don't know if he would do that, and you could argue based on plot he wouldn't because he needs to change / develop into that. But if we're going with the question, does Rick love his family? Yes. Well, how much does he love his family? Well, assuming his love doesn't increase over time, which would be kind of weird, but also kind of understandable, I guess. We know, because we see through the world pushing him, he does love his family at least this much. And so when an obstacle above that is presented, here, I'm going to do face cam. Okay, so Rick loves his family this much. We established that season 1. Later in season 1, it's like, okay, the obstacle's here. So now Rick has to go to here to overcome that obstacle. He loves his family this much. Okay, season 2, the obstacle's here. So now he has to overcome that obstacle. He has to love his family at least this much. The audience must know that for him to overcome the obstacle. Season 3, here, he needs to go here, 4, 5, etc., etc. And it just keeps stacking on itself. The threat becomes more and more. Kamui, are you asleep over there? Have you seen The Walking Dead, by the way?
No, I'm not.
Oh my god, the only one.
However, I am paying attention.
Oh god, you're falling
You're
asleep.
fine.
Oh god, okay, it's fine. Apply the same thing to Aang in Avatar in there. We'll just skip that as an example.
The only one who hasn't seen The Walking Dead.
Only the most seen show on television.
There's a lot of things I haven't seen that I probably should have.
That's fair. I figured you would have because you're more of like a not anime person, but it's fine. So all the people that have seen The Walking Dead, that's for you out there. That's for you. Okay. Anyways, so the overarching theme, Boruto, will he overcome his destiny? Toneri asked this as a question in the beginning of the anime. In terms of Boruto, well, you could also argue it's the flash forward scene. This is his story would be one of the themes. So we have to see him beat his story or something. I don't know. You figure it out. Again, the overarching theme established in, I would consider the first canon arc, because the manga first canon arc of Boruto. It's just the theme is answered, or at least asked, at the end of the arc when Momoshiki puts his karma on Boruto. He's saying, this will happen, you will despair, and there's nothing you can do to overcome it. Boruto has all along not believed that. He's believed he's been able to overcome it. I know we've been memeing recently that, oh, there's no reason for Boruto to believe it, but in terms of the overarching goal, he needs to not change, and he needs the stakes to rise. So again, Momoshiki sets the stake in Arc 1 here. Boruto has to overcome it. So he tiered Arc 2, 3, 4, 5, etc. So in this last arc, the Prophecy arc, Boruto still doesn't believe it. He's overcome the overarching goal of Momoshiki in the Code arc by quote-unquote killing himself or whatever, and that sort of stopped Momoshiki at that point. That overcame his prophecy, his fate at that point, even though not the actual prophecy, the overarching one that we see later on in this ending arc. But he defeated Momoshiki technically at that scene, so he's overcome that through his resolve. He's quote-unquote changed fate in some sense. In this arc, the new obstacle is the prophecy, obviously the event, what's it called? Omnipotence. We're going to say omnipotence. So this is where it's at. We've established that. Boruto has yet to overcome it. He's just said he's going to overcome it. He hasn't actually done that yet. The problem is, in order for this arc to end, and in order for Boruto Part 1 to end, he has to overcome it. And that is the point of plot point 21, which we need. I know we said we got it at the end of this arc. We haven't got it all the way yet. We got the beginning of it. We haven't got the full push forward plot point yet. And so we need to get this, a good bit of this, before we move on to the final battle, which we, again, need to get with Kawaki showing up and a showdown, but the antagonist force seems to win. So yeah, Kawaki would just seem to win, either by killing Sasuke, or we get the panel of Boruto underneath Kawaki looking up at Kawaki. Everything seems lost. So this is the all is lost moment. It doesn't go into much detail here. In fact, I should probably just bring up the all is lost moment in screenplay. Happens between pages 75 and 90 of the screenplay. The all is lost moment is when our central character is as far away as possible from achieving his or her goal. So this is important.
And it doesn't feel like that yet.
Yes.
Right.
So
right.
The problem is, at the end of this chapter, the reason this is here, it's like giving you an inspiration to get your expectations up. You're like in a positive move before a sudden shift. Something terrible happens right at the last moment. So I don't know if this is going to be a good example, but I'm just going to go back to The Walking Dead because you've seen it, Cam. Sorry, Kamui. So going back to season 3 of The Walking Dead, before the governor attacks, we get a scene of Carol and one of the prisoners, Axel, and they're like laughing, they're having a good time. We realize Axel is now a good person. Do you remember this scene?
Yes.
Okay.
Doesn't he die?
The moment after.
He killed or something?
He's laughing. The audience has a feels good moment on purpose, and then he gets sniped in the face. By the way, spoilers, Kamui. Yeah. So you see.
I don't think he's ever gonna watch The Walking Dead after this.
Yeah, at this point, probably not.
You see this dynamic.
I already know somebody's getting sniped in the face. Series ruined.
Random character. He's not a big character, anyways. But you get this moment a lot, not only in The Walking Dead, where they give you hope and humanity, immediately followed by huge disaster. Even like
Attack on Titan.
Oh, yeah, you could say Attack on Titan for sure. Like, even as Kamui, you haven't seen this either.
What have you seen, Kamui? Honestly, what have you seen?
Well, hang on, let me do an example.
Not many things.
I'll do a Naruto example next because that's
I'll forget. Don't worry. If you spoil anything, I will most likely forget it anyway.
Attack on Titan, the biggest notable example I can think of off the top of my head would be season 1, I think like episode 3, the very end of the episode. Aaron's like, he's like on top of the wall with all the scouts, and Sasha just stole some meat. Haha, feels good moment. Aaron's motivational. He's like, yeah, this is where our counterattack begins. And then suddenly,
did you see that clip on Twitter?
Immediately after. Colossal Titan, the biggest threat of the series, appears immediately behind him, kicks a hole in the wall, etc. Starts off that arc. So that's just an example of like the emotional whiplash they set up for the all is lost moment. Yeah. And it happens a lot, and a lot in like all of media, not just those two examples.
God, that every time that happens in Attack on Titan, it made my stomach hurt. Like literal stomach pain. Like my ulcerative colitis just couldn't handle it. Anyways, continue.
Okay, so not only should this push forward scene have been pushed off to next chapter, we should have got the impossible goal in this chapter. Instead of one panel, it should have been most of the chapter. So like I'd say like 25 pages of the impossible goal instead of Boruto being like, don't you dare take over and touch my friends even though you just said you would. It needs to be Boruto actually dealing with this realization that, oh no, he was wrong, Momoshiki can take over, Kawaki's right, man, the whole world hates me, I actually am gonna despair. In fact, Momoshiki is gonna take over.
Yeah.
Yeah, so literally, character...
Because man, dude doesn't even flinch.
Yeah. So, Boruto doesn't even wrestle with the failure, let alone he doesn't fail. So the impossible goal is not satisfied. Okay, so basically the reason you were saying it's rushed earlier, I'm just gonna say it, we're pretty much entirely skipping over plot point 19. We're rushing through plot point 20. We got the beginning of plot point 21. We're not done with this. We need a lot more here. And then we're completely skipping 22, 23, and 24. So that's 3. Okay, so we got 3 plot points in this chapter, which again is the norm up here. But we didn't really get 19. We got the very inkling of 21. So we realistically, Boruto chapter 80, the latest chapter, was just plot point 20. regroup, and rethink. That's realistically all this chapter was. Terrible.
Yeah, pretty much.
And then we're just, again, missing out on all this, which would just apply to chapter 80, assuming it is the final chapter before the time skip, which would be terrible.
Yeah, that would be very underwhelming. Like, this is what we waited a month for? Really?
So what they should have done is they did the regroup and rethink. That was fine. That was most of the chapter. That was paced pretty well, I would argue. Like talking with Ada and all that. And even Sasuke before Ada arrives.
Yeah, that's why it's the best part of the chapter.
Yeah.
It really is, to be honest.
It literally was. Like I said, the highlight of the chapter was just Sasuke's belief in his daughter and Ada showing some level of like self opinions.
Yeah, and the comparison, like Boruto and Naruto standing side by side. I really like that. That, you know, he is, before he wanted nothing to do with being like his dad, and now he's emulating his dad's strength. I really like that. I love family.
I think, assuming they were rushing this chapter out because they very clearly are struggling, which is why we get a 3-month break anyways, unless it's like, oh, they're planning for the time skip. I do think they were ignoring this. They not rushed, but like they answered this, but then they rushed through this, and then they're just, again, entirely skipping this just to get to a point that could be the time skip. So this is the only point where they potentially even could do a time skip, if they're gonna rush it, but like they shouldn't rush it. First of all, we should have got this next chapter. So we lost a full chapter right here, by the way, a full chapter.
Yeah.
And then also we lost.
I wonder why.
Again, I mean, Kodachi's having a lot of struggles with the whole thing, anyways. So yeah.
Is that the company that owns?
I kind of forgot about this. But I'm actually glad you just spoke his name. So if this is the time skip, I revoke every single thing I said about Kishimoto doing better like Kodachi. If